Switzerland with citizenship.
Long story, extremely short. I had to leave my country for security reasons. I went to Spain because that's where my passport was from. I spent there, my auntie was there. Started there. I was supposed to be here for like 6 months, a year. I ended up staying for 9 years in 9 or 8 years in Spain. Then I had a job offer in the UK. I moved to the UK for 5 years, and then they headhunted me from the UK while I was working there to Switzerland, and they brought me to Switzerland for a specific job, and I have been here another 5 years.
Wait, so you intended initially to stay for how long?
I just came here to let things calm down, back at home.
Okay, so when exactly did you leave your country?
That was like 2007, 2006. I don't remember. It's like 6.
Wow, that's ages ago.
Yeah, it was like 18 years ago.
That was the crash.
Holy shit!
You left during the mortgage crisis, right before.
Yeah,
the new depression, huh?
That's right. And I was wondering how old I am.
It also explains your interest in economics. A lot of people got interested in economics.
I was gonna ask not because I'm trying to figure out your age, but because I want to know the extent of your bravery when you left your country. How old were you?
He's making the math. Jesus Christ. I was 24.
That's tough.
Wow.
Of course it's tough.
I mean, it's a good age to go out and explore. It's like college years, but kicked out, gone. You know?
No, but there's a difference between exploring and escaping.
Right.
Because one is, of course, you have no choice, and one is you're literally compelled. So, oh well.
But a good.
I don't know what to say. Sometimes I just thank God for my life.
These poor girls, do they do the same for boys? 11-year-old boys? Is that?
No, so 99% of child marriage in Nigeria is marriage with girls. About 1% is boys.
These poor girls.
Is public record. Much like, marriage records, right? You can just go up and Google them. So for a trust, the reason that people love them, so there's a revocable trust or a living trust, which is this side of heaven. So it's taxed under your your social security number, versus an irrevocable trust, which are the ones that are taxed under a separate tax ID. I mean, there's an exception, but I'm not going to go into that right now. So those are the ones that are the public does not get to see that. So the funds are still, taxed by the IRS and all that, but it's not public record. And you do not have to be deceased in order to have one. So people will routinely move their assets into one, Lisa, because it pretty much keeps them from public scrutiny, right? They're private entities, so to speak. So I'm just very, very curious as to, are the executors of his estate that are releasing this information, or is it the people that he put over the trust to oversee the assets? So it's just very fascinating to me from that legal perspective.
If I'm not mistaken, the information that's being released is being released by his estate.
Oh, that's the executors.
Yeah.
But is that his brother, we're saying?
Yes.
Probably his brother.
Yes,
that is his brother, definitely.
Yes.
Do y'all know his brother's name?
Is his brother's name James, I believe?
Yeah. I thought it was Mark. His name is Mark Epstein.
Okay.
So I guess with him having control of the estate.
I fell for a biblical trap there. James, Mark. That's so that makes sense.
Okay. Yeah, I think we might. Oh, now I see it. Epstein's brother Mark, longtime girlfriend Karina Shuliak. So who the hell is that?
Ow.
Okay. So it looks like he may have put aside some funds. So they paid out. I'm just looking at an article from a legal group that did a breakdown. So at the time of his death, his estate was valued approximately $600 million. He created a trust 2 days before his death. So $170 million was paid out to victims.
Wait. Say that again?
So he created a trust before his death. He wrote a will.
2 days before his death?
Yeah, so we know he did. Well, so that actually,
He probably just updated it. That's it.
that actually lends itself to the fact that maybe he did commit suicide. Because a lot of times people will get all their affairs in order, quote unquote.
Exactly the way I'm going with it. Right. That's what I'm saying.
I dealt with 2 suicides personally. One, like I was literally the last person in the office that a client spoke to before he committed suicide, and I cried for like days because it just broke my heart. Anyway, okay. I'm not going to go back to that place. So, okay, anywho, y'all, I think this would be like a good thing because I'm curious. Yes, he was disgusting and icky, but I'm curious as to how, like, you know what I'm saying? Like the parameters around like what we know in place for legal frameworks for probate and stuff. How much money was stolen? Because I did the same thing for Madoff, and that was fascinating because Madoff had tried to do the same thing. He tried to shield some assets for his wife, and they were like, ill-gotten gains. We're taking all that shit back. So she did get to keep some stuff, though, reformer, remember? No, she did, but less than what was originally put in her bucket by her husband. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but nobody came out and said that he's robbed them, right? Because of what they say if you watch the documentaries. Shame or some shit.
Yeah, like because that's what I try to tell these people on Clubhouse. If you put money aside from ill-gotten gains, then basically that taints the whole thing, like commingling. So that's like my thing I try to tell people, like, don't commingle icky money with good money, because then, you know what I'm saying, it's like trying to light a certain part of a fire in your house thinking it's just going to contain that one room. No, it's going to blow it's just going to burn everything down.
Yeah,
but I'm sorry, y'all.
So basically put my dirty money in the dirty money account.
Put your dirty money in dirty money account. Oh, sorry, Patty. It keeps throwing me off because your phone thing is on this damn app, so I can't see when you're talking.
But they gotta prove it too, right? Even though there's speculation, the guy that they claim that he may have gotten a lot of his ill-gained funds from will not admit it, right?
True. So that's what's fascinating to me. Not Epstein himself, y'all. I'm sorry. This part of it just, like the forensic accounting. So let's just say that he did have, like a regular business, and he made some really good investments. And he was working with a business partner who pretty much said, I didn't know anything of what he was doing, blah, blah, blah. I can prove that he, you know what I'm saying, he had like a side business or something that was legitimate. Then yes, they would have to prove that, it was ill-gotten gains that he invested to do, to generate all this growth. Because this man was extremely wealthy. He was extremely wealthy.
But remember, he only had two actual clients at the end, because I talked about it last night in Lisa's room, that his 2 prominent clients were Wexner, and I can't remember the name of the other one. And the Wexner client actually owned Victoria's Secret. So he literally was managing his portfolio for the majority of the time when he opened up Epstein LLC. And that's where he got a lot of his wealth.
Yeah, managing money is going to make you a lot of money. It's not going to make you $600 million. Like, he would have had to been managing like $100 billion or something.
He
for
was.
like 20 years.
He was.
Distinction.
Yeah.
Just for distinction, if I'm not mistaken, the reason they were able to claw back some of that money from Madoff's wife was because of the court ruling, the settlement that he had to pay all of those people back.
Yeah, but those people also had lawsuits. So when it came to Wexner,
that's what I'm
Wexner
saying.
left
Like,
well before he freaking got arrested, and Wexner would not admit, because remember, Wexner was the one that gave him full power of attorney.
Correct.
Right, and he would not admit that he might have got bamboozled.
Right. And previous to Wexner, he was involved in a Ponzi scheme with the other previous company he was involved with, but he never was caught up in the Ponzi scheme because he left just as it happened, and they never named him in the Ponzi scheme. So he walked away unscathed, but he definitely he collected some money on that. So let's be clear. There's a lot to he literally was kind of like he was like a Bernie Madoff without the Bernie Madoff moniker, if that makes sense. Like he got away with the Madoff shit without having to get the Madoff name. Does that make sense what I'm saying to you guys? He pulled off a lot of Ponzi schemes. Does that make sense what I'm saying to y'all?
Yeah. No, I mean, I don't think he lied. So Madoff pulled off Ponzi schemes, right? People invested with him, and then he basically paid those people from, the dividends from what other people put in. So that was a true Ponzi scheme. People paid Epstein for, his foolishness, right? So the victims also had a separate lawsuit with JP Morgan Chase, which settled in 2023. Because when we talk about like Virginia Giuffre, I don't think she committed suicide. Obviously, I think that she was killed because they finally had started to make millions. Right? Let me scratch that. They got their retribution in the form of millions of dollars. From some of the victims, because JP Morgan Chase has been so complicit in all of this, right? Just for a little bit of background. When that much money is going back and forth in any kind of account, right? It doesn't matter if it's Google, if it's Apple, if I'm a billionaire and I just, let's just say that I'm a speaker and I get paid $2 million every time I pop up, right? I'm Beyonce, right? So somebody's giving me a wire transfer. Think about that. How do we make money, and what are the restrictions in our bank accounts? So especially after 9/11, the banks just don't let you walk up in there with a bunch of cash. But think about it. It's the same way for if you're receiving a wire. The IRS tracks all that shit because they think that you're getting paid and that you're not sending them their taxes, right? So people who are 1099 or self-employed or, think about like a Beyonce, right? She's not an employee of whatever she's using for her tours. So think about like, where is that money coming from? So if she's getting a wire of like $5 million after a tour, the bank should be like, hi, Mrs. Knowles, we saw you, girl, you got it, but you got a $5 million wire here, right? So you have to make sure that it's not money laundering, even for a Beyonce, because we don't know if some random person is not all of a sudden going to be laundering money, especially when you deal with a lot. Remember when the bank pretty much told Kanye, we just can't F with you anymore, we making you take your shit and go elsewhere? So even if you don't think it's like something bad, there's all these protocols that you still have to follow. You have to report it. There are these reports that you have to file if it's over this amount, right? So JP Morgan Chase, y'all, is always in some shit. They were in some shit with Madoff because they knew goddamn well that his business that he reported did not align with all them goddamn wire transfers. I read that there were like 20,000 wire transfers over a certain period of time, totaling $1 billion. That's a fucking red flag, which is why they had to settle with JP Morgan Chase. JP Morgan Chase did the same shit with Madoff. All of these fucking cash deposits, because think about it. How was he paying these people that were investing hundreds of millions of dollars with him? Right? Over $1 billion, multi-billion dollars. So this is going to be interesting. I got to do a deep dive into this shit. What the fuck is wrong with you?
No, I 100% agree. So let me tell you something.
Weird ass.
When I sold my house, right? You know how much paperwork I had to do to transfer that money? Like, I went through hell in a handbasket because you're talking about selling you're talking about getting $100,000 into my bank account, $200,000 into my bank account, and all the bullshit that you go through. For me, little old me, not no rich person, whatever.
It's because internally, the banks are required to have a system that is automatically
correct. And anytime that I have any transfers over $10,000,
over $9,999,
when my mother died, my inheritance money, anytime that inheritance money came through, I had to sign a million friggin' documents. We had to, let me tell you something, my mother's money, we had to do medallions. Every time we had to do the medallions, I had to go through all kinds of rigmarole to sign over the medallions out of the trust. It was a mess with that shit. It took months. I had to jump through hoops and prove who we were. I had to send to this department and that and this department and send this to this and blah, blah, blah. We made my sister the executor. We went through months and months of all this shit. I'm just making a point to say to you, just little old me. But you had a person like Bernie Madoff who was handing hundreds of millions of dollars over 30 years, and because this man was white, they let him do whatever the hell he wanted, and they did not give a damn, and these transactions were happening on a daily damn basis, and nobody wasn't saying shit. And that's my problem with this country. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, Chase is always involved in some shit. It's one of the largest banks in the world. And they just always doing stuff they ass ain't supposed to do.
But they only do it for certain people. That's what I'm saying.
You moving enough money that the penalty I'm going to get is worth it? Go on and find me then, goddammit.
That's pretty much what they do, yeah. Because you got to think, not everybody that's working in the banking system is making, $250,000, $350,000. So that's what I always tell people, like, these are individuals. I mean, even a great job is making, you got admins or, hell, the receptionist might make $150,000 at some of these places. But you don't think you can't give them cash to overlook some shit? Like you said, Corey, you know what I'm saying? Like, hell yeah. We have people in our office that would be like, hey, I'll do such and such for $10 million. I'm not stealing people's money, but I will overlook things. And, if I get 300,000, 400,000, 500,000, you got to think about it. That's a lot of money to a lot of people. So yeah.
To everybody.
Let me correct that. You're right. To everybody. Absolutely. Right. So yeah, I always made friends with like the administrative staff, with everybody, because those are the people that know how everything works. And that's what people don't think about. The CEO don't know shit. He not in the office. He going around shaking hands and making deals. I always talk to the receptionist or the senior admin or the office manager. They know every fucking thing. They know how everything works. They know when to click. They know when the lights come on. They know who's the they are my best friends in the fucking office every goddamn time. But you see what else I put in the chat, y'all? Epstein, I don't even know who this guy is. Epstein also named the biotech venture capitalist Boris Nikolic as a backed-up executor, a former science advisor to Bill Gates. He was shocked to find out he was named. Your ass wasn't shocked. You was good friends with him, and because you don't have to get somebody's permission. Like, I could literally name Corey and Jordan as the executors of my estate. I would have to leave information on how to reach them, but I could draw up a will, and then they would contact Corey and say, hey, Corey, you've been named as an executor of Miki Gabriel's estate. Would you like to serve? And then Corey might be like, sure, I'll serve. Or he might be like, no, thank you. And then he could decline to serve. He would sign off and it would go to the next person. But that is interesting, y'all. Oh yeah, I'm definitely gonna do a deep dive in this shit because I'm curious.
Y'all are talking about?
We're talking about Epstein's money, his estate, these emails that are being released. You don't put somebody as executor if you don't know, Michael. Like, it's not, that's somebody that this is the person that is overseeing every part of your financial aspects at death. So you either use a professional, right? Which for Epstein to have $600 million, I will tell you, well, I hate to say stuff like this, but people that have that much wealth, number one, those are the ones that have family offices, right? Typically people 50 million, 100 million, unless you just have a bank account or a brokerage account, like maybe you sold a business and you just got a check for 150 million. with estates that complex, with land, with business, with, you know, he had apartment buildings, he had, you know, offshore shit, he had international shit. You either have a family office or you're working with like one of these big ass firms like Goldman or JP Morgan Chase or one of the hundreds of private boutique firms, because that's a lot of shit for the average person to take care of. Just because people are wealthy, that doesn't mean they know what the fuck they doing when it comes to settling accounts. I'll just say that, right? Like, you know, an oil and gas CEO is great at oil and gas and making money, but he doesn't know how to file the damn Form 709 for a state, you know, da-da-da-da-da. That's what I'm saying. So you know, you pay people to do this shit. So this is fascinating to me, y'all. I want to know how the fuck, let's go down the rabbit hole, goddamn.
I'm gonna say it like Rachel Maddow says, because that's my girl. Follow the money.
Follow the money.
Follow the money. Because the money, let me tell y'all something. One of my favorite podcasts that she did in that series is Bagman. Follow the money. And when you listen to the Bagman series, it is fascinating to me, the money and how much crap that went on and how much money has been filtered with these men, these oligarchs, the craziness that has gone on reform, and some of the most dastardly people that are involved as far as money and these banks and Deutsche Bank. Deutsche Bank is the most treacherous, you hear me, and the most insidious bank next to Chase Bank for filtering and funneling and washing money. Hello? I'm gonna go on.
Technically, Maddow got that follow the money from Deep Throat and Watergate.
Well, remember, Deutsche Bank is that's the ones that Trump went to after he pretty much couldn't do business in the United States because Trump was bad for business, right? He was always defaulting on shit. He needed an extension. He was always getting sued, ate his creditors. Like, that was like a thing with Trump.
Yeah, because no U.S. bank would let him any day.
So when Deutsche Bank, because Trump still has these loans, right? And to my understanding, I don't think he's paid a lot of them off, but maybe he has by now.
No,
that's why he wanted the interest rates to come down, tens and tens of millions of dollars that he owed, that he got, I believe, prior to the interest rates declining. So that's why he was always on like the Fed chair to lower the interest rates, because then he could refinance his debt so that he wouldn't have to pay as much. But I haven't checked on Trump stuff in a while because it's Trump. But the person that was over his accounts, you know, because you have these personal bankers and they have a lot of leverage in terms of servicing these ultra high net worth clients. So I believe that the people, I think it was a woman, if I'm not mistaken, she had stepped down. Like, they allowed them to step down. And that's just pretty much a way of saying we don't want to acknowledge any wrongdoing. Please don't sue us. So we're going to allow this person to step down versus if we fired them for cause. And then that would give you, you know, further documentation that they were doing something wrong. The banking industry is still old as fuck. That's why people are like, oh, such and such is going to take over. No, the fuck it's not. It's slow as shit. And it allows for a lot of ickiness to occur because it's so old, because it has not changed in millennia, right? Parts of it I don't think are any different than when people were putting their wills and as scrolls, like to be held in the Temple of Vestal Virgins.
Okay, so let me tell you let me tell you what I'm reading. The only bank that he can use in the United States, the only bank, is Axios. Trump currently uses Axios as his primary lending to include Deutsche Bank because he cannot use any other bank. He has terminated all deals to include Chase, Bank of America, and everybody else because he owes all of those banks. He still owes all of the banks. He owes them, and I'm reading it, he owes them over $700 million. Actually, I'm reading it. Donald Trump owes banks and other lenders $1.8 billion in debt. And reporting says he has restructured some of the debt and pushes back to the dates. But in recent court orders, like fraud cases, it added significant liabilities. Deutsche Bank was a major lender, but he has loans to Axios, to the Bank of China, and that's what I'm reading. He's restructured some of the loans, but that's the only banking he has is Axios. He has no banking in the United States. Sorry, babes. He don't have no banking. I'm gonna go on mute. Hello?
So I want to pivot for just a second since we're talking about banks. And I saw this a couple of days ago, and it took me forever to find the article. Because when I know that most of the articles about this are behind a paywall, y'all, like, that's my little way of knowing that, like, this is some serious shit. So remember how we bailed out Argentina? Does anybody remember? We bailed out Argentina. Yes. So look at this. So first, let me read something for y'all. So what is a special drawing right, an SDR? The SDR is an interest-bearing international reserve asset. The SDR is not a currency, but its value is based on a basket of 5 currency: the US dollar, the euro, the Chinese, always mispronounce this, renminbi, the Japanese yen, and the British pound sterling. So check this out, y'all. Look at this shit. These fuckers. And I'm sorry if I'm too deep down the rabbit hole, but I'm going to share in this room. Look at this, y'all. This was, I think, a few days ago or a few weeks ago. Argentina's holdings that the International Monetary Fund, the great IMF, jumped last month by 640.8 million SDRs, while U.S. holdings fell by the same amount. We're paying their interest with the IMF, y'all. This motherfucker.
It's called a swap. We get the money back in 9 months.
We don't get shit because the Argentina owes the most debt to the IMF. Now, remember they talked about that this swap happened. Can I finish reading this shit, please? Because this is fucked up. This is not okay. Okay. Argentina made interest payments to the IMF totaling about $621 million SDRs on November 1st, stemming from the nation's own debts with the lender. The drop in U.S. holdings and increase in Argentina's holdings may indicate that the U.S. is providing SDR funding to Argentina to meet their payments to the IMF. So first of all, right, what the fuck? Why are we doing this? Right? So again, they have not acknowledged that this is absolutely what's happened. And why are we meeting the interest payments for another fucking country that's in debt up to their eyeballs? Right? So the IMF is not the one that's going to
get it back in 9 months. It's called a swap.
Yes, it's called a swap. We get it back in 9 months. Basically,
Just 1 second, I'm not done. The Treasury Department has not released any public details about the terms of the agreement and has not responded to repeated requests for comment on the aid program since Argentina's central bank announced it on October 20th. Right? So remember, we also bought Argentine pesos. There was a $20 billion swap. And we started talks with Wall Street banks to line up more financing for Argentina. Now, this is from Scott Besson. This is not good, y'all.
This is great.
I know this is all news. No, the fuck it's not.
You don't understand how a swap works. This is actually
I don't need to understand how a swap works. Just like someone would say, can you shut the fuck up and let me finish? It's not profitable. Oh, shit. No, it's not, PC.
You're wrong.
Just like Rez was saying earlier, whatever. Like I just said that I was going to try to be nice to you. That shit is out the door. Because you always want to interrupt. You all in the Kool-Aid and don't know the goddamn flavor. So first of all, y'all, like us withdrawing funds from the IMF for this purpose is dangerous and goofy. I don't know, like Rez, like you said, this is just why I'm bringing this up, because I don't know why all of a sudden it's not all in the news cycle, I see 2 articles from Bloomberg and Financial Times, both behind a paywall. So it's like, you know how I'm saying they report on shit, but there's like a lot of people aren't going to access the shit. For some reason, that kind of gets on my nerves. Like, I hate that. Because now, you know what I'm saying, I got to go to Apple News or I got to pay the
And I got to pay the fee to see it.
Exactly.
You know?
So I'm
I
like,
hate that shit.
what are you mofos trying to hide? God damn it. So anyway, I just wanted to share that with y'all. It's some shit going on. It's some shit going on.
Have you used ground?
Do you know what a swap is, Mickey?
I don't care. What?
Okay.
Why would we? Okay, you know the
so you can
equivalent of
understand.
this. I didn't say I didn't understand it. That's not what I was explaining. What I'm saying is this is the equivalent of giving your little cousin who's been a crackhead his entire life, right? After he'd have been in and out of rehab, giving him $10,000 because he comes and tell you, I got a good deal. And he does a little crackhead dance. I got a good deal. I'm about to make some money. Give me some money, Red. I'm about to make some money. And you like, here you go, boo-boo. And then he gave you somebody's shit that he stole from the side of the street. And it got it got a little box on it that he wrote in magic marker. This is 1,000 Bitcoin. And I'm giving you this in exchange for this $10,000. That's what the fuck we just did, okay?
That's not what we did.
You hold in a box, whatever.
That's not what a swap is. Let me explain it to you.
They're in debt. They are in debt. They are paying debt. We just paid their shit. Do you not understand? We also just gave them money. We also just put money into their broken ass peso. Do you not understand? They are
That's
not
not
going to
what
pay
we
us
did.
back.
They are, and let me explain.
Why do you
works.
always want to come in and piggyback off of what I say? You and
Because
Anthony,
you're
I
wrong.
swear
You
to
just
God.
don't understand what a swap
I just
is.
read the fucking article, bro.
The article did not go into the swap. You don't understand what a swap is. Let somebody explain it to you, and then you can go
I don't
crazy.
need you to explain it to me. I was explaining to the room. I read the article. No explanation
Oh, that's
needed.
fine. That's fine. I'm not going to explain
Thank
it to
you.
Okay, fine.
Thank you.
So
Fine.
let me explain why a swap is advantageous for America.
I don't want it to chat if you want TC to explain the swap.
Well, because you're wrong.
Does anyone want him to explain the swap?
I'd like to know how does he know that it's a swap?
Because
good question.
Because Besson came out and said it was a swap. You don't need to be a rocket scientist to understand. I don't have to link to it, dude. I'm driving. You know I don't join these rooms unless I'm on the road. Besson came out and said it was a swap. So basically what a swap is that
You're confusing.
I'm not confusing anything. So let me explain how it works. So a foreign country uses.
If you want to see something behind a paywall, you can go to archive.ph and you just paste the link for whatever article is behind the paywall, and archive.ph will show you the article if it's already been archived prior to you entering that URL, or they will take the URL and archive it right then. It takes maybe about 3 to 4 minutes for them to pull all the information down, and then you can read whatever article is behind the paywall. So you don't have to pay Washington Post, New York Times, Apple News, or any of those things whenever y'all want to read an article of any type that's behind the paywall. Okay.
Thank you for that information.
No problem. It's archive.ph.
Please, George.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. So what America did with Argentina was that we did a swap.
Anything, you can just go there every morning for your news.
Thank you,
That you
Tori.
can read anytime. You don't have to worry about it. The New York Times, the British Times, whatever their goddamn papers is, anything on the internet, archive.ph. If you haven't gotten it, TC, nobody here wants to hear what you're saying, okay? They're more interested in me telling them how to access articles than to hear what you're saying. I don't know if that moves you in any type of way, but that seems to be the consensus of most of the people on the stage and most of the people in the room who haven't endorsed you going into this explanation. You'll probably way, but I just want to say that for the record.
Okay, so what we did with Argentina was a swap. Hold on one second. No, because I waited till he was done.
I don't know what the swap is.
No, so I didn't report
I'm going to explain what a swap is. She didn't know what a swap was.
I'm asking you please to let me finish, or I'm going to have to move you because you keep interrupting me.
No, go ahead. You're going to interrupt me all you want. That's fine. Just go ahead and interrupt me, and I'll wait till you're done interrupting.
Okay, fine. I didn't report on the swap. Just FYI.
You literally read it. You read it and didn't even know you read it.
Thing, TC. You're confusing stuff.
It's not a different thing.
Penny, you said you were going to let her go, so let her go, please.
I didn't report on the swap. I didn't say $20 billion. I mentioned that at our account with the IMF, that there was an exchange. Well, it has not been confirmed that it's an exchange. The swap happened earlier this month. What occurred was that somehow the same amount that went away from our account at the IMF, which is why I read the article, right, detailing such, magically appeared in the account for Argentina, which was the equivalent of a debt payment. This is not a swap, TC. Do you understand the difference?
A swap. You don't know what a swap is. Let me explain it to you.
Explain what this.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Why are we giving Argentina money?
Let me explain what happened.
TC,
Argentina, hold
we
on.
don't need explanation.
Yes, you do, because you don't even know.
No, you can have a conversation, but I don't need an explanation.
Okay, fine. We'll have a conversation.
Maybe,
let's have a conversation. Okay. Fine. That's semantic.
Okay, that's great. Okay, maybe I'm unaware, so that's fine.
Okay, I won't explain it to you. Let's have a conversation. Yes, got it. Semantics. Okay, so what Argentina did was they took their peso, which is devalued against the U.S. dollar.
They were SDRs.
And they purchased, excuse me.
We're not talking about the swap.
All right. You know this.
Wait, you know what? Just 1 second. Neoliberal, can I get your opinion on this? And
yeah, but I was just having a conversation with him.
We're not talking about the swap.
You don't know what I'm talking about. You don't know what a swap is.
Let me just let him get it out. God damn, bro, that's old news.
No, it's not old news. You don't know what you're talking about. When Argentina got the U.S. dollar, it was a swap. The swap happened when Argentina took the peso, which is devalued against the U.S. dollar, and purchased the U.S. dollar for pesos. What's going to happen in 9 months is that they're going to take their peso and purchase the equivalent of the U.S. dollar in pesos, and pesos, which means that we get an increased purchase power of the U.S. dollar when the swap comes back to the U.S. Does that make sense? They're going to sell us the U.S. dollar for the equivalent in devalued pesos. That means we get the dollar back in 3 times or 4 times the value.
I got it, Jesse. Yeah, chill. Okay, so I agree that the swap happened. Basically how you described, not to go into the details. So SDRs are not used for currency swaps, right? SDRs are IMF of those, right? So currency swaps are not done through SDRs. This is some separate thing. That's what Reform was trying to tell you. So unless you know some information how a currency swap is connected to IMF SDR, those are different things.
How do we know in 9 months that the peso is going to go up? What if it doesn't? What if their financial situation gets worse? Can the United States of America lose money?
Can we not move from the? We'll get there Wednesday. 2 seconds. Yeah, I'm sorry. DC, was I clear?
What I'm telling you is that I don't know what reporting they have that SDR took place. Besson came out and said that we did a swap. Okay, he didn't mention anything about an SDR. Yeah. Okay. So what I'm saying is,
the conversation was about SDR, TC.
No, the conversation was no, wait. No, you're wrong. The conversation was about the money we loaned to Argentina, which was done through a swap.
No, it wasn't. That's not the article that I read.
Literally. Okay, fine. I'm not gonna do this.
TC,
Like I'm on mute, and it's not about that. I had to move him down because he just, I don't understand. He just refuses to listen. Thank you, neoliberal, for trying to explain. So I'll bring him back up. We were not talking about the swap, TC. What we were talking about, I'm not going to repeat it again for the people that were in the audience. I put the links in the chat. Jesus Christ. What are your thoughts on this, neoliberal? Like, is this normally done? And the fact that they haven't acknowledged that we've made this payment for them, like, what are your thoughts on that?
Well, neither the SDR thing nor the currency swap is done the way they did it. First of all, because both are non-public, right? They literally classified the details of the currency swap, which is very strange.
So this is not this is not normal, right, Neil?
Yeah, this is.
That's what I thought.
Like, I mean, it's a policy. Other countries can help other countries, but the way they're doing it is just strange. Why are you classifying the details of the currency swap, right? The second, the SDR, there is no explanation of what the SDR was for. Elizabeth Warren is raising kind of warnings about stuff like there can be corruption, there can be insider trading, there can be all type of stuff. This type of policies are not executed this way, right? Whether it's a good policy to bail out Argentina, it's a whole different conversation. For the purpose of conversation, let's say it is a good idea, right? But that's a whole different thing. But the way it's done is just strange. And the problem is there is also no explanation.
Thank you, and that's what bothers me. Oh, go ahead, y'all.
I was just gonna say, I just think giving a country like Argentina, whether it's a swap, whether it's an SDR, I don't care how you classify it. Giving a country like Argentina $40 billion in the middle of a $38 trillion deficit, in the middle of a government shutdown, in the middle of all the things that we are dealing with, in the middle of the fact that you tariffed this country to death, and then you turn around and tell people buy beef from Argentina, is cray to me. And you are now justifying all this bullshit, and you come up on the stage and you justify all this, and then you try to say we're going to make money off of this. I don't understand the cray that is coming from this conversation. I'm going on mute. Thanks for forum.
No, thank y'all. You're welcome. I read this, and this is a space that, I like to just bring information because I know that there are people that can provide a lot more information. So thank you. Or just, either calm down, me and my, over focusing on things. So thank you, guys. And we were not talking about the swap. It was referenced that, that yes, that's something that happened. And I did extend an invite for TC to come back up. But TC, you got to let people get their information out. That's why I read the article. I put it in the chat. So thank you. I appreciate that, neoliberal. But this is just like, why are we, especially when we're being told as Americans that, this is America first. As you mentioned earlier, Rez, right? This is America first. And, we're targeting Venezuela, but we're helping Argentina. And by the way, Treasury Secretary, right? Scott Bessent has not come out and said that this is what happened, that we openly paid their debt. So as neoliberal said, I just don't like that there's no transparency anymore. But go ahead, Maya. My apologies. I didn't see if you had your... Is she on stage?
No, Maya doesn't normally join the stage, but she was referencing an article she wanted us to discuss.
Oh, sure, Maya, go ahead. Do you want to come up on stage? Oh, yeah, neoliberal is great at explaining this stuff. And an SDR, TZ, if he's in here, is an is, not an and, just FYI.
Hear that right, Rez? That we're our government is urging people to buy beef for Argentina as if we don't have the most cattle ranches and we don't give beef to other parts of the world, isn't that going to be affecting our bottom?
Yeah, did y'all see that the beef ranchers actually, just much like a lot of the farmers have spoken out that I saw something. I probably just need to like create this this politically correct thread, and I just put stuff in there so I can look it up whenever it comes up. There was a prominent cattle rancher who was a Trump supporter, and he expressed disappointment that the president at this time was telling people that we should support another country with their beef. But as we well know, what these people say and then what they do when it comes to voting are two entirely different things. So yes, the president actually absolutely did encourage people to purchase beef from another country when, our farmers and our cattlemen are suffering because tariffs were also put on American products as well. So interesting strategy that he has, isn't it? For some reason, they really, really, really want to bail out Argentina.
Ground beef is one pack of ground beef. Someone said it's $8. Yes. I just bought some ground beef to make spaghetti. It's ridiculous.
What Omaha Steaks came out this morning and said that we're headed towards $10 ground beef the third quarter of next year. Trump just signed a tariff release. It is on beef, coffee, tomatoes, something else. So we just released some tariffs. I don't understand. I don't see how much of the tariff relief it is, but there has been a lowering of tariff that's just now breaking. But there's a beef. There's a beef. I don't know what it says, but there is a beef problem. Probably want to buy pork instead of beef because beef is going to be very, very high.
No, Trent, I don't eat pork. It's not my religion.
More for me, but I'll take all the rivers I can get.
Chicken. I'm kind of tired of eating chicken. So Bubba is Bill Clinton. Bubba is Bill Clinton, right? That's his nickname. So is Bill Clinton going to come out and say, I did not have sexual relationship with Donald Trump like he did with
that's back in the 90s? That's the assumption of who they're talking about. They haven't said it was actually Bill Clinton. Because
fair enough. The timeline that we live in, I feel like I went to bed, woke up, and I'm in the upside down land.
So I'm putting something in the chat. This was back in October about the imports, and if we want to really have a conversation about it. Remember when Trump was basically going on his tariff thing, which we all know by now that the people who came up with those numbers, Trump literally went off of the tariff deficits, right? Not the tariff deficits, my apologies, the trade deficits, which is going to occur when we consume more than the other countries do, right? And plus we know with a lot of our products, like we have those red dyes in them, or even with some healthcare, right? I'm sorry, not healthcare. Well, yeah, some of our pharmaceuticals and some of like even our beauty products, they're not allowed in other countries because the FDA allows some things that those other countries have outlawed, right, a long time ago. Like, we all know that there are different versions of like cereal, like in the UK versus in the United States, because they don't allow like products for children, right? Like you can't go and get, what are those things my kids love, even though they have a zero nutritional value?
Like
Pop-Tarts.
number 4, Pop-Tarts.
Yeah, like Pop-Tarts, like all of those things. So we have these trade deficits in part because, number one, we're more consumers than these other countries, right? We wouldn't expect to have, an on-par trade deficit. Like, I think that trade deficits are kind of a necessary thing because, if we consume more than they do, like, I don't, anyway, maybe that's wrong, but to me, that's like not a big deal. So anywho, when Donald Trump started this and then they started tariffing us back, I'm saying all this to get to the point that, like, why is he now, after implementing these tariffs that were meant to punish us for a country such as Argentina, he's going to say we need to start importing their beef and kind of encouraging the American populace to purchase Argentinian beef. Nothing wrong with Argentinian beef, so Argentinians, my apologies. But, like, what's wrong with good old U.S. beef? So, yeah. Because this is, like, directly going against whatever he's been promoting to us. America first, right? Like, this was something to me that he could have done that would have actually made him look good, is to promote American cattle ranchers. Remember when he had all them goddamn Tesla cars? And I'm not going to say that that's bad. I thought it was a little tacky, but I do remember that Biden did the same thing with the trucks. Y'all remember? So I'm like, okay, I may not agree with it, but if one president does it, even if I think it's icky, I'm like, okay, well, now the next one did it. So Biden did do the trucks. So I don't have a problem with promoting American products. But I said all that to say, like, he's just so full of shit, y'all. Right now, he's promoting this beef. And maybe it had something to do with, like, how the elections turned out. Did we look at a correlation in Colorado and Utah? I don't know what percentage of people there, like, make their living from cattle ranching, but maybe we can take a look at the voting demographics and see that those people are voting against him. So, anywho. Oh, I know he promoted it because of Elon, but I'm saying, like, I do remember seeing Biden in a truck, or maybe even another president on, like, a Caterpillar tractor or something, but maybe I'm thinking of something else. I love Caterpillar tractors, by the way. Have y'all ever ridden on a tractor just to cut the grass? It is like the coolest thing. And those things are expensive as shit, y'all. It's like, some of them hoes are like $20, $30, $40, $50, $60,000. Anyway, shout out to people in the country that. Oh, y'all not just gonna let me ramble about tractors. Somebody say something.
Child, I'm trying to get this stuff together. So I'm trying to do my damn slides.
Thank you, Patty. Oh, you at work. You said you had a presentation.
Let me look up something.
Okay, well, you're exempt. I'll bring TC back up here so he can holler. My apologies for getting rid of the content. I'm sorry, y'all. I should have just let it go on.
Let's see. Did y'all talk about Trump is asking the Justice Department to investigate the high-profile figures? That may be in the... Does that include him? Let me see.
Jeremy, I'm not $1 million producer. I ain't $1 million nothing. I'm a financial coach, y'all. Well, I'm trying to be, but anyway.
Let me see if I can get it to play.
Thank you, Patty.
No problem. Yeah, I'm trying to see if I can find something. Hold on.
Is Bill Clinton even alive? Like, wasn't he looking kind of bad the last few times he came out in public?
He look old.
Yeah, he does. He did all that chasing skirts when he was younger. Now he's about to pass.
He look old. I ain't gonna lie.
Welcome, CEO.
Hey, what's up, Reform? What's up, Patty? How y'all doing today?
Hey.
Hey, Patty, I posted a Reuters article about Donald Trump directs DOJ into Bill Clinton and other Democrats.
You posted in the political chat or this chat?
In this chat.
Okay. Yeah, I was trying to find a video. I can't really read it right now.
It's just so rich in terms of how we shifted kind of sort of the center of how we have these conversations. And they're not as objective as we realize because of the power center. And it's just weird to think we're talking about it like it's normal for the President of the United States, who's in the Epstein files, to direct the Department of Justice to skip over the fact that he's in the Epstein files, but rather look into Bill Clinton and Democrats' affiliation and links in the Epstein file. It's almost like we're talking about a comedy every day, just the way that we talk about it.
So I actually found the video. Hold on. Let me go ahead and play it real quick. This is BBC though. I think it's BBC News. Awesome. Y'all hear it?
No.
Okay, hold on. That was on music mode, maybe not. Okay, here we go.
Between the late sex trafficker Jeffrey Epstein. Now, President Trump says he wants the FBI and the Justice Department to investigate alleged links between the late sex trafficker Jeffrey Epstein and former Democratic President Bill Clinton. Posting on Truth Social, the president's announcement came amid mounting questions over his own relationship with his former friend Epstein. Let's speak now to our North America correspondent, Neda Tawfik. Neda, I've been looking at this post on Truth Social, which President Trump says Epstein was a Democrat and he is the Democrats' problem. Tell us more about what he's been saying.
Yeah, well, as you know, this is a controversy that just won't go away for President Donald Trump. And after this week, this latest kind of tranche of 20,000 pages from the Epstein estate revealed new communications, personal emails of Jeffrey Epstein. Everyone combed through it, including Democrats, who highlighted 3 emails in particular regarding President Donald Trump. But in those files were several other names. And so we see President Donald Trump now trying to kind of change the narrative, control the narrative here, specifically for peace that doesn't want to let this Epstein controversy go, despite him urging Republicans and his base that it's all a hoax. So President Trump in this Truth Social post is now suggesting that this is another Russia scam. He's referring to previous investigations that looked into whether, the Trump campaign had colluded with Russia to help his chances during the election. And so he has always kind of held a grudge about the investigations that were held at that time. And so he is saying that Epstein, this controversy, actually points to Democrats. And so in this Truth Social post, he says he's going to have his Attorney General Pam Bondi start investigating Epstein's relationships, not with just Bill Clinton, but Larry Summers, the former Treasury Secretary and president of Harvard, who exchanged numerous emails with Epstein that were shown in this latest tranche. Larry Summers, has said he regrets staying in touch with Epstein after he was found to have, had these relations with young girls. The Post goes on to say that he wants Attorney General Pam Bondi to look at J.P. Morgan and Chase and other institutions and their relationships with Epstein. And what's interesting, Anita, is House Oversight Democrats wanted more transparency and investigations into Jeffrey Epstein's ties with financial institutions. So we'll see what this leads to if, in fact, the Attorney General does pursue these investigations. And then, of course, the big question is, will they make all of that public? Very briefly, if you would, as we're almost out of time, in directing Pam Bondi and others to investigate certain Democrats, isn't it drawing attention, though, to the fact that President Trump has not released the Epstein files, which Democrats have been calling for? Absolutely. I mean, this administration has had so many self-inflicted wounds in dealing with this. And no doubt many will say, look, if you think this is all about the Democrats, why are you not releasing the Department of Justice's files on this issue? Okay, Neda, thank you very much. Neda Tawfik.
Hey, real quick.
So I will read the True Social post, and y'all, if you have True Social, this is really bad. Your president apparently he's released about 4 or 5 of these. Apparently they are called West Wing positive press reports. So he posted this 2 hours ago. It's from October 16, 2020. There's something from the Daily Caller. Trump announced mass counts on IVF fertility treatments. So it looks like someone is getting, I have to take a PTR of this, y'all. This man, child. So this is new. And yes, I do have True Social because I like to hear it from the horse's mouth. And a lot of what he does and report it, it's like, is this the Onion? So I just like to confirm. So apparently this is prepared for him and he's sharing it with the world. This is just so crazy. So he's going back in time because I guess he's having a bad day. So he shared another one of those. Things from the New York Post, like how my dad, Steve Witkoff, turned pain into purpose. So that's another post 2 hours ago from October 15th. Daily Wire, Trump admin revokes visa of foreigners who celebrated Charlie Kirk's assassination. So it's just a couple of things from like anything that's positive. And he shared about 4 or 5 of those. So y'all, this is sad. He shared something from July 2025 about Sir Sean Connery helping secure consent for Donald Trump's first golf course in Aberdeenshire. I'm probably mispronouncing that. And then he also said blast from the past. He shared something from November 2008 about James Bond approving his $1 billion golf course resort in Scotland. This is your president. So let me find where he's actually talking about Epstein. Here we go, 4 hours ago. Now that the Democrats are using the Epstein hoax involving Democrats, not Republicans, to try and deflect from their disastrous shutdown and all of their other failures, I will be asking AG Pam Bondi and the Department of Justice, together with our great patriots at the FBI, to investigate Jeffrey Epstein's involvement and relationship with Bill Clinton, Larry Summers, Reid Hoffman, J.P. Morgan, Chase, not he put a comma, I'm sorry, and many other people and institutions to determine what was going on with them and him. This is another Russia scam with all arrows pointing to the Democrats. Records show that these men and many others spent large portions of their life with Epstein and on his island. Stay tuned. He also said 5 hours ago, the Democrats are doing everything in their withering power to push the Epstein hoax again, despite the DOJ releasing 50,000 pages of documents in order to deflect from all of their bad policies and losses, especially the shutdown embarrassment, all caps, where their party is in total disarray and has no idea what to do. Some weak Republicans have fallen into their clutches because they are soft and foolish. Epstein was a Democrat, and he is the Democrats' problem, not the Republicans' problem. Ask Bill Clinton, Reid Hoffman, and Larry Summers about Epstein. They know all about him. Don't waste your time with Trump. I have a country to run. That is from your president. He also tweeted that he wrote the foreword of this book with this big naked man on the cover, and I'm going to change my PTR. And there you go. The update from the horses.
Yeah, I'm just saying at least in the United States right now.
I'm sorry, what was that you just said, sis? I didn't hear you.
Timeline. Sorry, I'm in a.
It sounds like something I was getting ready to say. You know, before I responded, as we were listening to the tape and as rather the recording, and as it was being read, the Truth Social. Maybe it's just me, but I had a moment where I just felt embarrassed to be an American. Like that's, you know, like I'm like this is completely. I mean, you know that Mr. Trump does not write his his social media. They write it and then he approves. You know, he just says go ahead kind of thing. We all know that, and so this is inside the mind of the sycophants that he has around him, right? We need to be concerned not merely with him, but the cohort around him who use this shit, who just are on a crusade to just like hurt people, destroy people, annihilate people, punish people. They're so fucking vicious and evil. Yeah, I'm it's like I feel embarrassed to be like an American. Alan.
So I just want to say this PTR is what the President of the United States truthed. This muscular white man with some interesting, would we say those tattoos are tribal, y'all? He wants y'all to go get that book right there with the white man on it, with the tattoos and the oil. Okay, so shout out to Donald Trump. That's What is America, Tyrus? What it is, America, Tyrus? Oh, my bad. What it is. Go ahead.
He's not white.
Oh, what is he? Oh, I'm sorry. He's
Owen or something? Or
what it is? What it is, America, Tyrus? How do you pronounce that? What it is? Why do I keep saying it like JJ? What it is? I'm sorry. Oh, imagine if Obama had did this.
We can't even imagine anymore. We got to face the sad reality, this dismal, sad fucking reality that we're in. Like we can't. Can we really imagine? I mean, we can remember what it was like when Trump was. I mean, when Mr. Obama was in office. We can actually remember. But every time this man is in office, there is a collective, unified consensus throughout our country of fucking misery. He just brings out the worst in human beings.
Yeah, he has this whole thing on this dude, including the link to... Okay, so this guy was a wrestler, apparently. Interesting.
Yes, Roger. I'm sorry, sis. In the chat. Yes, I do call him Mr. Trump. Yes, I do. Yes, I address him by Mr. Trump. Yes.
He does have a thing with wrestling, actually. If he's not like...
Tyrus is a commentator now, so he does the Great Gutfeld show.
Oh.
Well... Yeah, he always portrays himself as a tough guy. Like, he has to use memes and cartoons to portray an image of him being strong and tough and all that, because he's just, in real life, he's always been a sloppy, slumpy, Humpty Dumpty kind of dude in real life. And so that's why he has to bully other people. You see, that's what bullies do. They have to pick on those that are weaker than them, so that they can feel good about themselves. Can y'all imagine, right? how empty this man must feel inside. Can you imagine, like having to look in the mirror every day and feel what he feels, and it's so fucking bad that like this man does what he does? Like, what an awful. I would never want to feel like that as a human being. You know what? This shows you, right? When you see posts like this, when you see a group of men that behave the way they do when they put these posts out, they literally think that people are just stupid. Like, they literally think that these tactics work. Like it's just like a group of guys that, cornballs, nobody's really checking for them, and they do dumb shit to, like, humor themselves. And the reality is everybody looks at them and sees them for the clowns that they are. Like, I could just imagine them snickering, because all of the Trump family, all of them had that smirk imprinted on their fucking face. Like, their resting face is a smirk. It's a smirk. They don't look like they just ever have really happy moments. Only time you see them smile is when they hurt somebody else. That's when you see them smiling.
Well, I do have another clip to play in reference to what those posts you were saying that you're reading. Nikki, let me go ahead and make sure I'm reading it out.
NBC senior White House reporter Von Hilliard, MSNBC senior legal reporter Lisa Rubin, and senior executive editor at Bloomberg Opinion Tim O'Brien. Von, the president had ignored reporters' questions about Epstein yesterday, last night, in fact. How is he trying to frame all this now?
Well, he's not trying too hard to frame it, actually. Let's be clear. Usually he interjects on pretty much any issue and tries to shape and mold the way that it's being publicly discussed. But when the president's been offered that opportunity ever since these emails that were received from the Epstein estate and given out to the public by the House Oversight Committee, the president is largely, outside of social media posts, remained mum, at least verbally. We'll take a listen to last night when reporters tried to ask him about the files. Mr. President, can you respond to these Epstein emails that were released today? Mr. President, any comment on these Epstein emails? Silence there again. I think we should note, just earlier this morning in a social media post, he posted a clip from Fox in a segment about the Epstein files with, in all caps, quote, the Jeffrey Epstein hoax. Of course, the president, over the course of 10 years, has made it a theme to take bad headlines that put him into a negative light, whether it be the investigation over his campaign's ties to Russians who attempted to interfere in the 2016 election, to COVID. He called the pandemic a hoax as an effort to try to undermine his presidency. We are seeing the same thing play out. But what has been revealed here by these documents released here this week is that in private communications, Jeffrey Epstein is alleging that Donald Trump, knew about the girls, was one quote, but that Donald Trump clearly had stronger connections and ties to Jeffrey Epstein than the current president has led on in the past. He just earlier this summer and suggested that he was unaware of any sexual assaults or misconduct directed towards the girls outside of Jeffrey Epstein being a creep. But what these documents, which the Department of Justice said that it had previously released all relevant documents, is opening up the door to is the fact that Donald Trump had a much closer and tethered relationship with the individual who was convicted and served life sentence for the sex trafficking and sexual assault.
Vaughn, these new comments and this recording that the president's team views the Epstein issue as a losing battle for the White House. Tell us more about just their perspective and their strategy moving forward, given they think they aren't going to win this discharge petition issue.
Right, and you can see many more House Republicans signing on to actually vote in favor of having the Department of Justice release all of the files in their possession. But then you're looking at the reality is that when this makes it to the Senate, that it will require Democrats and 13 Republicans to vote to have it ultimately get to the president's desk. And that's when the president is going to be left with the decision whether to sign his name and order the Department of Justice to release all of the documents, because even at this point in time, the House Oversight Committee, with the signature of Republican Chair James Comer back in August, they actually subpoenaed the Department of Justice. And the House Oversight Committee, the Democratic members are contending that the DOJ is breaking the law by failing to comply with that initial subpoena here. And so there is a potential contempt of Congress charge. Of course, the ones that would ultimately bring that charge would be the Department of Justice, which is the very agency that is refusing to release the files in the first place. So there's a question of exactly how and if there's enough members in Congress that could override the president here. In terms of strategy, I think, again, you go back to the Carolina press secretary has really been the only one who has been vocally outspoken, and that's largely because it came in the form of a press briefing where she was asked multiple specific questions, and she continued to deny wrongdoing by the president of the United States. But I think that this is really going to become increasingly difficult for the president, who had suggested on the campaign trail that he would be open to releasing the files. But with every document that comes out, it clearly shows that the president, at least at the minimum, was aware of a power dynamic and a power infrastructure of other elite and powerful individuals who were aware of Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell and the predatory nature in which they went about what ended up being a very clearly unlawful and sex trafficking ring that a great many people were at least indirectly aware of.
Right, and we were told there are 1,000 plus victims of that sex trafficking ring, according to the DOJ. Tim, you wrote about your personal experiences with Trump and Epstein and how they would talk about each other in light of the email drop here this week. What can you tell us, and how does what we're learning this week, I guess, comport with what you have seen personally and heard personally?
I mean, well, they clearly were, very, very good friends. In 2005, Trump took me on a tour of the Palm Beach mansion that he had won in a bidding war with Epstein, and he emphasized to me that they were close enough that business wasn't going to get in the way of their friendship, even though he had beat him out in that deal. He has repeatedly denied ever since this became an issue that they were very close, but the fact is they were very close friends. It is a classic truism of prosecutions and court battles that if people don't have anything to hide, they simply are transparent and come clean. So the fact that the president, who has the ability to ask the Justice Department to order the Justice Department to do his bidding on any number of issues, including releasing more of the Epstein-related documents, isn't doing so, and he's taking to Twitter today to try to recast this as a Democratic hoax, I think shows how concerned he is about it. It's worth reminding your audience that all of this began out of the MAGA sphere. The Epstein conspiracy was promoted by Trump and other members on the far right. And the outrage that began when the DOJ dropped their investigation in July came from the right initially, not from Democrats. So this has been propelled forward by Trump's own supporters and his own base. And so the question here is, yes, we're getting more details about the nature of his proximity to Epstein, but I don't think that that's the issue that is holding Donald Trump's
attention in such a dramatic way, and why he's ordering everyone around him to stonewall. There's two sort of baskets of problems for him here. It's either it's going to come out that he was trafficked, that women were trafficked to him by Epstein. There's no evidence of that so far. Trump hasn't been accused of any crimes, but that is out there. The other piece of it is whether or not he used Epstein for financial services. Epstein moved money all over the world. He helped billionaires like Leon Black lower their taxes. And I think that's an underexplored avenue in all this that is possibly another thing that Trump is worried about.
Tim, just on the politics of this moment, we have seen Republican lawmakers bend to the will of Donald Trump over and over again in this administration, and yet he couldn't convince these allies of his in the House to remove their names from the discharge petition. What does that tell you?
Well, because there's actually been a bipartisan push here. Let's remember that it was Representative Thomas Massie of Kentucky, a Republican, and Ro Khanna of California, a Democrat, who jointly corralled all the votes they needed to get a floor vote over the head of Mike Johnson, the Speaker of the House, who has done everything he can to stonewall this, and that's why you're going to get a floor vote in the House next week. And I think representatives in their districts are close to their voters. They understand that this is an issue the voters care about, because the story that Donald Trump and his allies told is that Jeffrey Epstein had documents and the goods on elite people and elite institutions that were smothering the needs of average voters. And when Trump got into the White House, he was going to allow transparency to shine on all of this, and now he's not. And the question remains, why not?
Lisa, let me ask you about something else that caught our eye this week in the last couple of days. Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche got into a bit of a social media skirmish and admitted in this post he was responding to George Conway, who of course has been very critical of the Trump administration and is a very high-profile lawyer himself. He admits here that the Justice Department didn't have these materials that have been released now by the House Oversight Committee when he went and interviewed Ghislaine Maxwell, Jeffrey Epstein's convicted co-conspirator, in prison earlier this year. Your reaction to that? That doesn't surprise me. First of all, it's not entirely clear from reading the transcripts of Todd Blanche's interview with Ghislaine Maxwell what documents he reviewed. It was not a document-heavy interview. In fact, it was light on documents entirely, right? Normally, if you take a deposition, you're showing people communications in which they were involved, and you're asking them to explain now, from the benefit of hindsight, what were you thinking at the time? What was that person communicating to you? How did you understand that? None of that took place. It was all very high level and really designed for the purpose of that one statement where Ghislaine says, I never saw Trump do anything inappropriate. He always was a gentleman. That is all Todd Blanche wanted from those 2 days. Now, when he says the Department of Justice didn't have these emails, I actually believe that. And that's because at the time that DOJ conducted its investigation, it did 2 raids. One of Jeffrey Epstein's home in New York, one of his home in the Virgin Islands. They took a bunch of stuff, including electronics, including, for example, multiple iPads. But we don't know if they got the full totality of his emails or if they even knew all of the private email accounts that he used. I think one of the reasons that the Trump administration is locked down in the way that they are about the discharge petition is because they don't know to what extent the universe of DOJ's materials and the universe that the state now controls are overlapping or not. And it doesn't shock me that many of these communications were themselves a surprise to the White House. Well, I think it does open more doors for questioning whether they even were aware of all the information that's out there, and if that could then warrant reopening some kind of investigation into the Epstein files. Let's put a pin in this for now. Lisa, stay with me. Von Hilliard, Tim O'Brien, thank you. Michael, how is Swalwell responding to this?
Yeah, Anna, Swalwell has been very defiant in the wake of these allegations. He's, of course, a frequent foe and critic of President Trump. They oftentimes find each other at odds. In a statement that was put out very shortly after news broke of these allegations, he said he was surprised that it took so long for President Trump to go after him. He also said he does not plan to stop criticizing President Trump, adding as well that he will not drop his lawsuit that he filed against the president back in 2021 that accuses Trump and some of his allies of citing the January 6th attack on the Capitol. He then went on MSNBC and very clearly, categorically denied these allegations. Take a listen.
These allegations are false, just like the allegations against Adam Schiff are false, and Letitia James are false, and Lisa Cook are false. And a spoiler alert for you, there will be allegations next week against somebody that'll be false. No, the Justice Department has not said anything just through leaked media reporting. But this is really about Donald Trump going after his political enemies, and no one has been a more vocal critic than me. And as you mentioned, I have one of the only remaining lawsuits against Donald Trump for his role on January 6th.
Anna, certainly this will continue to be a developing story up here on Capitol Hill when we see Swalwell next week. As he mentioned that he hasn't yet heard from the Department of Justice, but as he mentioned, as Lisa's mentioned, he is just the latest member of Congress to have these sort of allegations against him, Adam Schiff being first.
Adam Schiff, Letitia James, Lisa Cook, now Eric Swalwell. So, Paul, realistically, can the administration argue that this isn't politically motivated?
They can't. Not when Trump's labor secretary, his environmental protection agency administrator, and his transportation secretary all have mortgages on more than one home that they claim as their primary residence. So, Anna, it's clear that people's mortgage applications are being weaponized. What's the point? Is it to get Trump's political enemies locked up, which it seems that they're trying to do with Letitia James, or is the point to get people to be investigated but not charged, like Senator Schiff and Lisa Cook, to make them spend hundreds of thousands of dollars in legal fees? Or is it to send a message to members of Congress that if you come after Trump, he will sic his investigators and prosecutors after you? A lot of people in Congress have residences in D.C. where they work and homes in the district that they represent. That mortgages with refinancing, lots of paperwork. If they get on the wrong side of Trump, they now have to worry that Trump will sic these federal agents and prosecutors against them to go over all of their paperwork with a fine-tooth comb.
Jeff, Bill Pulte is, again, the director of the Federal Housing Finance Agency. Most people and most administrations wouldn't really know who has this role. But he has been the driving force behind these mortgage fraud investigations. What more can you tell us about him and the kind of influence he has in this Trump administration?
Well, I think number one, he's using tools in the toolbox that he has that have proven to be quite effective, at least in starting these charges or kicking these charges off. No doubt because of a mandate that the president has set, which is to go after some of these political foes. He, however, is not uncontroversial, and one of the things that he proposed just, I think, this week, at least that's taken off this week, with this idea of a 50-year mortgage, which the president also spoke about shortly after hearing about it from Pulte, drew a lot of criticism, and he is drawing criticism himself directly for not having the experience or sort of expertise for this job. But I think broadly, just stepping back and looking at the politics of it all, this is all in line with the president's view and with the president's strategy of using every single part of his administration to achieve his aims, be it political or policy related. And a big chunk of the political goals that the president has made clear he wants to pursue is retribution. And if that's using something as in the weeds as housing policy or looking at these mortgages, then that's what he's going to do. And Bill Pulte has been leading that charge.
Well, Pulte was handling some of these referrals. There's new reporting that claims there were serious concerns about ethics and his handling of confidential information. Lisa, walk us through that. So there's been, as you mentioned, a series of public reports. Let's start with the fact that Bill Pulte has an employee who is very close to him, a head of marketing, who has been reported to be looking into compiling information and then sharing it with a competitor. That person was chastised for doing so by the general counsel. The general counsel then got involved, the CEO, and many other executives of Fannie Mae. The CEO, the general counsel, and others are now out of jobs for having the audacity to take on this ally of Pulte, who again allegedly shared confidential and proprietary information about mortgages with a competitor. At the same time, we also know that a number of folks internally have been fired because they were looking into how Bill Pulte has himself taken confidential mortgage information and used it as the basis for criminal referrals. Procedurally, that information is supposed to only come from the Office of Inspector General at the FHFA. But Bill Pulte has been basically pulling that information himself and somehow sharing it with the Department of Justice. So there were folks at the agency that he oversees in their ethics unit looking into his own use and that of close allies of his into that. All of those people are now gone as well. We are seeing a hollowing out of career expert officials at the FHFA that is reminiscent of some of what we've seen at the Department of Justice. And it's no surprise in some ways because among that reporting is a report that Ed Martin, who himself is the special attorney at DOJ in charge of investigating mortgage fraud, came to the FHFA with Bill Pulte amidst this clearinghouse.
Paul, if the data in any of these mortgage-related probes was obtained improperly, would that then be kind of a fatal flaw for any subsequent indictment or trial?
Up to the judge, certainly the defense attorneys would move to dismiss the evidence and they were illegally obtained, but those motions often fail. But look, Anna, in federal agencies that have access to personal records like mortgages and taxes, there are lots of rules about when employees can look up those records. The idea is you don't want nosy people looking up Beyonce's taxes or LeBron James' mortgage. So these rules apply to the boss, like Bill Pulte, but because he's the boss, as Anna said, as we heard from Lisa, he ordered his employee to turn over these records. Get this though, the person who would investigate him to see whether he broke any rules is the Inspector General of his agency. Well, Trump just fired that Inspector General. And that's not the first time. Trump has fired 24 inspectors general since January. The president doesn't have legal authority to fire inspectors general, but he's done it anyway.
Jeff, it seems like so often we are reporting on how people who aren't doing what the president wants get axed. And yet they still have to prove these cases. If it does result in an indictment, if it does go to trial, they lose. Is just inflicting as much damage as they can still a victory for them in some way?
That's a good question. I think that anyone who works for President Trump knows that there's a potential axe hanging over their heads if they aren't able to produce on what he's wanting. On the other hand, I think one of the main differences between Trump 2.0, this administration, and Trump 1.0 is that there's been quite a bit of stability. He's obviously had a little bit of turnover. His national security advisor was fired and became the U.S. ambassador to the UN. And there have been some other lower-level departures, but in general, he is stuck with the people around him this time around. And I think that's.
Let me just interrupt for a second, though, Jeff, because I know people at home are probably yelling at you, saying, "What stability? He's fired thousands of career civil servants who, work in the prosecutors' offices, who work in all these other agencies." But your stability among his cabinet, among the leadership that he's installed, right?
I am, and I appreciate that interruption. But yes, the focus that I was talking about is the people around him. Which, if you think back to the first time, he went through multiple chiefs of staff, he went through multiple secretaries of state, he went through a bunch of turnover with his top advisors. So I'm not saying that stability is the adjective that applies to the Trump administration, but to the first 10 months of his second term, I think it probably does apply to his attitude towards the people who are most closely around him, his inner and outer circle, and that includes people at the White House and in some of these agencies.
This evening, we're officially launching America.
Okay, that was it, yeah.
does have a lot of shit to hide. We don't know what it is. I don't think he even knew what all they had. And I don't even think that he thought his constituents would even like try to keep coming and want more information. So just gonna figure it out. Cooking. You cooking up a storm. What's happening? Well. Anybody home? Crisco.
Yeah, happy Friday.
Happy Friday. I think Grandma's eating Crisco. What? I got a question. What is with the Crisco? What is Crisco? I've seen Crisco, but what is it? I know it's they got the vegetable oil. That shit isn't a goddamn. Why do old people use that shit, right? That's what they used to have. But let me tell you, somebody told me to put the Crisco on my stomach so I wouldn't get stretch marks when I was pregnant. And it didn't work. But what is Crisco? Is it? Because it's lard. But I've seen vegetable oil is in a can. Yeah, Crisco is lard. It's that shit was nasty to the motherfucker. I've probably seen it. I like the feel of it. My whole entire life, my family has never cooked with Crisco that I know of. Have you felt it before? No, but I've seen it before. I've seen it in an older black woman's kitchen, and it's like in a can, right? Yeah. And it looks white. It looks like she took the old oil and put it back in there, but it's actually new oil. It just looks clean. Yeah, it's clean. Clean oil. Mm-hmm. That shit looks nasty. I like the way it feels. Yeah, I've never used Crisco in my life. I don't even think my mom has ever. Let me not lie, because she might have used it back in the 80s. Put some in your hair? No. I remember my grandma had it above the stove. Yeah, I seen an older black lady actually have it, and he had it right on the stove. Yep, right above the stove. Right in the kitchen, like a decoration. Yes. Get a straightening comb and put some Crisco in there. Yeah, oh no. That's the blue magic. Yeah, that was the blue magic. That was the dipping in the hot comb in the blue magic before running it through your hair. Crisco? No, blue magic. Oh, child. I ain't never used blue magic either. My mom used to put baby oil in my hair. There was this boy that used to have a crush on me when I was little, and he told the teacher he wouldn't leave me alone. So my mom had to talk to the teacher and talk to his parents. And he said, my mom said, she smelled like baby. She smelled like baby lotion. He had a crush on me because I smelled like baby lotion. So my mom would put a pound of baby oil in my hair. She ain't know no better, y'all. You know how to take care of a black girl. I said, I don't think that's a bad thing. She ain't know no better. She used to put that and baby lotion in my hair, child. Wait, did you say Crisco and baby lotion? No, she used to put baby lotion and baby oil. She was on her Diddy vibe or Diddy.
Okay, I'm sorry. I was working. I thought I heard who was talking about Crisco.
So I was joking. About people putting Crisco. No, I'm not joking about the stretch marks though. Somebody told me that. Somebody said put Crisco when you're having a baby, so you don't get the stretch marks. I did that. I did.
You did it? Did it work?
No.
Oh.
My stretch marks was weird though. It looked like I was whipped.
Lord.
Yeah. Anyway. Moving on.
You had big babies? Did you have big babies? Yeah. Big babies make a difference.
But my stretch marks are only like a little bit, but it stretched the shit out my stomach. But I think that's all hereditary, so. It is. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, my mom has no stretch marks. I think it came from the back side of my family where I got a little bit.
You should have asked her if she was using Crisco.
She actually used coconut oil, and she would like coconut oil the hell out of my stomach when I was younger. As a baby, she would massage my stomach with coconut oil all the time. But you can't really see mine anymore, but you can actually, back in the day, you can like count with like 5 of them. Yeah, mine went from like 7 long whelps to kill a sunrise. I don't know what happened. It's like when I was pregnant. It was just like these big, long, scars looking when I was actually pregnant. But then once my stomach went down, it changed into something different. Anyway, is there another subject looming? Hello? 3745. I just go off of this work because I heard y'all talk about that. Y'all use Crisco? You from South Carolina? Y'all use Crisco?
Crisco for what?
For cooking.
Oh, for cooking, yeah. When you have to use like lard, you gotta fry your chicken with Crisco, huh?
Crisco is actually lard.
It's fake lard. It's a kind of lard.
Yeah,
it's kind of lard.
It's a like vegetable lard. So yeah, because it's refined and stuff.
It's healthy lard.
So Crisco is healthier than regular.
Because it's made with vegetables. It's like a vegetable shortening where lard is pig fat.
Yeah.
Yeah, never used lard before. But we've never used Crisco either. And the first time
you use that lard now when you're making them biscuits and stuff. You need that lard, that Crisco.
Yeah, I need no pork products.
Make it flaky.
Oh, they don't know nothing about those oven top biscuits, Dr. AJ.
Yeah, they make them flaky pie crusts and stuff. That's how they do it with that lard. They use lard and butter.
Oh. I get the pre-made. I get the not pre-made, the pre-made
crustables.
You put buttermilk in your biscuits?
Yep.
Buttermilk. I put Pillsbury dough on my biscuits. I get on my butter mac again.
Not the Pillsbury dough.
Put some butter on it. Put it in the oven. If I want the flakies, I'm out of flakies.
Not the Pillsbury dough on your biscuits.
I used to do the biscuit one.
That's the Pillsbury man calling right now.
On time. but this is a good subject too. Okay.
Where's that?
Chat on stage for real. D+11 is the floor. I keep saying it, and I hope people believe me soon.
So Matt's basically like just drops a poll in the chat that has the Democrat, like, so that, you know, the generic congressional polls that they do.
Yeah, but where did he get his?
So he just posted one from that had independent voters 55-29 Democrats to Republicans, which is a big spread. You know, it's just independent, so it's not like a plus 26 in the generic congressional, but just amongst independents, like if that is where things land, we're talking like a very, very serious sweep by Democrats. And because of the way they've gerrymandered, there's this interesting tipping point where, like, if the Democrats win by like 3 or 5 or something like that, they'll win the House, but not by a lot. And then if you get up to like plus 10, there's like a bunch of seats that fall right at that line, because that's their sort of their goal when they gerrymander. And so if you get past that, it could just be like a crazy wave. And right now, the polls are looking like that's possible. So that's basically what Matt's getting at and showing polls that show that. I think there was one that he put in the chat last night that was like plus 10 or something. And then congressional, generic congressional, which is, again, like, I mean, if that happens, it could be the biggest wave election that we've seen in our lifetimes. Oh yeah, and to Matt's point, in terms of the, I was just talking about the House, but yeah, we could win Ohio, Iowa, Alaska, Texas. There's like a couple other states that you wouldn't normally think of that all of a sudden might be in play. And one of the things that, you know, could happen is some of the people who might be on the sidelines right now thinking about running or not, like, they're more likely to get in the game if they're good candidates right now, because the environment is so good. And the other thing that I'm expecting to see is more retirements and resignations from Republicans who don't want to get in, or Republican candidates who want to wait, you know, until the next chance they have. They're just not going to do it right now, because running in a wave environment, it doesn't matter like how quote unquote good you are. There's just a certain point where the environment is so negative for you that there's just nothing you can do about it. But, you know, we'll see. It's so early still.
I don't trust polls anymore. I don't know. Every time we read these polls, it ends up being something else. So I just don't trust them anymore.
I mean, it's so useful.
I don't think it's the actual people that's doing the polls. I think it's the people that's answering the polls. Because I think sometimes, like, people know that an association with Trump may be being looked at as a racist or whatever. They'll just give them whatever they think that people want to hear, or the pollsters want to hear. So I'm just not trusting polls.
I mean, the biggest problem is people don't pick up the phone the way that they used to. So they've had to come up with new ways of estimating where public opinion is at. And those methods are not necessarily as good. And that's one problem that they have. But honestly, the bigger problem is modeling the electorate, which is to say who's going to turn out and who's not going to turn out. So, and there's a bias towards not overestimating. And so you usually, when you have these kind of wave-like elections, the polls are further off than when they're sort of more normal. Because if you're a pollster saying that you think, you know, Republican turnout's going to be really, really strong in 2016, you're more likely to be treated as like an outlier who doesn't know what they're talking about. Or if you are, you know, a Democratic, or just let's say a pollster in 2018 who thinks Democratic turnout's going to be way high, people are going to treat you like you're too far out there. And so a lot of them will kind of moderate as a business strategy, because it can hurt their bottom line if people think that they're sort of describing things too positively or negatively for their particular side. So they have an incentive to not go too crazy when it comes to modeling the electorate. But either way, they're doing a model. Like, they don't know who's going to show up and who's not going to show up, and no one does until election day, or really after election day. because it's hard to know. Even if people tell you I'm very likely to vote, that doesn't necessarily translate to the very likely to vote. Voter registration numbers correlate to turnout, but not that tightly. So those models are fundamentally estimates, and those estimates can be wrong. The other thing that's crazy, when you have these wave elections with the Senate, is you hold the seat for 6 years. So, if you can win in Nebraska or Iowa, you're good until 2032. It's a long time, and you never know what's going to happen. Maybe you get 2 wave cycles in a row, and so someone who otherwise might have a hard time winning sticks around longer than you might expect. And that can happen in both directions, right? Republicans can obviously gain from that too. So, yeah. Just to what you're saying in the chat, Matt, about it being an R-leaning poll, I will say sometimes those polls will push in a certain direction to scare their party this early, but we'll see. And I'm definitely not betting you money that if you set the line at D+11, because honestly, I think this could get worse. If more Epstein stuff comes out, imagine how the electorate's going to vote if they find out that he is undeniably a pedophile. That could obviously flip it even more. Or the economy crashing, or.
Yeah, but I think they'll make excuses for the they made excuses for what he admitted to with your sexual assault. A recording about how he just kissed him in the mouth and grabbed him by the pussy, because he can do that. So I think the economy thing would be big. When people get to feel it in their pockets. And I don't really think a lot of his voters give a damn about women when it comes to sexual.
Yeah, I agree, but it's not really about his voters, right? It's about what's acceptable to the ones that are in the middle. If all of his voters stick with him, right? Let's say let's be generous and say 40%. That can be pretty problematic for him if those are the only people who stick with him. If he loses all the independents, and let's say there's people on his side who just, they're not going to vote for Democrats because they still hate Democrats, but they're willing to vote, they're willing to stay home and just not turn out. That has negative impacts. It's drag on their electoral hopes anyway. But I agree with you that the pocketbook stuff is potentially huge. If I don't have a job, if I can't keep a roof over my head or, put food on the table, it doesn't really matter. Nothing else really matters at that point.
Sorry, I'm trying to cook and do work and talk to y'all at the same time. See, any other comments? Maybe we need to pivot to something else. Right. Let me see what else is going on in the news.
I have a comment.
Give me a quick sec. He didn't. Maybe you got a new picture. What's going on? He just bouncing in and out.
I have a comment.
See this picture. This crazy. Go ahead.
PTR. My comment is PTR.
Yeah. What is this?
It's a white glove treatment.
What now? Wait. Now, which plane was this on?
You wrong for that. You wrong for that picture.
That's AI, but it's hilarious. That video.
That is crazy.
It's AI, but it's absolutely hilarious to watch.
That is ridiculously fun.
Make his stomach turn, right?
I'm just thinking of the day.
Me too. That's why my stomach's turning. You got to touch it.
And you know, we all sitting here waiting on you to say something, and you ain't got nothing to say. What's going on?
Yeah, the PTR chair. Hands on the diaper.
I mean, what are you cooking? Are you cooking chicken or something?
I'm frying chicken.
Okay. All right.
I'm trying to get some fattening food in this body.
Okay. Gotcha.
Finally, god damn.
We actually were like ignoring you. I don't know.
Yeah, I was mollywopping everybody coming into my room yesterday because they couldn't Google me and they couldn't put me. You know what I'm saying? I opened up this room. I did a room 1v1. Prove me wrong.
Good for you.
I even dissected the email. Okay. It actually proved that Trump was actually telling gasoline to stop, and nobody caught that. Everybody here reading it, they just skimmed over that and they didn't even know what that email meant. That's when I knew that the comprehension gap. Yeah. I was like, yeah, these guys ain't on my level. They're not.
Everybody caught it.
Nobody caught it.
It wasn't.
Everybody was like, yo, you see, Trump is bad.
That's crazy. Wait, so
and I was laughing the whole time. I'm like, yo, these little niggas don't even know what they're talking about. At a basic level.
Wait, little Trump, does that mean?
Little Trump, you realize that means he knew.
Yeah, and he told her to stop. That's exactly why he cooperated and he gave the information to the authorities. That's the whole point that y'all just want to like forget about.
What authorities?
What authorities? Go watch the documentary. What the fuck? Yo.
What authorities?
Yo, Greg, I'm telling you, these people are retarded, bro. I'm telling you. Hey, Greg, I come here all the time, and then they kick me out. They move me and all that. But when we all log off on this app, when we all log off of the app, we gotta face reality.
Okay.
Yeah.
There goes Greg.
Wait a minute, little Trump.
This is your world, baby girl. It's your world.
If it's my world, then just chill.
This is your world. We just live it.
Oh my God. Something ain't right.
This is crazy. The medication supply chain is broken.
Is it?
Mayo, relax yourself, Mayo.
Chill back, no? This is nuts. I'm chill.
So if you knew someone was trafficking girls, what would you do about that?
Go to the authorities like Trump did. He's not gonna admit it though.
What authorities did?
Live in a bubble.
I'm asking you questions because you know.
They live in a bubble, bro. Like they just create like this.
What authorities did he go to?
This is the only app that they could do this whole little.
Just answer.
What authorities did he go to, little Trump?
Watch the documentary, my boy.
What documentary? There's a lot of documentaries out there.
That's all they do.
you gotta educate, you gotta hold their hand and show them every single link because they're too lazy to go and research.
Okay.
But yet, if you ask them to provide links, they don't even provide links.
All right, but what documentary are you speaking about? Like, what's going on?
Were y'all living in a rock? Under a rock?
I don't. Okay, forget. Listen. Do the knowledge. Listen. I ask you a 5%. Either, and I'm the person that's speaking with you. I don't have no beef with you. You don't have no beef with me. I'm just asking, what documentary are you talking about? Either you can tell me.
Go check out the Epstein documentary.
Okay.
Go check it out. Yeah.
The one.
I saw one of them. I saw two of them actually.
Who put in X's? If you're not on stage, Ed?
And NPR has a good one. A couple of them on Netflix. Yeah, which one are you talking about?
When I saw it on Netflix, but let me just put up the article. So, I mean, not even an article, the actual fucking conference where they fucking cooperated the whole time. But everybody's ignoring that because it doesn't fit your agenda. And that's why I'm on this platform. That's why I'm on this app.
Okay.
To troll motherfuckers who ignore pure reality.
But you can't do it at that level.
And then we win. We always win. That's another thing that's kind of like crazy. How y'all got the audacity to talk how y'all talk, but y'all taking L's.
Am I loud? Am I loud? Like you? Like, what's going on? Why are you yelling?
Like straight L's to the face. No, I'm just a powerful being.
Oh, God.
Yo, Greg, right? I'm trying to be as quiet as possible, right? I'm just a powerful
Greg, listen to this, Greg.
You come on this app because you can't debate us in real life. Because you can't use personal attacks in a real debate.
Watch this.
You will get cut.
Watch this. Why would an innocent person start calling the Republicans to not release the Epstein files?
Why did they just motion to... Why did they try to get them... Yo, hold on a second. If you're going to ask me a question, you're going to shut up so I can answer it. Dumbass.
Why are you going to ask the question?
So why don't you...
All right, now, why are you calling people names now? Listen. No name.
Why don't you mute up?
You don't tell me.
Why was it? Why
go
did they
and run
just
your own
block?
space. Wait a minute. You acting. You got to get your britches together. Because you're showing out. You're doing too much now. I didn't.
You see, Greg?
So patient.
You see what he does, Greg? He can't
Who's Greg? Why do you keep calling on Greg? Who the hell is Greg? Damn. What's going on? Y'all ain't had no excitement all day or something, because y'all need to chill back for just a second. Good God. Whew. Now, Trump, you're not going to be calling people names and doing all that yelling. If you're going to have a conversation, to act like, you're an adult swim. I told you about this. Have the conversation. But all this, it was a Greg, I don't know who Greg is. I don't know. Is this an imaginary friend? Are you calling Craig, like Craig's son? Or are you saying Greg?
From Friday?
Right, that's what I'm saying. I'm trying to figure out. I don't know. That's what I'm trying to figure out. Is it Craig? Is that what he's talking about? Who are you calling on? All right. Did he leave? I guess he left.
Yeah, he went with Greg.
Him and Greg left. Okay.
Him and Greg are the same
He's got an imaginary friend on the map. It's amazing.
But I'm glad he had his own little space yesterday. That's nice. Him and Greg.
Yeah, he wanted to pat himself on the back with Greg in front.
He had it with Greg. Oh, there you are. I had to leave because I don't listen to that. You don't listen to what? As soon as you Google me, you lost. Okay, well, how about I send you on a flight? How about that? Now go that. I'm trying to give you counsel. Trying to help you out. You don't want to listen to my counsel? Then that means you don't want to stay. Because you don't know how to play by the rules, sir. What's next?
These people just be making up all kinds of stuff. Now Donald Trump now he is snitch. He is like what?
He's an informant. He was an informant. That's what he was.
It's amazing.
The logic is amazing. Like, imagine if he actually had done
molest
that.
little girls to be an informant.
But if he had done that, you don't think he'd be talking about that every single day? Like every chance he got to be like, of course I'm not in the Epstein files. Or I am in the Epstein files. I'm the one who reported him. Like, he would be using that constantly. Like, what are we doing? Like, it's so weird when they come up with these arguments and they don't think it through at all. Like, just literally nothing. I mean, if he had done that, that would be the best defense he would have.
He thinks he's the only one that read that. He's like, I'm the only one that ever read that.
Y'all didn't catch it. I'm the only one who caught it. Dude, everybody caught it. Because in order to tell somebody to stop doing something, you have to know that they're doing something.
But wouldn't there be a file of that in Florida somewhere?
Of what?
Really easy to use. Of Trump saying to the authorities that this guy's recruiting young women to traffic or young girls to traffic at my property. Like, why would that be reported? That'd be the most exonerating material imaginable. It'd be great for him.
Trump said Ghislaine was a lovely woman and he helped her. He wished all the best for her. But I don't know.
Yeah, the dummy logic is just bottomless. Yeah, what are you talking about, Drew?
All right, so let me ask the question. So what happens after, everybody gets all the information, but then what? What happens? What's next?
What's the information?
The files of Epstein.
Yeah, I know, but that's what I'm saying. It's like, what's going to be in the files? Like, is it going to be incontrovertible evidence? Is it going to be...
I don't know. That's what I'm saying. Like, what happens?
I think it depends on what's in the files. I mean, honestly, I don't even know. Like I said earlier, when it comes to his case.
Anything on the thing on X that I sent you? What was that? You were saying it was MK lot?
The MK Ultra. That's it. That'd be like a conspiracy theory shit.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I hate when people bring that shit up. I just be like, oh my God.
Well, isn't that man a senator?
Charles Flynn is a general. Michael Flynn was working in the White House, and then he had a son. Shit. You can be in a position of power and still be crazy.
Okay.
I got a question for you about the generals, actually. Like, so they are either not promoting or basically, I guess, treating them so badly that they're resigning in many cases. Like, how much do you think that's changing the kind of, I don't know, like the overall tenor of like generals in the armed services? Like, how is that changing how decisions are going to be made?
I think a lot of them are getting out because I think they're getting out because they can't really fight what they know is right.
Yeah, but are those people who are left behind, like, are they just MAGA loyalists who are going to do whatever, or do you still think like the sort of culture of adherence of the Constitution and honor and all this is going to hold?
I think they're going to have to just keep going through these generals till they get the one that's going to be the loyalist. But I think a lot of the generals are very smart. They're going to adhere to local or international, or I think they're going to adhere to certain policies no matter what, and they're going to try to fight back. I mean, but there are some that are going to be like, fuck this, I want to make my 3rd star, I want to make my 4th star. I'm going to do whatever he wants me to do. I think there are some that will do that, but I don't think that's like the majority. I've never worked with any 4-star or 3-star that actually just said, yeah, this is what we're going to do. I've seen them say, no, this ain't going to work. Like even fighting with Austin, it's like, no, we're not doing that. That's not going to work. Like they were allowed to do that. They just don't know what it looks like right now, so I'm not in that position anymore. Because they'll come back with us with RFIs or requests for information saying, hey, this is what he wants to do. We've already fought back and said no, so how can we make this happen?
Yeah, because like that's the thing that scares me the most is like that's kind of the last institution that feels like it hasn't cracked yet, at least a little bit. But I'm just not in a position to really know. I've just been, kind of halfway tracking some of the resignations and some of the, the fuckery that's going on there.
Yeah, if you look at most of the command 4-stars that are resigning or retiring this year, most of them. You got Southcom, you got CENTCOM. These are the most important areas. CENTCOM will be the entire Middle East. That general is retiring. The general that's over Indo-PACOM where I used to work, he's actually talking about getting out right now. And he was friends with Charles, the guy that got relieved, the black man that got relieved, calling him a woke general. When all that happened, he was at the brink of like, yeah, I'm done. So like you got a lot of these 4-stars that saying I'm gone. Southcom just recently said, fuck it. Like, I think some of them are staying in the fight, but trying to maybe feel like they have some control over these decisions that they're trying to make. But they really don't have any control. It's going to be the Department of Defense. Like, in the past, they had control because they can say, no, this ain't going to work. And then a president, the defense, whoever the hell is asking questions will ask questions on why it ain't gonna work, why we can't find another avenue. And if we can't find another avenue, a lot of them will be like, all right, we got it, we're done. It's not like that anymore, from my understanding. It's pretty much this is what's gonna happen, and you guys better figure it out. Even in their first administration with someone like a Millie, and they went outside with the Bible and all this other shit, and then he figured out, hey, this was a fucking photo op. He still published a message for the DOD saying this is not how we operate. We don't do this. Like, it's a message that was totally against what the president was doing because he was allowed to do that. But right now, I don't even know what that looks like anymore. I'm not in that area. I work with a bunch of civilians right now. But I know it can't be comfortable because even with the guy that was the video we played earlier, he said most of their phone calls they're getting is from planners, right? And they're from officers. These people that have to put out these orders for those soldiers to execute. They're getting a lot of phone calls from officers because they're like, fuck, I ain't going to prison behind this motherfucker. Or I'm not doing this dumbass shit. This is against the regulations. It's against the law, certain laws. Like, They don't want to be put in that situation. They swore an oath. So.
Yeah, it's scary.
Yeah, it is. Because we ain't never been robots. This is just that's a myth that people think. And we were robots. The only thing that we were robots to was the American people and the Constitution. Because even in our oath, it says us enemies, foreign and domestic. And if the enemy happens to be the executive branch, that's the enemy. If it's something against what? The regulation state, policy state, law state, it's not a, we're supposed to fight back. Not fight back out loud on TV like some people do, but it's pretty much fight back through our channels and say, no, we're not doing this. It's a totally different environment. I'll give you an example. Most of the people I used to work with in Indo-PACOM, right? They were strategic planners, right? That shit that happened with Musk, where it came out that he was being briefed. I don't know, and we were just joking about it, me and ML, and I said, I bet you it's somebody that's a planner. And I know all the planners in Indo-PACOM because I was the logistics planner at the time. A year ago, I was their logistics planner. So I know every single one of the motherfuckers that do fucking planning. Do you know, like, most of them are on orders to PCS somewhere else? Like, they're getting PCS to other locations. And I got a bad feeling that it has to do with maybe somebody may have leaked to the press. Like, hey, Elon is supposed to be in this. This is just my feeling. Because they weren't able to get that message across to our defense secretary, like he shouldn't be there, or this isn't regular protocol. Somebody went and leaked it. And and that group isn't that big that works in Indo-PACOM. It's like 15 people that may have 10 soldiers each under them. 15 people have to be the people. One team. Or maybe even a couple of them got together and said, hey, we're going to send this to the media. Because we can't control what's going on right now in our government. That's what I'm just guessing. I wouldn't have did that. I'm not contacting the media to fucking put out Elon is supposed to be sitting in on a meeting. But somebody did it.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm wondering where sort of the courageous whistleblowers are going to come from. I mean, it's been happening. Just not that high level yet, maybe. But we'll see. There's been a couple judges that have resigned in protest, some other people in various departments and agencies. But yeah, we'll see.
Yeah, but we really don't need them to resign. We need them to stick in the fight. That's the thing that's crazy.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Yeah, but that's what I mean, like, just as whistleblowers, for some of them. And then there's other people we need to, be there just to not have the crazy people take over, right?
Right. But if anybody, like if a journalist was to look up all the positions, because we have to have a bio when we take a certain position. If they were to look at all the positions that were quote unquote strategic planners, like the senior logistician, the senior maintenance officer, the senior this, the senior that, and they notice that pattern of all of them are put on orders because maybe they don't know, maybe they do know, I don't fucking know. But these people are on orders right now. They're leaving Hawaii right now. Or I've already left Hawaii. They're on orders. So it's like, I guess they said we need a whole new group. And it's not like they're going to another strategic position. So a lot of times, once you get in a strategic position, they move you to another area, another region. Because obviously, like, once you learn the dynamics of Indo-Pacific, maybe we'll move you to CENTCOM so you can learn the dynamics of the Middle East, because obviously you have at least a basic template of how to plan wars or how to plan and how we plan. It's the continuity. Even though it may be a different region, you still can use the same. Those people are going to other positions. Like they may be a battalion commander now, or going to a battalion command. So they're going to be. Don't nobody want to go from strategic to a battalion command, or they're going to the Navy Annex, which people think is just Navy, but they still like joint positions. They're not really doing what they like. Once you put in that strategic position, they like to move you from strategic command to the strategic command, and they're not being moved. They're not moving to an ESC, which is an expeditionary. They're not being moved to a TSC, which is a theater support command. They're not being moved to the combat commands. They're being moved to operational army.
Man, I just want to say happy Friday, y'all. Y'all, it's so lovely to see y'all. Beautiful day out here in South Texas. I hope it's beautiful where you are. Beautiful people. Good to see you.
It's good to see you too, Johnny Walker Black. Hello, Sage.
Hey, Spirit, I'm attempting to leave your city during rush hour, so this should be fun.
Good luck. Yeah, I was just in a Uber from Bed-Stuy over back into the city, and when they told me it was an hour to go, what was it, 6 miles? Come on. Good luck getting to the airport.
Oh, no, I'm taking Lincoln Tunnel out, Doc.
Oh, Lincoln Tunnel.
I'm on 52nd and 9th now.
Oh, I hate to say it, but you're fucked, because that bottleneck in the Lincoln Tunnel is insane. I hope you have good people to talk to.
Maybe taking the one.
Y'all are the only option.
I know. That's the worst at this
you can't take the 405 this time of day. You're definitely going to have to take the 131.
Oh, God. Don't do that, please.
I mean, you're the one doing it.
I am the one doing it, but it's, the Lincoln Tunnel is probably the worst escape hatch in New York.
Remember that movie, was it Daylight? It was called Daylight. It's about a collapse in the Lincoln Tunnel. Or at least that's part of it, I think.
Thank you, Your Honor, for sharing that with me as I'm about to go through it. I appreciate it. You're such a great guy.
It wasn't a documentary, CEO.
I remember as a kid and I seen some movie where they showed how in the movie the Lincoln Tunnel collapsing and the water coming in. After that, I was like, fuck this, never.
So you're just piling on, Patty. Thanks.
You'll be fine if you ever get there.
I looked it up. It's 29% on Rotten Tomatoes.
Movies. And Scotty, you like this? Because another Netflix. Netflix is killing them this month. The Beast in Me, the series. And we ain't all the way through it. Like we about three episodes in, I think. Yeah. That's another good one. I don't know what it got on Rotten Tomatoes, but it's at least 85%.
Thank you, Trent. I appreciate that. Time. You're right on time, Trent. What else is going on, Trent?
I'm excited. We're 7 days away from Aliens. From November 4th.
Yes,
Are they being birthed in 7 days? What's going on?
This is the news I want, y'all.
Yeah. This time next week, November 24th. Aliens, and they gotta release it. They got too much shit going on. They need to drop aliens. They need to attack a couple of countries because they can't have y'all talk. Y'all keep talking about Epstein and find out who killed JFK. We'll find out everything. It just stopped. I mean, my boy just sent me. He just sent me this meme, and it was Trump and it was Bill Clinton and Monica Lewinsky, but
wait a minute, Trent, I gotta take a meeting. I'll be.
Yeah, but Monica Lewinsky was Trump.
Monica.
I'll put it on my PTR. There you go.
So Trent, are you there? Oh.
This is a total wagon dog scenario that's happening right now.
What's going on? Is that
I was at work, and what's going on?
Huh? I changed
what's going on? Are you a Trump defender too?
Am I a Trump defender? No, I've never been a Trump defender. What are you talking about?
No, I'm talking about around this Epstein stuff. Are you saying it's a hoax and that the emails exonerate him? Is that your line of...
No. Like, it's been real. I don't know what you're thinking.
I'm just checking.
Yeah. No. I think first of all, is that you in your PTR?
Yeah.
It's beautiful to see. See, I knew. That's why my mama likes you, because you look like my aunt. I gotta take it. I'm gonna send it to her. You look like my aunt. You look like we're related. Seriously, you look like our family.
Killing PTR.
I'm telling you, I'm sending it to my mom. Look, you look like my aunt. You look like my aunt Donna.
Oh, I might be related.
Yeah, we damn sure came from the same side of the world. I'm just telling you. No, all this is
related. Y'all just give up the gig. Dr. AG is trans aunt. Just admit it.
They sound alike. They talk alike. I mean, that's why my mama likes it. But no, all this stuff is real. All this stuff is absolutely real. And I'm waiting for they actually release. I see my boy Mag up there. If Boebert and Nancy Mace don't break, and they actually release, I don't know what they're going to end up releasing. I think they're going to have to take out some stuff.
Well, did you see Trump's threat back?
Yeah, because he's going to hit Clinton and he's going to hit Larry Summers and
and JP Morgan.
That's what I was saying.
Yeah.
Boy,
and the JP Morgan one I know a lot about, so there is a lot to uncover there.
You want to fall out of the window?
So I actually, you know what I'll do in the next couple of weeks if she's available? I actually work with the Attorney General from the U.S. Virgin Islands who was pushing the case at the time. So I'll try to get her on here in the next 2 weeks.
All I'm gonna say is don't stand close to windows if you're in the White House. we got some food going at the.
I wouldn't fuck around with JP Morgan. I wouldn't fuck around with that.
Well, so I will tell you this one thing. So one of the things Epstein did in the U.S. Virgin Islands was he was paying for the governor's kids' college. Like, so that's how he had influence down there. He literally was paying for the leader's kids' school. That's the sort of thing he would do.
There is someone on the app who was the flag for JP Morgan during the Virgin Islands escapade, suing the company on the app.
That's wild. Yeah, we need to see that. And then CEO, then the Lavrov shit. The fact that he was in discussion with the Russians on getting insight into Trump's mindset as late as like 2018 or 2017 or 2018. I'm just like, man, the boy was deep. The boy was deep. And the Bannon discussions, I'm just shocked they were like talking like they were. Like, It is.
So I didn't even see this. What was the thing with Bannon?
Oh, him and Bannon were going back and forth laughing about. They were laughing about, what were they laughing about? They were laughing the fact that one of the girls, I can't remember exactly what said, but they were laughing about the fact that nobody put two and two together, that Trump was with somebody that was supposedly on the island.
Are you saying Bannon's a creep?
Steve wanted to, like, in the history, when they go down and write down history of like craziest folks, it's going to be him, Goebbels, and what's the boy from the Romanovs, from the Russian Tsar? I can't think. Rasputin. Them three gonna be taking the cake for the 20th century, easily.
Scotty, you cursing me didn't work. I am at the Lincoln Tunnel.
Well, you have to go through it because they get you there and then they trap you and you can't go anywhere. So good luck getting through. I'll be. Your Honor, just to translate California style, it's like taking the 10 to the 405. And then instead of going 405 up, you take it over the pass up to the 101, down to the 134, okay?
It's I just want to remind you that I was making fun of the Californians from Saturday Night Live who are based in Southern California. And I am in Northern California.
I realize. I just wanted to flex
we're superior California.
I just wanted to flex my Southern Cal credentials. There
you go. Fair enough. Yeah, I try not to have freeway conversations as a rule, but it happens.
Fun fact about the freeway: I just watched the John Candy documentary. I Like Me. He was apparently the only third time in history for his funeral that they shut down the 405.
Wait, for who?
The late John Candy.
Oh, Candy. Oh, yeah.
I had no idea.
What was the name of one of his movies?
Trains, Planes, and Automobiles. That was one of his finest niggas. Steve Martin.
Uncle Buck, yeah. Uncle Buck.
Stripes from Bill Murray. Like, he was comedic genius.
Man. I know. He was good. Trent, I'm sorry I had to take a meeting in the middle of what you had to say, but I just wanted to show you how it feels. Thank you. I think we all should just leave the stage one day and just leave Trent talking to himself like how he does us. I think that would be really good.
That's something. I got a good April Fool's Day joke, First Lady. I like that.
Do you remember back in the day on this app where they'd do like takeovers, where there'd be like 300 of the same thing show up?
Yeah, we had one of them.
It's like the reverse of that, Ellen.
We had one of them in the beginning of October. We had like 400 people here.
But somebody has to say, you got it. And then everybody.
Yeah. Just let them get to talking real good. And then everybody just get the cue. I throw up the gang sign and then we all just peace out. Trent, I would never do you like that.
Yeah, thank you, First Lady. So, CEO, this is the email. I just found it. And it's talking about Prince Andrew coming out of Mar-a-Lago. And Steve Bannon says, can't believe nobody's making the connective tissue issue. Because Prince Andrew and Trump got together, I guess this is 2019. Trump goes to England and Prince Andrew is hosting it. And Bannon and Epstein are laughing that nobody realizes that these two were together on Epstein's island. And it's crazy that this email comes out. Like it is crazy to think about what we're talking about, but we get to see it in black and white. You know, I'm just I don't know if we're ever going to see the DOJ shit. I'm not all that. I mean, they got 218 votes, but like the way it's going, we keep thinking we're going to see it. I don't know if it'll end up coming out.
I mean, they're already not following a subpoena. Like, I think people keep forgetting that. Like, the subpoena's already out there. It's supposed to go to the committee. So I don't know why extra vote's going to make a difference. Both.
Well, if they were smart, they would do a whole Wag the Dog scenario and try to start a war somewhere. Oh, wait a second.
We got a couple hours.
A couple hours until what? Why you keep saying that? That is foolish. You think it's really gonna happen? What's wrong with your phone today? The CIA got you tagged? I knew Trump was a plant. Good God Almighty. Jesus be offense. Trent.
They're scrambling the cell signal at the border.
Uh-oh, they got us. Uh-oh.
What was he saying is going to happen in 2 hours? I missed that.
The aliens are coming. He said the aliens are going to meet them over in Venezuela.
And the army is entering into Caracas.
Boo-da-boo-boo. All right, so what else is going on? Anything else going on?
They're not putting out economic data. That's fine.
Oh yeah, that Reformed had mentioned that they may not be posting that.
Didn't they say something about they'll probably never see the jobs numbers ever again?
What? Say you lying.
Did they really? Yeah, seriously. Did they really?
Let me find a link. I saw it in my feed. Let me try to find it.
I mean, that would be a shortcut for running the markets.
We're just going to have to rely on quarterly reporting from corporations on the ADP.
That's the crazy thing is that like you're not going to prevent people from knowing a lot. You're just going to prevent stability. Like it's not. You didn't fix it. Like you didn't make numbers go away. Like you didn't defeat numbers.
All these corporations are public, and they're going to post their quarterly earnings.
In the blender?
Yeah,
I'm in Whole Foods.
Whole Foods got you in a chokehold. Dirty. All right.
It's up.
What's going on? Nothing. Okay.
Nothing.
You know, this happens every Friday. Now we gotta recycle news.
I'm just trying to get out of this.
Okay.
Here's a little tidbit.
Oh, you finally found something. Look at that.
A little something, just something for you. Just a little appetizer for your first lady. Lawyers for former FBI Director James Comey and New York Attorney General Letitia James asked a judge Thursday to dismiss the cases against them, saying the prosecutor, Lindsay Halligan, who secured the indictments, illegally installed in her role.
Yeah, that's no surprise. Because he keeps appointing people in ways that don't follow the law. So that's going to keep happening. Who's the one, who's Alina Habba, who they already ruled that against? Or they ruled against Sen for that? I think it was Alina Habba.
These are all Timu attorneys who are trying to push it.
Well, thank you for that. Has the judge made a decision on it?
I believe the article says the judge will decide before Thanksgiving on her ruling.
Before Thanksgiving. Okay. All right. Before Thanksgiving. Hey, Gemini. Hey, Ace. Hey, April. April, girlfriend. How you doing? I haven't heard much from you today. I hope all is well.
I am just working and listening and working.
All right. That's good. But I need you to do more talking. Thank you.
Okay, First Lady, how are you?
Stick to your work, man.
I'm looking to see what's happening in the world. I've just been listening to you guys. Let's see if MSNBC has anything worthwhile.
Okay, that sounds good. Gemini, how are you? See, he has nothing to say. Thanks.
I'm working. I'm with April. I'm working, and I came here to listen to you guys give us some intelligent conversation before I get shit done.
Okay. People just came, so it's fine.
How about yourself? How are you today?
Thanks. I'm great.
I need to look into this one more, but you know the Fannie Willis case?
Right.
So they have a new prosecutor appointed.
I saw him.
You saw that? And the guy's name is Scandalakis, which is just amazing. I have no idea if he's a good guy, bad guy, indifferent. I don't know. But I just love that his name is Scandalakis.
Scandalakis? That sounds like a bad character in Dr. Seuss.
He looks scandalous, to be honest.
Oh, I haven't seen the photo yet.
Yeah.
Speaking of scandalous, this is probably fake, and I haven't had a chance to vet it, so I'm just going to ask y'all, like, eat truth to the email about where Epstein was asked.
Bobo. I mean,
Bubba, about Trump blowing Bubba.
And everybody keep that because that's his nickname, but other than Clinton's nickname is Bubba. So it's a bunch of assumptions. Yeah, that's
Patty,
real evil.
Let me ask you, breaking up a little bit, Patty, but let me ask you this way then, Patty.
That shit's not.
Maybe it's my phone. She was breaking up just now.
She was breaking up.
Okay, maybe I'm breaking.
You're breaking up, Scott.
I want to ask this though, like, did the email say anything about Trump blowing anybody? Because he shouldn't be blowing anybody.
Somebody asked Putin that.
He can blow the horn.
They asked Putin if he was blowing Bubba. I don't know if it was that. I don't know. Who the hell asked Putin that? Well, is Epstein in touch with Putin too? Dear God, what's happening? Persuadie, I do have something about the jobs report. Caroline Levitt said, because of the shutdown, the key inflation jobs data for October will likely never be released due to the government shutdown. That's probably going to be for the rest of our lives.
I hate y'all right now. I'm just. Wow, what happened? What in the world? That's good.
The biscuits failed. The pie crust separated.
Now somebody in the chat saying Trump was blowing Allen.
Alan Green. What's that?
More people are not as conservative, more troll out there.
So is this trolling or is Trump really blowing people out here?
I mean, I'm not gonna lie to you. At the end of the day, I really can't see him doing that. And I'm not just saying that. I can't imagine that.
That would have been that would have had to been some forced ritual punishment shit.
Yeah, I can see somebody maybe doing that to him, but I can't see him.
I don't want to see anybody doing that to him either.
I'm just saying. I mean,
Ivanka is not giving him any oral satisfaction.
I'm just saying. All right, I'm going to me. I just don't. I can't see him providing Felicio to somebody.
And where is all this coming from? Is there valid emails that have been disclosed that say something about him blowing somebody or not? Like, I'm confused.
I heard nothing about this.
Where did y'all come up with this? What is happening?
There's been a series of, I've seen all kind of posts, and they're screenshotting the supposed emails that is saying that Epstein asked that Putin have pictures of Trump blowing Bubba, and they're insinuating that they think Bubba is Bill Clinton. Now, I don't know if it's real or not, or just a viral fucking Photoshop. I don't know.
I just want to let you know there is a lot of fake stuff going on. Like, one of the things that went out last night was like a list of people who have visited Epstein Island, and one of the names on the list, two of the names on the list were Miley Cyrus and Donovan Mitchell. And the problem with those two is they would have been like kids at the time.
Why Donovan Mitchell? That's such a...
I know. It was like Robert De Niro and like all these... Like Donovan Mitchell was on there.
The fact that they were kids doesn't throw me off. Would make sense. But go.
Yeah, Robert De Niro was definitely not there. Trump being the blow her, that's not real. Let's just be real. That can never happen.
We don't know. Hold on, we're not.
So hold on.
I don't think he's got the needs to do it.
We're not putting nothing past this.
Wait a minute.
I don't think he has the needs.
Hold on.
You had to say that twice.
Wait a minute.
I just want to make sure it was heard.
Trying to jump him down. Could have been laying down on his back.
I don't think he's got the needs.
Can anybody hear me?
Yeah, we got it. We got you.
Okay, listen. I got something from Newsweek that talks about this police message. Sorry. Okay, this is Newsweek. This is not some little shit ad. Okay, an email in the Jeffrey Epstein files that references U.S. President Donald Trump blowing Bubba has attracted scrutiny on social media. On Wednesday, U.S. lawmakers released, we don't care about that. Some of the documents mention Trump, including one from Epstein's brother Mark, which references photos of Trump blowing Bubba. Bubba is a nickname of former President Bill Clinton, but Mark Epstein told Newsweek the individual was not Clinton. He did not provide any additional details about the identity of Bubba.
That's okay. Somebody sent me down here. That's all right.
It has to do with this.
We're going to be fine.
It just seemed like a complete mismatch. First of all, Bubba receiving from the Donald? No. And Donald getting on his knees? Nope.
We don't know what he was doing in his private life. What are we doing?
So Royal, what would you do?
Wait, I'm not finished.
I'm just asking you a question.
Wait, I am not finished. He wouldn't get on his knees for a woman, trust me. Donald would not do that, okay? So it wouldn't matter if it's a man or woman, he's not doing that, trust me.
So, Royal, what would you do if you found out that this was true? Trump blew.
I will be so surprised because This motherfucker does not care about anybody. He definitely ain't trying to give anybody pleasure. What? Wait, you pleasure me? Pleasure you? No, you pleasure me. That's his whole mindset.
I'm gonna tell y'all.
That's your best argument for why the president.
Right, that's not a great argument at all.
I'm gonna tell y'all like this. If this is true, I don't want the Epstein files to come out.
Incorrect. Wrong answer.
Because of Bill Clinton?
Wrong answer, bro.
Bill Clinton and Donald Trump together? Seriously? I do not want to know that happened. I do not. I'd rather go to my grave not knowing that happened.
The picture's in your brain. It's too late now. We all have to live with this.
It's done. It is what it is.
I want someone on the stage to have to. I want someone on the stage to have to admit that he did have the
like somebody who knows what his brother Mark Epstein's brother was saying.
I need the deep state to step in and cover this up.
There's a joke in there. There's a joke somewhere in there. Deep in there.
Yo, them photos better have timestamps.
Okay.
Those photos better have timestamps that can be authenticated and everything like that.
Witnesses and everything.
Yeah,
Witness
man.
to the cameraman taking the picture.
I would like to hear how MAGA would be able to defend that. What would they say? It was just offering moral support. Like, what would they say?
That's what we said when we met.
Oh my God!
Slipped and fell on it.
His locker rooms.
You know, Gemini, you know you ain't shit for that, right?
Well, listen to this one.
Thing would be if Bubba Clinton confirms that Trump does indeed talk with his mouth full.
What if Bubba
he's a
isn't
dog that
What if Bubba isn't a person? What if Bubba's not a person?
There's only one Bubba. But you know what?
I was thinking about the monkey when it said Bubba. Go
Oh my. Hey, but look, I think what's more important is we need to focus on the fact that he's blowing somebody. We don't know who that somebody is.
Something.
I don't. He's blowing
It could
somebody.
have been a lollipop. It could have been a blow pop.
No, they don't have a name.
Bubba blow pop.
They don't want pictures. They don't want pictures of that. But so we gotta focus on the fact that he was clearly blowing somebody. So this is not presidential.
Or something. It could be Bubblicious.
I just jumped into something. Oh my.
Don't
interrupt the flow. If you ain't got nothing to listening to add, then don't interrupt. Thank you. I'm sorry, April. What'd you say?
I figured out who it is. Y'all gotta check the link in the chat. Nah, just say it. I can't read it. I don't even want to read it. Just check it. I promise. Nah, man. Nah, you gotta say it. All right. You don't want to know the truth then. All right, that's on you. I'm driving in the dark.
Oh, Netanyahu. Okay, maybe he went to say me.
Nah. He has been publicly on his knees.
He wasn't even cool with him 20 years ago.
He was friends with the Clintons.
No, his video proof. You cannot deny the video.
It's fake news.
So yeah.
Wait. Can somebody check to see if Putin nickname is Bubba? Can somebody?
Putin's dog's name was Bubba.
Oh, goddamn. Yeah, because that's literally the only person I could see Trump, the Donald getting on the knees for. That's about it. Damn.
But he wouldn't have been rocking with Putin 20 years ago either. What are y'all talking about?
See, where do you
was he trying to get that tower?
Where do you have this information?
He's been hanging around Trump for a while.
I'm telling you, if you would have asked Melania right now, he was like, wait, he's never been on his knees for me. I guarantee. He's never been on his knees for Melania.
Royal, you're overthinking it. It was just they just had these love quarrels, these love spats. Trump went down on Clinton, and then he spat.
Oh,
God. Nah, that's bad. I'm on this.
I'm going to teach you how to do
Two on that thing. Like, what are we doing?
Is there breaking news? Get off the.
Stop interrupting the flow.
He's uncomfortable with the blowjob talk. I understand.
Scotty, go buy more asparagus water in that Whole Foods. Come on.
Wait, what's the matter with DJ?
Scotty, listen, that Whole Foods is worse than the Lincoln Tunnel. Trust me.
Yeah. So see, the Putin and Trump have been friendly with each other since around 2012, 2013. So that would be in line. I'm not saying
define what form of friendly you're referencing, sir.
Well, Putin or Trump did the Miss Universe pageant in Moscow. So they met, I think, in 2013. That's where the whole Obama hotel scandal and the peeing in the bed incident came from. So it's not like that they've been dealing with the Russians, I think, since about 2008, in large part for financial reasons. So it's not like you didn't know Putin before that. I'm not trying to say that's who it is, but to say that they didn't know each other is not accurate. Obama bed. So Roger kills me because he thinks that I don't know what he thinks. The dossier, the famous dossier, said that Trump in 2013 at a hotel in Moscow, which is the same suite in which Barack Obama and myself slept, had two prostitutes urinate on the bed. Right, that was the big scandal in one of the big scandals in the dossier. That was written.
What was the scandal again? They urinated in the bed.
The water sports.
Are you saying they urinated on him, or they just urinated on the bed?
It was urinated on the bed. I don't think on him.
2013 was when he had that pageant in Moscow.
Isn't he a germaphobe?
Yeah,
that's what I thought.
It was highly he is a germaphobe. I'm not trying to say I know what the man does, but didn't sound like him. But that was one of the big things in the dossier, if you recall, and it was 2013.
I mean, and he could. I mean, in fairness, he could be a contextual germaphobe, right? I mean, he did bang a porn star, so.
That's true. That's very true. You can't get more risky than that. It seems like he'll
put his shit anywhere. But yeah, it's interesting, Trent, what you said. The beauty pageant was in Moscow in 2013, late 2013. So I'm saying he was definitely in a hotel there.
Based on what Stormy said, it was less of banging and more of a light poking, just for the record.
Are we there yet? Are you in there yet? Is that what it was?
That's what she said.
Well, I don't think she's going to give him a high recommendation based on the way things played out. So.
I love how his pregame was they watched a shark documentary first.
What?
Oh, you didn't know that, April? Yeah, no, that's cool. They watched. She said we watched a shark documentary first. Yeah.
That is insane.
It was Shark Week, right?
That's not that insane. You put on some boring shit so you can focus on each other. That makes sense.
No. She said he was into it.
Oh.
That is wild.
I'm an predator too.
Okay, listen.
You ain't never invited a girl over to a little shark documentary. Put on Oceans from Netflix.
I ain't gonna lie, I put on some shit that was too good, and now I want to keep watching it, trying to still catch peaks of the movie.
Is there any judges on the scene? I feel like people need to be judged at this point. What else is good?
Judgment. This is. I mean, safe.
I'm not calling Your Honor for nothing.
Your Honor, in here, Your Honor.
How about this was a safe space? What's going on?
It is a safe space. Sometimes.
This is not even a semi-safe. This is.
I disagree. I wholeheartedly disagree.
The only person I've seen in the clubhouse protection program is Marshall and JD.
Oh my.
Now you're starting some shit. There we go.
Yeah, Marshall's not always in the clubhouse protection. He is most of the time, Gemini, I'll give you that, but not all the time.
The right-wingers come for him a lot.
In the context of this conversation, I'm at to say pause.
The funniest rooms are when Marshall goes from like here or something like that and goes over to the MAGA rooms. And they
come for him?
That's amazing.
Amazing. Whew. Alrighty. Hi, Ilana.
That is true. Trump doesn't smoke or drink. I'm reading the comments. It says Trump also doesn't drink or smoke, so he commits his crime sober. Which is true. Sober criminal is actually more scary.
That's funny. He gotta do something. I wonder what he does. He gotta do something. Ain't no way to do.
I told you what he does. Grab him by the pussy.
His vice is like fast food, right? That's like his
That
vice.
is actually true. Yeah, he does go.
No, but like.
Wait a minute.
Greedy.
Wait a minute. We think that's his vice?
No. What I mean, no, sorry. Okay, let me rephrase. Let me explain it.
Okay.
The idea is that like typically everybody like ingests something that they shouldn't, right? So like some people it's drugs, some people it's alcohol, and like in this case it's fast food. So I'm just saying out of that category, okay, not like all together.
They said that he ingested Bubba, so.
No, I think it's Adderall. I do. He reminds me of somebody that is deep into the Adderall. They're taking it for a while.
Trump doesn't take drugs, man. Come on, at least say something that's plausible.
Yeah.
I think it takes Adderall. That's.
He doesn't need it, man. He just is that strange now.
I took that as a performance-enhancing drug a couple times in college. If you ever need to write a paper overnight, that's the good stuff right there.
So if you take Adderall for too long, it will cause psychosis.
I took it 2 or 3 times, I think.
Yeah, I'm not saying. Yeah, I take Adderall too. It's like it matters.
Oh, we know, Trent.
I am not saying Nicholas. I've had a lot of Adderall, but I've also seen get it.
Not had a lot of Adderall.
Not everybody. What else do you have?
How much Adderall do you have to take to see aliens?
I'm gonna tell. I can't wait for aliens next week.
You can't wait for the aliens?
November 21st, I'm going to have a lot of Johnny Walker. People going to owe me a lot of Johnny Walker.
What is the balance of Ellen Johnny Walker Black? 2 Adderall, 3 Walker Black?
No, you shouldn't.
Is that the balance?
You shouldn't mix Adderall.
Hey, Trent, I give you a lot of shit, but I actually don't speak about it as much as you do. But absolutely believe that we're not the only intelligent life form in this universe.
Just wait for age of disclosure. Next week, that's all. I'm telling you, a lot of people will be talking about it.
What y'all think about that 3-eye atlas? Think that's an alien shit?
Comment. Don't worry about that.
It's a comment. Please settle down, y'all.
Hold on. I don't know why you even have this alien conversation. We are definitely the only intelligent species in this galaxy, okay? Leave it alone. It's done.
Not everybody believes that.
I don't believe that.
Yeah, okay, then anybody can tell me why it would be the...
But people don't need to know. Like,
wait.
I don't want to go down this
I just
road.
don't believe.
I will say, the only thing I will say to you is go look at what they've made declassified recently over the last decade. Really, look at what they declassified. Look at the new division of the military that was formed. Are you aware of it? What's it called?
Was that Royal who said that? Yeah, I would argue that those things are probably like, they were probably from Earth. They're probably like other species from Earth. Because at the end of the day,
have you met humans? Have you met humans?
Yes, I have met humans. But listen, at the end of the day, if you understand any type of biological evolution, it doesn't even make any sense why there would be other life forms in the galaxy. Maybe in the universe, but I even doubt that too because they ain't gonna get here. They're too far away. So we don't know. Let me explain that.
So let me argue Royal's case a different way. So we have so Royal, we do have potential radio, signals or whatever, from deep space, and that happened in the 70s, and I think one other time. Yes. And those signals take so long to travel. Like what it could be is there could have been a civilization a few million or billion years ago, and they just ain't around no more. I mean, you think we're going to be around a billion years from now? Y'all think that we're going to be around a billion years from now?
That can be true, but then you gotta still understand that those life forms would have to have similar ways of moving around and handling devices and creating things, just like human beings and other apes do. I'm trying to tell you, where color you need.
Royal, what's the most?
It would be logical. They would have some communication that way they would do, right? It would send a signal into space. That's logical. That's not a stretch.
That's logical. Royal, what's the most recent branch of the military formed? When was it formed and why?
Say it again.
What's the most recent branch of the military that was formed and when was it formed and why?
I have no idea.
Oh, I can answer that.
Go ahead, CEO.
It's a space force, and it's because the belief is that before the end of this century, we will go beyond our solar system.
Right, and that was formed in 2019, right? There's a reason they formed Space Force, and they're not going to sit here and they formed it because Y and Z. If you think they're ever going to disclose that to us, the exact why, the why was that?
I can tell you why, Gemini. I know why they did it.
I'm listening.
Because these aliens are 7 foot tall, okay, and all their women have died out, so they're coming to Earth to get us. They're gonna kill all y'all men. They're gonna get us and have sex with us. We've been writing books.
No, they can have some of y'all. We'll just let them. Yeah, we'll trade. We'll start trading. We will trade resources for certain people. I'll trade you for some diamonds, April. I'm trading you green diamonds.
I'm not gonna give you no diamonds, CEO.
You can't trade it.
Give you nothing. You fixing to be
You're first on the list, April.
No. Trust me. Have you read these things? No. I've read these things. I've written these things. I'm the expert, the subject expert. What the fuck ever. Listen, and I'm not doing no Johnny
The subject matter expert.
There you go. When I talk about aliens, I can't help myself.
I think subject matter experts know to say subject matter experts.
Listen, CEO. Listen, okay? Listen. It gets me sad and tongue-tied when I think about what they're going to do to you.
Today must have been a slow news day.
And they're going to bring me a pony. They're going to bring me a alien pony.
So
did you get my back channel about the pony, April?
I did.
Oh my God. So my other argument is, if there's anything that's probably happening, any phenomena that's probably happening, probably that we bent time and space, but no, excuse me, just time, and what is built at bending time. Maybe we have a futuristic species, or even an updated version of human beings that know how to travel through time.
Yes, Royal, you nailed it.
Y'all heard it first from Royal right here. Y'all heard it first right here from
Royal.
Breaking news.
That is an excellent theory. That is an excellent theory, Royal.
I think it is
teleportation.
It's very short-sighted and very narcissistic to think that we are the only semblance of an intelligent being in this entire broad-ass universe. Like,
no, I don't think that's what we're saying. We're just doubting her ability to get here. That's all.
Maybe they're intelligent, but they just don't know how to travel.
No, it's not easy. You think it's easy to travel trillions of light years?
Yes.
No.
Is this what they mean when people say they have to vibrate higher to get?
Oh my God! What kind of vibrating? The vibration she talked about sounds like it comes in sex toys. Oh God!
Yeah, they make fun of me, but
you're in another frequency. She's on a whole other frequency.
Listen.
Absolutely.
The only thing I'm trying to say is that the way that like humanoids, the way that we are, like all the apes that we develop, that shit in itself, right? It's difficult to get here, to get to the point that what we are as human beings, highly difficult, right? And you're going to tell me that other species in a different universe through the same processes, or not the same process, but went through a similar process of, evolving to the lens of being able to have tools, have the thinking capacity, all these various different things, even in ancient times, okay? And then be able to get, I'm trying to tell you, that shit sounds like crazy to me.
So Royal.
There's infinite possibilities. Like, why do you think that couldn't happen somewhere?
So, the real simple, Royal, do you know who Dr. Gary Nolan is?
No.
Do you know who Dr. Hal Puthoff is?
No, I only know Dr. York.
Let me just tell you who's in this documentary, and you should watch it next week. I'm just gonna name a few names, okay? Lieutenant General James Clapper, former Director of National Intelligence. Dr. Gary Nolan, PhD of Stanford. Dr. Eric Davis, astrophysicist.
Oh my God!
Wait! Are you repeating the same thing again, Trent? You already told us about this.
Trent, you're telling me a bunch of names, but
you are really packaging your stories, Trent. Come on now, you got
Trent. I'm not going to look these people up. So just tell me about these people I should know. Like, what about?
No, I'm going to tell you why you should know. Let me give you two more. Chris Mellon.
No. Forget the people's names. What is the situation? What is the theory? What do we have? Give me something. I don't need the name.
We're talking about interdimensional biologics, non-human interdimensional species that can travel. So your theory on time.
The chat instead of the pontification, like I can't take it.
I'm not post the link in the chat. No, I'm not posting shit in the chat. What they're talking about is interdimensional travel, right? Between big beings, and there's video of it.
Or is it just research?
It's not research. So
when you say dimension, do you mean like universe, like different universes? Because the dimension is still kind of spooky. But if you're to say like a different parallel universe that is next to ours, okay, then you got something there. Now you got to figure out how the hell to get from one universe to the other, because that shit is crazy. And
it might be black holes, though, Royal. For all we know, there's a lot of people.
The black holes still travel.
The
black holes are still travel through the inverse, from galaxy to galaxy.
You don't know that, sir.
Because they're collapsed stars.
They got one
from the universe.
Oh my God! I gotta stop. The reason why there's some theory that our universe exists within a black hole.
I doubt that one, but okay,
guys. So the reason, Royal, that there's some of the top physicists and top physicists in the world.
So what does Neil deGrasse Tyson got to say about this?
Who?
What does Neil deGrasse
Tyson? Neil deGrasse Tyson said that we might exist in a black hole. He's one of the people who said that. Just go on YouTube. He's got a recent video about that.
Okay. But listen, but they also said that if if there's a group of beings that could travel to Earth, it might be the same situation as when Columbus discovered the New World. We might just be enslaved.
Well, no. So there is a problem with that theory. Like So every movie we've ever seen about aliens coming to Earth is because like how rare Earth is. But now we know Earth ain't that rare, right? There's millions of planets across the universe that are habitable.
In a Goldilocks zone.
Yeah, so there's no reason to come to Earth. You're gonna get some resistance. Just go to a planet that doesn't have anybody on it.
But maybe they want us to fuel.
So a planet being habitable, right, is one thing. That's cool. Like that's common sense. I get that because there's Goldilocks zones like Earth is. However, you still have to account for the fact that species would have to evolve to the degree that the life forms on this planet does, and we are.
But Royal, what are you judging that on? If we've evolved, why can't another being evolve also to be a...
No, I agree with Royal's point. It's rare. Like I'm not saying it's never happened anywhere else, but it would be rare in an entire fucking universe. Rare, I think.
Yeah, but saying the entire universe has nothing to do with it because again, has everything to do with its context. Okay, so you gotta wait. I'm not finished. I'm not finished. Let me say what I'm saying because if you don't let me say what I'm saying, you don't know what the hell I'm saying. So what I'm saying is that what I'm saying is we're basing everything on how us as human beings are. Remember, we are in itself a rare species. Why? Because we're one group of ape amongst many other ape species that happen to be so intelligent that we able to make the world the way we have it. We have buildings and other technology, other stuff like that. You're gonna tell me that even if there are other species that are available on other planets, they develop to that degree of which the way we did?
Let's game it out. So let me. I got a formula. Hold on. Let me give this formula real quick. Let me give this. One second. Let me give this formula.
One mic, please. Why y'all been so unruly tonight?
Yeah. So on top of that, then we gotta account for the fact that human beings didn't come until late in the game. Like, bro, here's the problem. All the life forms that exist right now only make up 1%.
We doing DEI mics.
This is amazing. All the life forms that exist right now make up 1% of all the life forms that ever lived, right? So if that's
we don't know that.
And, oh my God! And if we're the only species of our kind, the way we do things, right? Out of that 1% of all the life forms that ever lived, now you got to count that on a different planet. Go ahead. Okay.
Hey, Royal, can I ask you something? Do you think the races are different subspecies?
Let's not go into that.
No, that's stupid.
Oh my God.
Keep it moving. That's how interesting.
Let's move past that.
I have a question.
I'm after trying in April.
Okay,
I'm after you then, CEO.
Okay, so if there are evolved beings, okay, let's just say it's not time travel, space travel, what the hell ever. What has most of the people who say that they've encountered aliens here on Earth, what is the one thing that they had done to them?
Anal probes.
Okay, hello. So y'all just thing, acting like I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. So be careful.
Keep moving. Next speaker. Next speaker.
What in the South Park is going on here?
Next speaker.
All right, so human Homo sapiens, as we're known,
we're Homo sapiens.
What the? Okay, hang on, my brother. Listen, Homo sapiens are only 200,000 years old.
You're a homo.
And so,
say we all are.
That would be me.
I can't with y'all.
Okay, so
not tonight.
In the grand scheme things of time, which is the Earth is 4 billion years old. The galaxy is, as we know it, is at least 12 to 13
billion, 13.5 billion.
13 billion, billion years old. So we actually have been here a very relatively short amount of time.
Exactly.
The other thing I'll say, just hang on before you cut me off. Okay, if you don't care about what Andre Carson, who's your congressman from Indianapolis, and you don't care about Marco Rubio and Representative Luda, if you don't believe Harry Reid, who is the former Democratic
yes, I know who Harry Reid is. I know who he is, yes.
Yeah. These people who are on both sides of the aisle are all saying the same thing, that the United States has recovered and been interacting with alien technology for the past 70 to 80 years. That is what this documentary is about, and that now not only the United States has, Russia and China and other nations are in this recovery phase as well, trying to reverse engineer alien technology, and that this technology is so powerful, and the reason why they don't want to bring it to light is it can provide basically unlimited energy. Something the size of a computer could power the city of Los Angeles.
Yes.
And so,
Trent, I think there's a POV that you can
Royal, we got a little.
I just want him to know that. Doesn't mean outside of self-control.
All right, Trent, are you done?
I'll land right there. Go ahead.
Okay, go ahead. So Jevin, I got a formula for you.
Okay.
So there's 10 million habitable planets in the universe, and let's say 0.1% of them can have intelligent life like humans. So that's 10,000 planets. If the universe has been around for 13 billion years, totally feasible, all 10,000 of those species basically have either never interacted, never been strong enough to send, to go to another place. And maybe we've had one or two instances where we got a radio signal from them, right, or some sort of communication.
Right.
But that went millions of years ago. So we got basically signals from a species that no longer exist. What's the fault in that logic?
There is no fault in that, except for you're thinking about what's inhabitable by our standards. They might not have our standards. We don't know what their respiratory systems are like. We don't know what their needs are. We don't know what elements they need to coexist for them to be able to exist. We have no fucking clue.
Like they're carbon based. They have to be carbon or silicon based. One of the two. That's it. That's all you got.
At the end of the day, like there's when you said universal has no context, Royal, what I want to tell you is this. If I was to say there's no other life forms in my house, then I was to say there's no other life forms in my city. I was to say there's no other life forms in my nation. Now I was to say there's no other life forms on this planet. I was to extend that. Each time the possibility gets greater context.
Where's Trent? I need him to clean all you motherfuckers up.
Trent right here. He's in the middle of this bitch.
Trent, go ahead and tell him what you learned on YouTube.
Okay.
Why are you gonna do it like that, Batty? This man is knowledgeable on the topic. He's not just a car salesman. Come on.
I know. That's why I told him he need to read all y'all filth.
Right. Hey, Trent, silicon or carbon based? Go ahead.
I have no idea, and I'm not trying to guess on. But in all seriousness, the reason why you should watch this documentary that comes out on November 21st is because the seriousness of the people that are in it. And the one that's got me is James Clapper. I mean, if there is somebody that would know what was going on, it's the former director of national intelligence under both Bush and Obama.
Hold
on. But let me also say one thing too about the colored folks. The colored folks. Go on mute real quick. You're in the Lincoln Tunnel. We can't hear you anyway. So, predating the Bible, in Abrahamic stories. You've heard about the Anunnaki, and I can't remember what they're called in the Bible, but basically
Anunnaki.
Anunnaki, thank you. The stories and the Nephilim, right? The stories of star gods or ancient giants or what have you that were on this earth. There is a story of the Anunnaki that they said that they created the human race in order to mine gold. Okay, now, look, I'm not trying to tell you that all this is true, but in all religions, in all native religions, there is a story of star gods or people that predate us, that made us. It's even in the Bible. It's just the stories just changed around a little bit. Okay, and so I don't know why it's so far fetched, because many of us are Christian or Islam. We follow Abrahamic religion. I don't know why we wouldn't listen to Sumerian tablets that are 12,000 years old that talk about these things, as opposed to our own religion that tells us a small portion of the story. Just because our ancestors, especially the Zulus, before they were beaten over the head and brought over here and made to work the cotton fields and told that they have to read the Bible, they believed that there were these beings that came to us. So again, just before you dismiss it, think about, we have only been here for a small amount of time, and even 500 years ago, the people in Europe didn't even know that this continent existed. You know what I mean? So it's not like we know everything, and we shouldn't pretend that we know everything in this smallest amount of time that we've been on the planet, and with our limited technology. I'll land right there.
Okay, so it's true. You could attribute us being created by some species from somewhere else, Anunnaki or whatever. However, all the evidence points to that we evolved like all the other animals on the planet. We have the same viral connection, the same DNA. Like all of it matches up. Human meat's different than any of the other mammals. I'm saying, yes, is there a morphology difference? Yeah, but we're not a morphology difference from the apes, the other apes. So this whole thing where, we get, we might have been developed by some other species. Yeah, well, then they probably use the process of using animals that already existed on the planet to do so. So if you want to go in that route. So if that's the case, cool. But since we don't have evidence except for writings of ancient people and what they say, which is hilarious because it's not like they knew everything. They could have guessed. They look at the stars and they see shit and they make up shit. And there's no evidence beyond that. Okay, and I'm not saying that none of this happened. I'm saying there's no. Okay. What I'm saying is there's no evidence of it. There's no actual evidence. All we got are writings.
There's no evidence of Jesus, but people still believe.
That's it. Well, I don't believe in Jesus either. But
there's evidence Jesus existed. What are we talking about?
There is evidence.
Yeah, not the evidence that these people talk about, and so far as in walking on the water and things of that nature.
You mean America?
That's true.
Okay, got it.
Very true.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I don't know honestly, where do you read this stuff from? Where do you
I'm not reading anything.
I was going to ask the same thing. What is your source?
She been waiting to say that shit.
Reading this from, I literally didn't say anything. I didn't add anything.
He said nothing controversial. What did he say controversial?
Yeah, I just took away
he can fight his own battles.
Get up the car, CEO. Get up the car, CEO.
It's Royal and Raul and R. No, we in this together.
Oh, y'all in it together. Well, I see you.
Hey, what's a Uber recall? What's an Uber recall when you catch it with somebody else?
A lift. I don't know.
Well, you got people in the chat saying that we the evidence that Jesus is living. Wow.
Hallelujah.
Oh, there it is. No, but the thing is, what I did was I took away stuff. I didn't add anything, so there was nothing to read. I'm just going off a basic.
I'm asking, where do you know this from? What's your sources?
Where do I know science from? I'm reading science books. I'm confused. What?
Yeah,
What
which
you mean? So
specific part?
you just came out the womb. You just came out the womb and you knew all this stuff. I'm
What are you
asking.
critiquing? What point are you
I'm not critiquing.
CEO, let him have this dialogue with her.
No, I'm gonna answer both. I'm a big girl, I think.
No, you're good, your mama. You're good. Look, what I'm saying
asking
is,
where. I'm not critiquing what you said. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm not disagreeing. I'm just asking, where did you get this stuff from? Like, where do you get this from? Who taught it to you?
this is basic biological science that you learn at school. Like, there's nothing. I'm not anything special.
Taught it to.
I'm not saying
Well, Anunnaki, if you don't believe, so did you used to read the Bible at one point in time?
No, I don't believe in the Anunnaki. That's just a story that people talk about. Like these are like writings that people talk about.
But I guess that's what she means.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. I'm not saying.
The Gilgamesh epic. How do you say it? Gilgamesh. Just stuff that you read. Yeah, the Sumerian tablets.
Okay, that's what I was asking. Y'all be going so ready to fight. I'm just asking where you learned this stuff from. You read Gilgamesh? You read the Epic of Gilgamesh? You know about the Babylonians and the
I read all the stuff in high school. I did, yeah. I read that stuff back in the days.
Yes, I read it. The Epic of Gilgamesh is basically the story of what you know as Noah's Ark. It's the same story. It's just changed around later. Most of the stories, like Adam and Eve, in the Bible, are predated by thousands of years. They're in the Egyptian stories. They're in Mesopotamian stories. They're changed, and then they're placed in Bible and other things. But they're the same. The basics.
There's differences.
Yeah, there's differences.
I've done you can do an entire analysis around. Heck, you can just go to ChatGPT and do an analysis. What the differences are. There are differences.
There's differences in the story, but the basic part of a flood that encompasses the world. I mean, those are the basics of the story.
Well, but that would be that could just be different societies for things.
Exactly.
I mean, that doesn't. Yeah, I mean that from vantage point. Yeah, I mean that's not a surprise.
Yeah, but the problem with religion is that it teaches you the problem with the religion that many of us follow. Just 700 years ago, you would have been stoned to death or skewered if you said that the Earth revolved around the sun. That was death by heresy. It was heretical.
Wait, what?
Okay.
You said
so.
In a religion?
In most cultures on the planet, yes, that's true.
He didn't say that. Royal. He didn't say that. He said in religions that we believe 700 years ago, we would have been stoned. It was heretical.
Yes, it was.
We believed in the religion? What religion?
Yes, so basically, in that time...
I don't even know who y'all talking to. My God. Go ahead. Go ahead. Tell me.
In Christianity, what you know is Catholicism, which many of you, if you follow Christianity now, it's derived from.
Are you talking about? So tell me what's canonical text would tell me that Christians own people for believing that the earth was revolved around the sun? What canon law would say? Yeah, tell me where are you getting this from?
Prior to
no, I don't need to know prior. I'm gonna go look. Tell me where.
This would have been prior to 1490, prior to the 1490s. Yeah, it was the Earth.
You still telling me where? You still telling me what? I'm asking you where can I go look?
So your mama, in fairness, I don't.
Why you jumping in for him?
Because I'm trying to tell you that in fairness, it wasn't like something that was a law, that canonized law. Well, what was happening was, like, they thought it was heresy to say these particular things.
But this is the thing, though. This is the thing. Most anathemas in Christianity were written as canonical text.
got you. So the thing about it is, the interesting thing is that the Catholic Church is one of the churches that actually started doing research and came up with various scientific methods to debunk the thing that they actually believe.
But where? What are you talking about?
What do you mean,
y'all are mixing. You are mixing. This is.
I'm not mixing up anything.
You are. You're missing the Spanish. All right, got you. Okay, y'all got it.
It was Galileo.
Yeah, it sounds like you're mixing Copernicus and Galileo into like.
Yeah. Exactly. This is what I'm saying.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. I like what he was saying and kind of like nonsense, but they're just talking. Yo, mama, you don't like press them for it. They're just saying shit. Like it's not. It doesn't. Most of it doesn't really make a lot of sense.
Wait, most of what doesn't make any sense? There wasn't people being stoned to death for heresy. What are you talking about? Are you saying that did not happen?
Yes, but not for that. Not for that.
Oh my God.
Most people. I mean, the biggest heresy.
That's what y'all said.
Hold on. Most people who were heretics, meaning that they were calling Jesus a man and not the Christ. I mean, and not the Son of God. They were sent away. They weren't stoned. The Mexicans who argued against the divinity of Christ, the Christ did not get stoned. What are we talking about? So I'm asking you, what canonical text, which church council wrote down that if I don't believe that the sun was the center of the universe or that the earth didn't revolve around the sun, where did that? That's what I'm asking.
Read the Affair of Galileo, ma'am, and then you'll learn about it. Apparently you didn't know that.
What does that have to do with the church?
That's not the church. That was my point. That was my point.
I don't get why you don't understand what she's asking you. You just keep repeating it.
It was heresy. I mean, this is you can just look it up. We don't have to keep going on and on. Yes, considered heresy before the 1600s to say that the sun and the moon didn't revolve around the earth. Yes, that's what, and so then that was.
Yeah, your first. Prince, you said you started with the church did this. You said the church. Hold on, you did. You said the religions that we believed in.
My point was, we didn't, as human beings, we didn't know a lot of things just 700 years ago.
Oh, so now you backtrack. Okay, got you.
Really, in the last 100 years, if you look at our where we are in the last 100 years is incredible from what we knew in 1920 to what we know now. And so back to the topic, a lot of the theories, because a lot of these alien sightings or UAP sightings happen around nuclear sites. They turn nuclear weapons, they turn them off. And the thought is that they are trying.
So Jesus is coming back as an alien?
No, listen. One of the thought is that some of these things are happening to keep us from destroying ourselves with nuclear weapons. Again, this is why I think you should watch the documentary. Don't listen to my dumb ass.
How did we listen to nuclear weapons?
Because the documentary
don't listen to my dumb ass.
Yeah. Don't look stupid ass. Listen to the heads of the geospatial intelligence and former DoD officials that are telling you these stories. Don't listen to my stupid ass.
Geospatial intelligence.
All right, thank you, Trent. I believe you,
I have a question.
Yo, why y'all got a question for Trent, or you just got a question?
Yeah, just real quick. Yeah, I gotta ask Trent. Trent, was Galileo stoned to death? I'm sorry, was Galileo stoned to death?
Galileo stoned to death.
Okay, so who was stoned to death for heliocentrism? You have a list?
That's such a funny ass question.
I don't know. Don't know if anybody was ever stoned to death. It was Harry.
That's what you said.
All right. Well, I lied. But here's what I would do. Like I said, I would listen to somebody like Jay Strack, who was head of.
God, you just want to talk more.
Okay, well, don't listen. I'll shut the fuck up then.
Please, anybody else say something? Anyone in the room.
Trent, I'm gonna ask you the question. Who is the DOD specialist? Because I'm curious to know who's this DOD specialist.
Why do y'all keep asking Trent though?
No. He made the statement, so I'm asking.
Oh my God, you guys don't learn. All right.
I'm asking a simple question. What is so hard about the question I'm asking?
Go ahead.
Am I not allowed to ask a question?
You can ask.
Okay, who is it?
Jay Stratton is a defense intelligence. He retired in 2022 as the senior executive of the National Intelligence Community, including the Office of Secretary of Defense, Joint Space, USS Stratcom, and Navy Air Systems. One of the people. That's when he was on what's called the UAP Force. The UAP's task force is a secret division within the United States government to recover downed alien craft. This is also what David Grush has said, who is also a former intelligence official. So, like I said, just go with the name James Clapper, because I think all of you know who James Clapper is.
I know who James Clapper is. I definitely know who he is.
Yeah, James Clapper is also in this documentary, as well as Marco Rubio, as well as Congressman Andre Carson of Indiana. Thank you. Indianapolis. Yeah. And multiple congressional officials and scientists are in this documentary. It's not like a bunch of Looney Tunes. These are real people, and they're essentially, some of them are whistleblowers on what they say has been hidden for you for the past 70 years. It's okay if you don't believe it. I gotta go. My wife's on. I'm in trouble. Bye.
Tell Johnny Walker we said hello.
We were going to get him. We won't get him.
Because y'all let him do it every time.
Say hi to First Lady. Say hi to First Lady.
Hey, beautiful. How are you?
I'm better now that it's 5 o'clock on a Friday.
I know that's right. Let me.
She got on a bad dress and heels, so I got to go. Y'all have to go.
Oh, Lord.
He'll be back in 10 minutes.
Hey, you know what? Salute to you, Trent. Go ahead and do what you do, bro.
No, he'll be calling us from the Applebee's bathroom.
The Applebee's bathroom.
We do always take the Maya's right. We always take the bait with Trent, and he always does the same thing. It's not even new. Like, we just know he's gonna run off the stage and make a grand exit. We know this.
Maybe we like it.
I try to block it every time, and it never works.
I've shot him a couple times right when I knew he was about to do it.
And then he just leaves us like the Lisa.
Yep.
Trying to be doing his thing.
Nah, you can't even blame it on him. Y'all let him do it. Like, I came out of him.
Oh, whatever, Shadow. I mean, he's looking. So, like, wasn't like somebody else.
No, it's fine. It's fine. Like, he can talk. It's just that, like, when he starts talking, like, nobody else can get in. And then he leaves the room, then nobody wants to talk. So I'm just like, damn, like, can anybody else get in?
Wait, people were getting in. They were getting in, asking him questions. That's the whole thing. Trent draws the people in to ask him questions.
This is why the community has all these diseases. Everybody getting in. You said you wanted to get in. You said everybody got in. This is the problem. Why y'all keep getting burned? Keep your pants in down. I mean,
what if you're protected?
With this fire going around, we need to protect this fire.
Communicable diseases. Oh my
Lord, there's a fire. My Lord, there's a fire. Try not to sweep around.
Ain't nobody got time for that.
Ain't nobody got time for that.
What the hell wrong with y'all, man?
It's Friday. I'm trying to make everybody laugh.
Happy Friday, everyone. I just pulled up some Total Wine. Taste for some Japanese whiskey.
Where you gonna get it?
Oh, you about to be lit.
Total Wine. I'm at Total Wine.
Are you gonna drink it at home?
Oh, yes. Yeah.
Who you having over at the house?
No one. This one young lady I'm courting, she's going to be out with friends.
She's going to want to
by herself.
You're still messing with ladies?
Unfortunately.
You know, Trump won. You don't have that anymore.
Oh my God.
I prefer so. No, me and go back. I prefer that Rez over Jay Mills telling me how fine I am.
Yeah, right. Ew. Yeah.
Do they still have old episodes of the L Word on?
I never watched the L Word. You know, I was a Noah's Ark kind of girl.
Talking to you. How'd you know that?
Pardon me. Sorry.
know that.
All the other L words, please stand up.
No, you got that.
But no, it's been a good Friday. The last 2 days actually have been highly entertaining. Thank you for resetting the room last night with just booming it. And yeah, because I got overstimulated. I like to come over here to get away from that kind of stuff.
I'm mad as hell at whoever boomed it. Whoever boomed it is a bitch, and your mama too.
Oh, but Jimmy, when y'all boomed it, it just went back over to the dark side. So like,
I think that's why it got boomed. Somebody intentionally transferred that traffic.
Yeah, I thought y'all just like, you know what, this is unbecoming of politically correct. So I thought y'all were just like, y'all didn't think I where y'all came from.
No, I want to at least get a chance to plug PCs, you know, and tell people to scroll up top, join our house. This is not what our house is about, but you know, if you want to get updated on relevant news, politics,
absolutely,
we should at least grab some of the traffic for the house.
No, yeah, that's a fact. Yeah. That's a fact. They know. Because I'm back and forth between both spaces a lot, especially Riz and I. We frequent both stages a lot. So they follow us over here from time to time. But for me, it's like it was just the Ariota piece. Like, you don't even know this man.
That part was crazy. Like, he over here caping his ass off.
Yeah. And he like, the room, and he was just like, and so the hill he died on was just, oh, well, people run fake content on here, and so if they run fake content on me, I want to stand up for him because this is clearly fake content.
He just wanted to center himself. He just wanted to
center himself. Bro, this is not fake. Like, this happened.
But wait a minute. Hold up, man. Because Dami had just said that's exactly what he did in his face.
What you know about some Dami? Hold on, first lady. What you know about some Dami?
Dami is who brought the content over here, Rez.
That's a fact. Patty pinged Dami and Dami everybody.
Me, Patty, and Dami go away, but I think Win just came in here too.
Friends, for real.
Yeah, that's what, like, everybody was asking how it happened. Low key, what it was First Lady was having a conversation with Miki. And then I started giving my little 2 cents. And then Patty was like, I'm going to ping Dami in.
That's a fact.
And then I'm going to get the real tea. And then it went up from there. When she pinched, when shit popped. Real talk.
That's a
fact. I went to sleep. I was exhausted. I worked late the last 2 nights. And y'all know I went to sleep early.
I can only imagine your workload.
My workload has been insane. Yeah, my workload has been insanity on another level. Yeah, I've been trying to get the network reset, so it's been insane. So, yeah. I'm literally getting off early today. I told my boss, he flew to Honolulu because they had they have a golf tournament this weekend. And he was like, I told him, I said, listen, I am leaving early today. He just threw the thumbs up at me like, you haven't left yet? And I was like, I'm gone.
All right? That would be a blessing.
Hey,
Whereas you're in the airline business, right? Like I know it's not an overnight process with flights getting canceled and slowly. Are any significant or marked improvements since the reopening?
We're probably I want to say we're at about 90%. We're probably going to see the next week, you'll see some overhaul. I think this week we'll see how the impact's going to look. I don't know how it's going to look overall, but the network is coming back up, if that makes sense what I'm saying, right? The problem is, which is what I was trying to explain to a lot of folks, you have so many air traffic controllers that were dropped out of the system, right? A lot of people terminated, a lot of people weren't there. They have to reset back into the system. They have to get their CAT cards back up. The IT systems have to be re-regulated. When you drop flights out of the network, they have to be reset back into the network. Hello? Hello? Yeah, they have to be reset back into the network. You have to calibrate flight plans back into the network. You have to reopen certain offices. We have unions that were closed. Certain offices of unions were closed. So now you have to get these people back into work. Everybody's CAT cards have to be reset. It's a pain in the ass. So, and everybody trying to get all this stuff done at once is a pain in the ass.
It's not going to get it all done before Thanksgiving, of course.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, so it's like I said, my head is hurting. I ain't gonna lie to y'all. And then on top of it, we had a holiday in the midst of all of this. A lot of military people were on 4-day. You had a lot of, I don't know whose offices that had PTO or had 4 days or had relaxed schedules. I don't know, Patty, did y'all have any relaxed schedules or any civilians that had relaxed schedules this week?
What do you mean?
You know, when they grant where they're allowed to get, they're allowed to take, I forgot what it is. I've been out of the civilian federal system for so long now.
Not FEMA. It's you gotta remember what season it.
Shit. You know what I'm talking about. When they give you you're allowed to take time off when you work with the military and they're on 4-day. Yeah, but because the military.
No, he's talking about when we have our training holidays and those extra days that the civilians don't get. That's just on the FEMA side of the house, everything is civilian. Like, even though it's a government entity, and like honestly, this season is not the season that you're taking.
I got you. But with TSA and all these other agencies, it's a little bit different. So there's some agencies, depending on which agency you were with. Everybody's situation is different. And I know DHS, a lot of people don't know it, right? So DHS, some parts of them actually fall up under USDA. So like when I used to work for USCIS, my paycheck actually fell. I used to get paid by USDA, which is weird as hell. So I worked for DHS, but I actually used to get paid by the Department of Agriculture. So yeah.
Rex, I want to submit a customer appreciation thing your way, because those bergamot and hinoki on a Salt and Stone face towels to wash yourself with in first class on Hawaiian Airlines. Alaska Airlines can never come close to that.
Hey, we're one company now.
I know, that's what I'm saying. That Hawaiian Air flight home was the bomb on first class. Girl, I was happy as hell.
I'm glad you like it. We have our new Atmos rewards, and a shameless plug, but let me just let y'all know we have the best mileage rewards program now. Atmos is the best one. So if you guys, looking for a rewards program, that is the best one going around, bar none. So yeah.
Wait, now, what happened? What about the rewards? Say that again.
The Atmos card, look it up. We have the actual best rewards.
Are you saying at will? I can't hear you.
Atmos, because we joined our card together. So it's called Atmos.
Okay. I'll hit you in the back channel.
Please do. And I got something for you and Patty. So when y'all get a chance, let me know. One of my partners, he's in Haneda. I actually just talked to him. He's flying back from Haneda tonight. So.
I feel left out. Like, what's going on?
Oh, listen.
I'm just messing with you. You don't owe me shit.
We can make this a group trip. No, we can make this a group trip now. Let me know.
Somebody has a pink fucking, what's that truck? Cyber truck. That shit look ugly as hell.
Pink? I mean, those things are ugly to begin with, but
they ugly as hell. I would never.
The shit like you see in LA, I swear, they probably think they're doing it big, but that pink cyber truck is ugly as hell.
Just the cyber truck alone, like, I just don't know why anybody would want it on feed. I just don't get that.
I used to want a Hummer. I like it.
The new Hummers actually are dope. Have you seen the new Hummers? They look fly.
That's
like,
what
the
I'm
new
saying.
Hummers are actually
You had an H2? You had an H2?
No, I don't have one. I just said the new ones are dope. Like, they real
No, she got an H2. My dad has an H2.
Ain't they dope, though?
Yeah, it just be like his car.
I like them.
At least they don't self-combust.
And trap you inside when they do.
I used to drive over everything, drive over the sidewalk. I didn't give a fuck. I'm so goddamn big.
I can see you, Patty, driving all over.
I just do it on purpose. I'd be like, that's just the way to just drive over it.
It seems like Patty would need a booster seat to be able to drive it.
Hey, not too much on my good sis. Not too much. Okay, but tell me about the wild ride last night in Ridgemont Times, because what the hell, what was y'all doing last night up here? Y'all had the dark side up in here last night?
Child.
Apparently B. Gotti's in the Epstein files.
Yo!
Reg, you know I was born on the dark side. So.
I know you was, but you was quiet on the dark side.
Yeah, I was a quiet little baby.
Yeah, you was a quiet baby on the dark side. You know, I wasn't born on the dark side, but I come from the dark side, if that makes sense. I'm a Crenshaw baby. I came from Sleepless in LA.
I used to be like, man, I'd be in the chat and they'd be like, Patty, come on stage and explain it, because they don't know what they're talking about. And then I come on stage and go back in the goof.
I think a lot of people started at Sleepless. I did too, Red.
You wasn't Sleepless with me?
That's why yeah, me and Wack used to chop it up all the time.
But you know, Wack is my dude. You know, that's my brother.
That's the homie. I did an interview with him a couple months back. I interviewed him, but I knew him way before that. Like, we've been, like, I know Wack.
Yeah, I've known Wack for years. Before a lot of people knew him. I've known Wack for a long time.
The only thing I would say about Wack is the people really fuck with him, and then he go in, and then they say he a bully, but they be starting this shit.
Yeah, baby.
He in this shit.
But here's the problem. People start with Wack, and I'll be like, listen, you motherfuckers be coming for this nigga, and then y'all be mad when his ass come in y'all tail.
Right.
Leave this nigga alone.
Right.
What the fuck is wrong with y'all?
Right, how you gonna start some shit and then play victim? I hate that. You lit the match. Now the whole house on fire. That's your fault.
Right, like, and Bullet Scotty been itching for some shit.
He earned that shit. He earned that shit. Every drop of it.
That tape with Naughty Nerd, yo, that shit.
No, the one with Mike was worse.
I didn't hear that one.
I don't want to say why because I don't want to go back down that road, but the one with Mike was way worse because I'll say this much: he was agreeing to give Mike oral and moaning his Mike's name.
No, you hate yes, friends. I know you fucking lying.
I'm not lying.
Mike is wide open,
and which is why I was on Ariana like, why are you defending this with your whole head?
Well, you know what? Let me tell you something. Ariana ain't no better because Ariana, I still to this thing
reverse for me last night with Ariana because I'm just like, I'm like, when are you? I've never seen you.
Well,
like in the same room.
His thing was, if it is, then you shouldn't be outing him. That was his.
Well, that was the hill he died on after the fact that we told him that, like, because at first he was trying to say, well, people run fake content on me, and Ariana was using him and Craig's issues for whatever reason to justify. No, thank you. To justify the issues going on with Bullets, and we're just like, the two don't even correlate. For one, you guys don't have a relationship. Second of all, and thirdly, this man spouts hateful rhetoric that is in contradiction of his actions.
Ariota, old scary asshole. Ariota is the same one that Craig pulled up outside, and he stood outside for 10 minutes looking at Ariota stood outside looking on his ring camera for 10 minutes and then go wait while he looked at Craig outside on his camera and then go pretend after he watched him go back in his Uber and then go talk about he was swinging his gun outside. Boy, if you don't shut the hell up with your dumb crap, and then you go try to correlate that conversation, if you don't go somewhere with that nonsense, shut the hell up, Ariota.
Like, so Gemini wasn't having it. Like, Gemini told him, you say Craig, don't say Craig name no more because he's not here to defend himself. And then that's when Ariota pivoted to, well, if it's true, he shouldn't be getting outed.
Ariota needs to mind his damn business. He always want to be in the center of.
And that's what I was getting ready to say, Frizz. That's exactly what I was waiting to say. That part. That's it. That's all. People like to be centered, and they will find their way to get in the middle. Okay? And that's what he was trying to use. That is old content. I don't even know why he keep bringing that up. He just keeps on bringing it up. And he knows that he wants to smoke. He just wants somebody to center him. So
Ariota is one of them lonely ass niggas that just he drive a old ass Range Rover in Atlanta, and he just he just want to be
old ass Rolls Royce.
He's old ass Range Rover. No, he's
not Rolls Royce, girl.
Girl, please. Who the fuck want to be in that chair, girl? Get the
that's just like the girls in Atlanta bought that 2008 G-Wagon.
Girl, not the throwback.
Not 2008. Good God.
And listen,
how much they paid for a 2008?
Want a G-Wagon, that's it.
If you still got a car out of the 2008 G-Wagon, you need to go
30. For 2008, you need to stop lying on people like that.
I got car notes on the shit.
I'm not playing.
The bank ain't even gonna loan you no $30,000 on a 2008.
Yes, they do.
They will.
I can buy him pay you a lot. They will sell you anything. I'm not lying to you. I swear to God. Interest rates, yes, they will in Atlanta. They sure to go will. Ask Patty.
Current 2025 G-Wagon, $201,880.
No, they ain't got a new one, baby. I'm telling you what they will tell you in Atlanta.
Well, it says 2020. Oh, you're talking about your friend. I just looked up random prices. $200,000, and the thing is a box car. You can barely figure it out.
2008, baby. In 2008, you can get a box car.
Yeah, we talking about the one that's the blue book value is $11,000. They gonna sell it to you for $30,000. Then you gonna pay 22.5% to 30% interest on it, and that motherfucker you gonna buy it at the buy here pay here lot, and you gonna be paying a $450 a month car rate, and then the interest. Then you can't buy the parts on the bitch because they don't got stock parts on that, and the motherfucker high as hell the damn. Even though it's a 2008, it's still hard because it's still a Mercedes Benz, and it's still hard to to fix. What we talking about? This is shit that go on in Atlanta all the time, and these motherfuckers think it's a flex. I'm going on mute.
To the appeal of that car.
But this is the shit that goes on in Atlanta all the time. People be buying these throwback cars, and then they think they got a flex going on.
Exactly. It's pure status.
It's just like I will not go to STK anymore when I'm in Atlanta. I used to be when STK first opened in Atlanta, and I think it's probably about 10 years. It was such a nice place. It was very classy. It was really elegant. Now everybody but their mama, they auntie go up in STK. You know why? Because they want to be seen. And you know what them girls go up in there and do? They buy a $30 appetizer, they split it, they buy 2 drinks, and that's all they can afford. And they go up in there looking for somebody to go up in there and buy them a meal. They can't afford the entrees because they know that if they were actually going up there in there to buy a meal, right? And everybody, their little group of 5 were to buy a meal. It's going to run them about $500-$600. They can't afford to buy a meal. So they go up in there and buy a couple entrees. They split the entrees, buy a couple drinks, and then they take pictures of the the veranda in there because it's got a beautiful flower-petaled veranda in there, and go, oh, we up in here balling out of control at STK. This is the shit they do all the time. They go to
Ocean. Is it Michelin rated?
Yeah, but you can't front of Atlanta. Atlanta got some black people with some money, for real. And then they got some niggas that have...
Yeah, and then they go to Oceanair, they do the same shit. They just make they go to a lot of these restaurants, and some people are doing well, this, that, the other. They all want to be hood rich, like you said. And that's the problem that I have with a lot of this shit.
If I do this survey, I can afford it. Did anybody else get that alert? You take the Clubhouse survey and possibly win $150.
Oh, and
I saw that, but I didn't
in Atlanta, the worst today. They get Airbnbs, they rent vehicles. You see, they're in their Lamborghinis. You think they have a really nice house, and it's all rental.
Oh yeah, like
LA got y'all beat on that. LA do that all day.
Yeah, I was gonna say LA. They took that scheme from LA.
Yeah, my homegirl, when I first got stationed, she was like,
I'm gonna tell y'all one of the worst dates that ever happened to me in Atlanta. This is no fucking lie, right? And a nigga did this to one of these fucking dating apps. Like I said, this was years ago. And he sent me a picture. He was from New York, da-da-da-da-da. It was an old fucking picture. I didn't know no damn better. You know, I'm like, okay, fuck it. We go out. We talked on the phone. You know, again, we both grew up in Brooklyn, blah, blah, blah. We were around the same age. I think I was like 3 years older than him, da-da-da-da-da. I'm not, like I said, I'm not one of those people that's big on, oh, we got to go to some expensive restaurant, whatever. He was like, let's meet at Chili's. And I was like, cool. He pulls up in a Mercedes-Benz 550. Again, don't give a fuck about none of this shit. This motherfucker opened his mouth and all his teeth are rotten. That was the end of that for me.
Oh, that's disgusting.
Thank you. That was the end of that for me.
Oh, shit.
I literally was like...
when I was in college, I was just casually dating. I told my mom I didn't want to do anything serious with no one until I graduated. And as I'm 30 going through a heartbreak, I see why. Distractions. But no, met this girl on this app for like college students or whatever. And like, she had me in her living room for 30 minutes while she was outside talking to somebody. So I just got up and walked away. And as I'm pulling out, she's trying to wave me down and like, wait, stop, come back. And I'm like, no, that's okay. You're rude. And this is unbecoming, and I'm leaving, and you will never see me again.
You know, have y'all ever met these influencers before?
I've met a few, yes.
And when I'm in LA, I can't help but to run into them.
Yes, I met 2 girls because we went out with them. Oh my God, like I don't know how they make money. Like if you go to their house, they really don't have furniture.
They don't.
Like I'm like, what the fuck is going on? You got like millions, or you got thousands, hundreds of thousands of followers, and your life looks so flex.
Daddy, look.
They don't have a lot of freebies.
They get a lot of freebies.
But I know one girl in the corner and 2 girls in Atlanta.
Patty, right now.
Fuck.
Patty, I know about, I don't know how many female influencers out here. A lot, because they run together. Once you meet one, you meet some. You meet the rest. They all run together, right? They trade outfits. They, like, one girl will have something going on. The rest of the girls show up. They all take pictures individually. Same plate. You got to peep game and bounce. If you go to their spots, a lot of them are single mothers, which I don't have a problem with, but the way their life is set up is unstructured, no furniture. How many girls are going to get together to order one pizza? I don't want to eat yet because I'm waiting on the other girls to get back so we all can go in on the pizza. Broke as fuck.
No, the ones I know, they don't have any.
I know you fucking lying. Are you serious?
I'm not lying. Hold on, let me finish giving it to you. When they travel, look, they travel, but they travel with a sugar daddy that they don't fucking pictures. Yeah, they don't show them in the pictures, but they're broke again. So they get the Birkin, and they got to come back home and be broke. That Birkin is in a broke-ass apartment. Like I'm telling you, they be broke as fuck.
But wait a minute, if they got the Birkin, then
influencers are some are
which one?
Most of them be.
I'm not saying they name on here. What the fuck?
So put it up. Give me about 65.
Bro, you wouldn't know them anyway. We talking about.
Why wouldn't I know?
Because I didn't take YouTube demographic to know who.
One of them went to Chicago with me and to Houston. And I'm going to tell you this. A nigga paid for her ticket going to Chicago. A nigga paid for a ticket while we was in Houston. A nigga paid all that shit. But when we got back home, you go to our house and it's like, it's just weird. I don't know.
His house?
That is a hustle.
It is a hustle, but fuck, if you're gonna pay for anything, pay for me to fucking come up. Pay for me to fucking get education.
For me,
like, don't pay for me to go to fucking Houston. Don't pay for me to go to motherfucking Dubai. Pay for my motherfucking education. Buy me a motherfucking Bitcoin, nigga.
Wait a minute now. What's going on?
Tuition, you ate today. That's how I get them.
Invest in me. Like, make sure my rent is paid for 6 months.
I'm quick to invest in a woman.
Make sure I got furniture in my house. Like, what are we talking about?
Wait a minute, Patty. What's going on? What's going on with Dubai? What's
No, that's different. Me and you got our own life. I'm talking about the girl. Matter of fact,
I got
the girl, one of my homegirls, and it's like her whole lifestyle is about going overseas, going on vacation, going to nice restaurants, getting nice outfits. But then there's nothing. Everything else is empty. Like, she come to my house on Sunday. Nobody would ever go to her house on a Sunday. She ain't even got a fucking barbecue grill. Not even a cheap.
Not even cheap. We should better pull up to Family Dollar and get her one of them all rusty crusties.
Yeah, but you still gotta have good furniture for everybody to sit on. You know what I'm saying?
You know what? Leave me alone. She better tell that man, give her $1,000 and hit Wayfair.
Yeah, but some people's priorities ain't the same. And that's why I was like, girl, you need to get, I was joking, but I was like, girl, you need to get one of these niggas that fund your education. That's what I'd be doing if I was you. Like, I was just saying it, but I really meant it. Like, we was joking about it, but I was like, girl, you better get this nigga to pay for you to go to school.
These are every joke, because that's some
truth with a piece of paper.
There's influencers who use free equipment or equipment to basically review. No. Trust me, they don't. They got their own multi.
Then you can't be an influencer.
Yeah, don't say you could be one and you ain't doing it. I mean, come on.
They give me free stuff all the time. I just don't want to. I am.
Yeah.
Okay.
What do you DJ?
Hey, I was gonna take over DJ.
Huh?
What are you spending? Whatever the party wants, whatever they hire you for, or what?
I mean, since I've been, I didn't tell y'all, I think only one person knows, but since I've been doing this particular thing that I've been doing after work every day, I've only been doing small events, and I have a weekly thing that I do. I've been doing this weekly thing for a couple of years now, so I've just been spending just music to keep people vibes going. It's the easy gig. So every once in a while, in the last few months, I'll get a real event
But I haven't been promoting lately because I just ain't got the time. Well, they keep giving me that free shit.
But I really didn't know how broke these influencers were.
They don't know how to make money.
So I knew two influencers in Hawaii. I know Princess and I know her brother, right? Because me and Princess go to the same hairdresser. And I was like, what the fuck? And then I met this girl that's in North Carolina, a pretty cool chick. And I'm like, damn, like you see their whole fucking page and all the followers they have, and you see them carrying their bag or them shopping in a nice store. But then when they go back home, everything's empty. I'm like, yo, fuck that.
They got to do better. Yo, you ever watch I Justine? I haven't watched that in a while. But you ever watch I Justine on YouTube?
No, brother.
So I'm only using her as an example. So basically, she got a lot of stuff, equipment and everything like that. Phones, things like that from all of these major companies to review. And then she also put together these YouTube videos. And these YouTube videos is one of the means how she get paid. And I know people who do nothing but YouTube videos and reviews or talk, and that's all they get paid from, and they make money. Like,
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, but we can hear
my signal bad?
Yeah, you good.
No, you good.
Oh, all right. Where Lisa at? I thought the investigation of the files of Epstein was coming through tonight. I thought they was doing like this big investigation. What's going on? Quinn, what it is? Dark is on. What time is it there? 9:30? 7:30?
8:45.
8:45.
I just started putting a searchable database for the Epstein emails in the chat to make it easier for people.
That's what I'm saying. Wait, because Lisa's supposed to be doing something special tonight. Like, she got a whole thing.
Emails were looking at somebody on those emails were asking if there was a picture of Trump blowing Bill Clinton.
Yeah,
what's up, Rick?
You said deep throater? What happened?
Yeah, so Trump is supposed to deep throat and Bubba is supposed to be Bill Clinton.
Yeah, I heard that.
It's funny as hell.
I don't believe that, though. Are you opposed to him deep throating anything?
Yeah, do you mind giving your sucky ducky?
Oh, you sucky ducky?
Somebody.
That's Jay, he's sucky ducky.
Yeah?
Somebody. Uh-oh. Are you snorting coke?
Fucking app.
Oh my God.
Who's doing lines?
You got to on mute, homie.
Yo, Patty, what kind of room are you running in here, man?
Your mic is open, and so is your nose.
Yeah, I'm snorting cocaine.
Did you bring enough to share?
Nah.
Well, you can have mine. I don't want it.
Good. Yeah, exactly.
Uh-oh. Ain't being disrespectful. Somebody shooting.
I'm gonna tell my brother.
Oh, if you don't stop, goodness gracious.
I can't get my hands on you right now. God darn it.
I move.
There we go. Hey, Rocky Bobera. What's going on?
What's going on, guys?
How you feeling?
I'm doing good. You know.
Uncle Flo in the building. What's going on, Uncle Flo? What's happening, Rafi? What it is?
Man, I'm doing great, man. I'm better than Trump right now. Gotta deal with this shit. This is insane. But I do want to say,
sad but true. What's up, Uncle Flo?
Hello, good evening, guys. Before I go ahead with Trump, quick question: did anybody get a notification for a Clubhouse survey that they were offering $150 gift card?
Have you taken it yet?
No, I haven't taken it. I don't know what it is.
I know. Is it spam?
It looks fraudulent. It feels fraudulent, actually. Let me see them.
If it looks like a dog quacks like a.
Yeah, what it just says is get $150 to take. Excuse me, to take a quick survey. Give us your feedback and you can win $150.
you're wasting my time.
I feel like this guy is like baiting you. He's so.
How does it? I'm serious. I have been in my notifications on Clubhouse, so I'm like, no.
If you don't need the $150, then I wouldn't try it. Where did they send it to? Did they send it to you like your email or something, or they sent it to your back channel?
It's just a notification.
Just popped up my notifications.
Oh, it's a notification.
Yep.
What? A notification? Well, where does the notification lead it?
Okay, when I click it, it shows open to a web page and it goes, let's see, Clubhouse user survey. Hello, thank you for taking this survey. You will automatically be entered to win $150 Amazon gift card. Winners will be selected on or before Friday, November 21st. The survey will take approximately 3 to 4 minutes to complete.
Is it a signature?
I don't know about this one. So I don't know if anybody else received that notification.
I didn't go to the town hall, but perhaps maybe we should check out what the Clubhouse, what's the name is saying. It might, if they actually are doing a survey, they probably would have mentioned this in that chat.
Yeah, I haven't seen one. But Clubhouse, hey, Clubhouse, if you're listening, you want me to do a survey, that's 500 and up.
Exactly, Royal. I mean, they must be hurting if they're only offering 150. Part of my cynical.
I have never attended. I might have attended one or two, what do you call it, town halls. And that was like, some 3-4 years ago. But I can't remember going to any town hall, so why me?
A good amount of usage.
I'm usually
if they feel as though that you have enough information to provide, perhaps the time that you've been on the app, you know.
I don't know, man. I'll think about it whether I'll take this over or not. Because
I'm gonna do some research when I stop. All right, I'll do some research.
Okay. All right, thank you. So back to Trump. Okay, so when the House does their thing, it goes to the Senate. And when the Senate does their thing, it goes to Trump to sign. I don't think they have a veto-proof majority. So fingers crossed. But yeah, those emails.
Whoever leaked it is about to get in trouble. You know that, right? They're doing a search now to figure out which Democrat did it.
But it was
but were they leaked? I thought those emails came from someplace else. I don't think they were leaked.
No, these emails, guys, they weren't leaked. So basically, the House Oversight Committee subpoenaed the estate of Jeffrey Epstein to get access to these emails. The actual Epstein files are under lock and key by the DOJ, and I don't really think those are going to be released. But what we have now are emails.
Well, you know how it happened. It was.
Well, if you look up what I'm talking about, you'll understand what I'm saying. Trump has he requests Pam Bondi to do something in regards to what Democrat did something in regards to these emails. I'm sorry,
you know, saying some bullshit.
Of course.
Well, no, it was. I mean, the funny thing is that's not even fully the Democrats' fault. I mean, the Democrats released some emails, and then the Republicans were all like, "Oh yeah, we're going to release all of them." So it was actually the Republicans on the House Oversight Committee that released everything, and the Democrats only released a few things. What you're referencing, their First Lady, is it's not Republicans to try to deflect from their disastrous all caps shutdown and all of their other failures. I will be asking AG Pam Bondi and the Department of Justice, together with our great patriots at the FBI, to investigate Jeffrey Epstein, and many other people and institutions to determine what was going on with them and him. Another Russia scam, and all arrows pointing to the Democrats. Records show that these men and many others spent large portions of their life with Epstein on his quote island. I don't know why quote island. Stay tuned, 3 exclamation points. That was the.
So, Doc, I kind of missed it. Did they do the whole redacted of the Republicans and left the Democrats on already? Did they do that?
Oh, everybody's on there. I don't think they redacted much.
Because I heard that they were redacting Republican names, but that was the thing that slipped out.
That was for. I mean, the other thing is that I believe it's a when, not an end at this point. These files get released.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, they're. I don't think they cares.
Yeah, Bubba's on there. Let them all fry. But Trump is clearly the epitome of methinks thou doth protest too much. He's going down.
Yeah, Bubba's on there. I'm gonna do something that I almost never do. I'm gonna relate this nonsense to me. So, unfortunately, happened. So my grandmother, she did pass away a couple of weeks ago, and she's in Barbados. I had the funeral yesterday. Of course, I couldn't go because I couldn't trust the fucking airlines. Because why would anybody? So most of our family did not go to Barbados to, celebrate her life.
My prayers and condolences, Royal.
Sorry for your loss, Royal.
Sorry for your loss. And here's the crazy. You know why I knew it was going to happen? Because, she was 104. It would have been 105 yesterday had she not passed away a couple of weeks ago. But she was already 104. And she lived a really good life. She was sharp. And I think that was one of the most disappointing things. It's like, damn, because of shit like the shutdown and them, and the airlines having the problems that they had. It's like, but my problems are minimal. I mean, there were people who were starving to death. But they did all of this because they did not want to fucking share the Epstein files. It's just fucking clowns. Assholes. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to bring everything down. I'm just, I just had to deal with that reality for a couple of weeks, and it is what it is.
No, you absolutely right though, brother. I think it's so fucking unfortunate and very messed up that regular people, us, we are gonna have to pay the price for our government complicity in covering up the actions of our president. And it's hurting the American people, and I think that's a very real, like how much longer is this gonna go on? How much evidence do fucking people until they just kind of get the full picture,
I just want to give you my condolences and blessing that she lived such an awesome life. And I'm so sorry that you guys could not get there. That's horrible. I thought about people not being able to make their trips or not being able to do this and that, but I never thought about people not being able to make it for something as crucial as that. So that's really sad, and I'm sorry.
Yeah, well, the problem was, and I feel bad because I work in the industry, and I knew about the impact and how horrible it was going to be on families being able to not be able to eulogize their loved ones and things like that. And it angers me to no ends. It just does. So, I feel bad for your family. I really do. And I don't even have the words for it, Royal. I really don't. And I'm sick of the way that people are not looking sideways at this government and this administration and the level of just pure fuckery and incompetence of these unqualified people that are currently running our government. I just don't understand it.
Okay, I just got back into the room, so I don't know what you guys talked about already. But too much on it because he won. He's a Republican. No, the body itself is supposed to be neutral, but he's a Republican person, and so he did take up a case like that in the past against the former, I think it was Lieutenant Governor of Georgia, Bud Jones. Nobody wanted to take the case. He took up the case and he just killed the case and said I wasn't going further with it. So if everything goes as expected, it looks like the Jones case with Trump is dead.
Thank you, Uncle.
It ain't going well for him. I wonder if he's stressing out. Y'all think he's stressing out a little bit?
I think he's pushing Max faster than ever.
Hello? Hello,
You mean Donald?
Hello.
Me, Don the Con.
Don't come in here being rude.
He's sleeping like a baby during meetings.
Hello? Because they believe that they're all right and they ain't never did nothing wrong. So if I believe that, hey Haitian.
He has a free jail card until the presidency's over.
Now who invited Haitian on the stage? Hey Haitian, how you doing?
Yo, how you doing?
No, not you.
The Haitian dog.
The other.
The other Haitian.
You need to change your name, man.
There's only one Haitian.
No. You're talking about the fly, the one and only Dirty South Haitian. There's only
no.
Southern Haitian.
Not the fly.
There's only one Southern Haitian, though.
Your bug-eyed food.
And Dirty South.
You're in Florida, right?
Yes, sir. This is South, man.
Hey, I got some zones over there, too. That come check you out. You go check your motherfucker.
I changed it to a Luga on their ass, man. Straight Haitian werewolf on their ass, man. Straight Luga over here, man. You already know what it is, man. You already know how we give it up, man. Dirty South, man.
I'm not a Floridian, so yo. We the normal.
That's what I'm trying to tell you, man. Us Floridians, those in the South, we hit different. Our food tastes different. We walk different. We talk different. We dress different. Listen, man. Listen, man. Hey, it's a Friday night shit. Is Kodak Haitian?
Yeah, unfortunately.
Yeah, Kodak Haitian.
Yeah, Kodak and Luso.
But he one of them thug Haitians. I'm not no thug. That's a lot.
Oh, for the fact.
No, I thought they just call it a pro.
I don't sag my pants.
So because you don't sag your pants, that means you're not a thug?
You look like you can
only thugs do that?
I feel like you off the boat, bro.
No, I'm not suicide, man. You ain't never dressed this fly. You ain't never dressed this fly.
Oh, Lord. But you know what, the Haitians, there's one specific, oh my God, it's dark. It's one specific space that I shared with you, and somebody played some trap music, and you came on stage and you was like, I'll call protective services on the parents right now.
I did call protective services on.
Do you remember that?
Yeah. I made the call on the line, on the stage, literally on the stage. Because the thing is, listen, I'm not no follower. I'm not none of these people that need to belong and get validation. I'm me. I'm the dirty South. There ain't no other man. I don't fuck New York. I don't give a fuck about no goddamn living in New York. It's too cold up there. The fuck? I'm a leader, man. The fuck? Like, I stand on that. Myself.
Asian Dom, speaking of leaders, what do you think of
hold up. Wait a minute, I gotta get to this story.
Go ahead for a second.
Because I need to understand.
Let her dissect me psychologically.
Didn't mean to interrupt his toughness.
Yeah, no, let her psychologically dissect me. Go ahead.
I wouldn't dare do that.
Many have tried, they all failed. Go ahead.
I would never.
Come on, man.
I'm saying.
This is what is called exceptionality, man.
Wait a minute. Now, why are you sitting there talking about trying to psychologically
dissect me? Go ahead and try to manipulate me. Go ahead.
Why are you saying this, sir? I was just saying that this is one of the conversations.
CIA books.
Listen to me.
Go ahead.
All right. All I was saying is.
No, they said I needed to provide them with his real name. I didn't know his actual government name. Yeah, I didn't know his government name, but it's like shit. No, we need to get the Child Protective Services involved in this.
You did the camera?
Because of the music?
I'm a camera.
You realize that's a misdemeanor in most states.
I'm a different type of black, man. That's what you got to say.
How you call CPS on somebody and you don't know
that's child abuse? No, because that's their child abuse. No, they had to do the research. What you mean? If you out here talking about stuff, listen, bro, if you take a child and you put him on a microphone, you give him a microphone, and you tell him to talk about sucking his dick, that's child. They're gonna allow their kid. Listen, hold on. Where are the parents?
Has not stopped talking since he got in.
So
dirty side.
I stand for though. Being a shitty parent doesn't mean it's neglect.
The state decide that. We let them. That ain't our job. Let them decide that. Let them people that do the investigation. Let them be the ones that decide that. We're not professionals in that capacity. Let them do the job. Let the judge decide that.
Did you just tell me that a Haitian man called up
in the South? Yeah.
Wait, a Haitian man called a popo?
Yeah, but I'm not. You gotta understand. I'm not the typical. Listen, I'm not the typical black. I'm not the typical Southerner. I'm not the typical island person. I'm an exceptional motherfucker out here, man. I'm a salsa. Listen. I'm a salsa dancing, plantain eating, motherfucking polo wearing goddamn shit.
You sound regular.
No, polo wearing. Dirty motherfucking South. Come on, man. What you asking me?
You sound regular on me.
Why would you even fix your mouth to ask me some shit like that?
Because that's what I do.
My nigga, what the fuck are you talking about? I'm about to put my wife on the phone real quick, man.
No. Let's stay on you. No, Karen. You ain't a real Haitian. You're not a real Haitian, man. Yo, pull that card. Somebody pull that card.
I'm totally on the internet real quick. Am I not the dirty South Haitian?
I'm telling you.
Hold on, listen up. Come on, don't say my real government name on this shit, because these motherfucking internet people.
Yo, what are you doing? Am I
the dirty South Haitian?
Your wife said
yes or no?
You're just dirty.
Am I the dirty South Haitian? Am I?
You talking to yourself?
Yo, ladies alone. Leave the queens alone.
Y'all was talking. That's why y'all couldn't hear shit.
She said, you ain't I ain't your wife. What the fuck you doing?
Oh, come on, man. What you talking about? What you talking about, man? What time is it? 7 o'clock. Okay, so a random person is just up in this bitch. Okay, all right.
I don't know how you roll life.
All right, bro. Yeah, all right. Okay,
you could be outside. We don't know.
That's a boy. I just stepped outside. I got a big backyard. I got dogs and shit.
He's got dogs, everybody.
Yeah, man, I got dogs, man. My kids in the room, shit. I got a whole life when I can leave quietly. What y'all
Which one is it? You're in the inside, the kids inside, or outside? What's going on?
No, I just stepped outside. Are you not paying attention to me? I just lived outside. I came outside.
I'm trying to figure out something. You reproduce.
You think I'm in an apartment or some shit? What the fuck?
I don't know what you are. I didn't think about where you live or how you live, sir.
Whoa, you were outside. You left your kids inside? That sounds like child protection.
Yeah, let's go.
You don't know how old they is, and they with their mom anyways in the house. I'm coming out here to sneak and have.
Oh, you a womanizer? Oh God.
Yeah, you goddamn right I am. The fuck? Why wouldn't I be? I'm Haitian. So look, man, I stay away from my family. Yeah, goddamn it, I tiptoe. Listen to me. No. Listen to. I tiptoe away from my family.
Womanizer, sorry.
Listen. I can't. For my whole family to come and the Haitian, can I ask you a question?
Sound like you're a biatch right now because you gotta stick away from the family to talk to us.
Haitian, please take a breath. Haitian, take a breath. That's a question. Take a breath, Haitian.
I'm not one of yours, like, you know, I'm bravery and shit. No, I'm sneaky. All right. Yeah, let me ask you a question. I'm a coward, motherfucker.
I know.
Let me ask you a question. You listen? Can you please shut the fuck up? Not a man. Amen.
Yeah, for real, bro. Yeah.
All right.
Can we hear some of the ladies' voices? Because I can't hear this shit anymore.
Oh, shit. I just came back on the app. All right, homie. All right. Chill out, young man. Relax.
The ladies have something to say.
They ain't got nothing to say.
Yes, they do.
Hi. Good evening.
Good evening.
I'm a lady.
How you doing today? What are you doing this weekend? What's your favorite color? How you doing?
I'm doing well, Moose. Thank you for asking. I'm currently standing in the kitchen, having a shot of Irish whiskey.
Oh yeah.
Not Japanese, Irish. All right.
I started to get the Japanese. I actually told them before the room got big. That's what I was going to the liquor store for. However, this what is it? O'Neill's Irish whiskey caught my eye. I was like, let's get it. So I picked up some whiskey and a bottle of tequila to have my little sale going on. I'm more than likely just going to be in the house. I have some system training to get through.
And around calling cops on kids playing music.
No, I actually have a young kid right now who is trying to get me to manage him. So I got to meet with him Saturday just to see what his music is looking like and working.
Exactly. Productive members.
Wait a minute. Hold up. Maybe y'all didn't understand what I said.
Oh, really?
Yeah, maybe y'all didn't understand what I was saying. All right. There are kids making. Is it called trap music? What's that music when they talking about getting the guns and stuff?
Yes, first lady.
It's called drill music. Drill music.
Is that it?
Drill trap.
Drill. That's it. That's the one I was looking for. Drill. That's it.
So cute. Environment. Wait, what you talking about?
Yeah.
If it's the environment.
Yeah.
When Jay came out,
you want a kid talking about grabbing a Glock 99 or whatever it is, and shooting and popping it in the air and taking out somebody and killing them?
That's the environment, though.
But first lady, right? We got to remember when we were teenagers also, though. Right?
No.
So to say that a kid, I don't know how old he's talking about. If you're talking about like 13, 14, 15, 15 is not really a kid at certain places you at, right? If you think about it.
Y'all don't think that's part of the problem?
It is part of the
that
problem.
when Jay came out, it was like,
hold on. It is part of the problem, right? But in the same token, like my parents were violent parents, but they worked all the time. They couldn't control what I was doing necessarily all the time. Like kids are out there doing shit. You think at 15 I was getting ass? Come on. So.
Yeah, but my 12, 13,
we getting it fluently
on a regular, baby.
when the rappers were talking about selling crack, everybody was like, is that all you can rap about?
I was sneaking them in.
Damn right.
My environment is different than somebody else's environment, and sometimes we see things through our lens and we expect other people's lenses to see the same thing. And I think it's unfair to have that conversation and expect somebody to rap about something that they don't see versus what we see. A lot of these kids that grow up in these type of environments, they're rapping about the environment that they see. So like a kid that grows up in Memphis who is in an environment that is really drug infested and all they're seeing is shooting and killing, and they're talking about the environment, you can't hold them accountable or ask them to rap about something that's all they're
you're
seeing.
assuming something, because I didn't say that. I'm telling you that he's doing the shooting. He's doing the killing.
Yeah, so, and that's what I'm about to say real quick to Rez, right? So if they're rapping about the environment, right, that's one thing. When you listen to, like, let's say Nas' first album, Illmatic, that album was actually used today at Harvard as a fucking course.
That's correct.
Right? The level, the poetic level of it, and the album is a masterpiece, right? So that's one thing. He's talking about all that same shit that's going on in the hood, but he's not talking about killing anybody, though.
No, but you gotta also understand the time. You gotta understand the time period of Illmatic, right? And you gotta remember, me and Nas are the same age, right?
Well, I was fifth grade when the album dropped, but I got it the same day dropped.
Right, and I'm telling you that environment, we saw this stuff. So whether or not we indulged in it is a different story. But we saw this.
But he's not rapping about seeing it. He's not rapping about doing it though. He's rapping about the environment, right?
Right.
He's making sense of it.
But these kids are doing it now, Haitian. I'm just being honest. These kids are doing it, right?
You're right.
Even if you look at King Von and all them, that's your life. That's your life.
But yeah, but
the problem is they monetized it, right? So we have a problem with the executives saying that, they want to rap about killing each other and we can make money off of it. If the executive said, we're not signing any artists that are talking about, we're the only culture that allows this. Rock and roll don't do this. Pop don't do this.
Sorry.
All right, so we have a problem with the music executives that are casting off of children talking about killing each other. If they were to say, you know what, let's look at, they could easily not market that type of music. They chose to market that type of music. They chose to market death. And to me, that is the problem. Yes, they're out here doing this to each other, but have to market it to the youth. You know, that is one of the biggest problems. It happened in our era. When Jay came out talking about moving keys and I'm selling crack, like, you guys got to remember that meeting that happened, that meeting was real.
Thank you. This stuff has been going on for years. So
he's not finished.
That's going on.
Let him finish.
One sec.
If I gotta tell you something again, you're gonna be taking a...
With the privatization of jails came those rappers that came out and admitted it, that they were approached and told to make violent music because the jails needed to be filled up. Remember how hip-hop started. It was a non-violent movement. People argue it was Queens, it was the Bronx, it doesn't matter. Leave your guns, leave your beef at home. We're going to party, we're going to battle, and we're going to do graffiti, and which is a non-violent movement. And so, again, there was a meaning. We need y'all to make this shit murder, death, kill music. And the rest is history.
I want to give...
Divine, not only was that the narrative, right? It was also stop rapping about being positive. Stop rapping about positive and being proud to be black. Stop rapping about what you should be doing in the community, right? So the Poor Righteous Teachers, the Brand Nubians, all that shit went out the door. Nobody like that was getting contracts anymore. People got to
understand. This shit was purposely pushed. And yes, there was rappers during that time that were talking about killing and things like that, but that wasn't the only fucking narrative until they made that shit happen that way. And that's when you started seeing the West Coast started coming with all the bullshit with Death Row more.
Okay, I want to give a little bit of history because we are a little bit delusional.
Whereas, respectfully, you can't be hip-hop history.
I am. Hey, White Lines was about fucking cocaine. Let me fuck as we talk. Stop.
Let Ray say something.
Thank you. God damn.
Put the law back first, ladies. Just understand how it feels. That's it.
White Lines was about fucking cocaine. We was talking about ecstasy and cocaine from 1979. That was a rap song. What is y'all talking about? Something about the phenomena. Like, y'all are weird as shit.
What was that?
This was a rap. It was a rap. Stop. It was a rap song.
Yes, it was, Rez.
Okay.
He also says don't do it. He literally says don't do it.
Oh my God.
Damn.
I'm not finished. Shit. Sex, drugs, and rock and roll literally started in the 70s. Executives were already pushing these narratives. This shit literally came out, music and all of this shit was already pushing narratives. So all of this shit was all coming from that, and rap was literally a derivative of that. It is weird to me that you guys don't understand.
Look.
And I'm not asking you, I'm telling you.
Okay. So let me...
Oh my God. Just go ahead and, because you just want to just damn talk instead of listening.
I'm listening to you. I think, can I respond?
Yeah, no, let me go. Please. Rez, I'm going to be quick, Spot. Rez, respectfully, I'm not even trying to argue with you or be a dick, but there's not one fucking thing you can teach me about hip-hop. And I'm being dead ass 100% serious with you. I'm not praying. I don't need to name drop. But if you really want me to get on the phone and real fucking calls, the people that you probably follow today and your kids do, let me know. Because the shit you say about hip-hop is not accurate at all.
God, I'm fucking 55. Fuck is you talking about? You can't tell me a motherfucking thing. I don't give a fuck.
Okay, wait a minute. What's happening? Why are we using all this?
I don't know, y'all.
It's okay. All right, so hold up. So listen. For the rules of engagement of this conversation, okay? All right. A couple things that we're going to work on going into the new year is calling people weird because they don't agree with you, okay? It is going to be weird because they don't agree with what you're thinking. But that doesn't mean that we got to call them weird because they just don't think like you do. All right, that's number one. Number two, we're not going to interrupt one another. We can listen to what somebody has to say. Just because you don't agree with that person right then and there, guess what? Sometimes by the time they end the story, you might agree with some of what they say. But that's because you're listening to understand. You're not just waiting to actually speak. All right? Those are two things that we're going to work on moving into the new year. Who's next? Who would like to speak?
Divine. It's Divine.
You said I can go, Rachel. Yeah. So that song, White Lines, that you're talking about for back in the day, Rez, not the whole genre of music. That wasn't the consistent type of songs you were hearing. But Devon and I are talking about when all you started hearing about was murder. Kill. Push the drugs. It wasn't like a party song. We're talking about straight up killing, straight up raping, bitches, hoes. That's not what you're hearing in White Lines.
Can I?
Again, I was. If you stop trying, I just need to respond to him.
I'll go after.
Well, wait a minute. It's not your turn. Devon was supposed to go, so Devon will go.
Go ahead, and I'll finish when I'm with.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. Who's that young lady that wants to speak? Is that Miss?
Yeah, it was a nigga that I'd like to get in the conversation. All right, we got you, Miss. So, yeah, I'm not disagreeing with Rez. Yes, White Lines was about drugs, and Haitian kind of beat me to the punch. Again, what I said was there was a meeting with record executives and a bunch of rappers. This is a fact. Bone Thugs will tell you. You can search it. They were states, right? Death was marketed, and I'll say it again. No other genre of music promotes a race of people killing each other. I don't care which genre you want to call.
they don't do it. We were marketed death. Our children are continued to be marketing death. And it's on the executives to say, you know what? We can't keep marketing death. Right? It's happening. We know it's happening. But we can't have kids saying, I killed your boy on a record. What you going to do to me? They're doing it. And guess what? It's being entered as evidence in court cases, as we see. This is the problem. We're the only genre of music, hip-hop, that's fallen victim and become a victim of its own circumstance. That's my point. I'm not disputing what you said, Rez. I actually agree with you. But again, I'm pointing to the fact, with what Haitian said, murder, you had your leaders of the new school, you had your native tongue, and then you had the murder, death, kill. You had your public enemy, and then somewhere along the lines, they did push that type of music out. We had edutainment with KRS-One. He was dropping Bible verses, teaching us the genealogy of verses in the Bible. Nah, we're not going to have none of that. This is what we're talking about.
Okay, so Devon, okay.
By NWA, it's called N-Words for Life. That shit is crazy. N-Words for Life.
I was going to go, right, Devon? There are parts of what you're saying I agree with. I literally was on a stage with a lot of record execs, and we literally just had this conversation. We had a 6-hour conversation about this the other night, and we talked about the birth of hip-hop for 6 hours, literally, right? And I talked about I'm sorry? Hello?
Haitian, Haitian, be quiet. I just said we won't let people
this is
talk.
crazy.
Let Rez finish, babe. Go ahead.
He won't let me talk.
It's okay.
I don't understand what the problem is.
I got you. Go
I appreciate it. Thank you. Again, we just had a 6-hour conversation about this. And again, I understand your point, and I understand where you're going, and I agree to some degree. But here's the part that we're missing. The prison to pipeline part of it is the part that you're missing. That was a big push in not just the music industry, but it was also pitched in the education system. I know because one of my sons was literally caught up in that thing. There's a story about the music industry. There has always been a problem in regards to what's pushed and what's not pushed in Black music. I do where it started and where it didn't start, it's subjective. So I think when you threw in some of the errors, I think that's where I'm having a little bit of a problem, because I think some of the errors that you're throwing in are confusing. Right? And I think that's where I'm having a little bit of the problem. So I think we have to be very careful as to where the errors started and stopped. But I do agree with you that there was some push, and there has been a push in regard to violence and music and rap. I agree. I'm a finish. But to say that at the end of the day, this just like all of a sudden, it's only in this genre. It's not only in this genre. It has been in several genres. In rock and roll, sex, drugs, and rock and roll has been crazy. They just don't advertise it as much, but they've had their own set of problems too. Trust me when I say this. They've had a lot of suicide. They've had a suicidal problem. They've had a lot of young people that have died, not just by suicide, but drugs and all kinds of craziness that has happened. They've pushed a lot of suicide records, a lot of problems that they've had. It's a relenting situation where you've had the music industry that never addressed this on a massive level. That's what I want to say.
Great bullshit that you think that these guys don't worship these rappers. Like, you act like absent fathers is not a real thing in the Black community.
Could I say something?
Could I say something? Wait, hold on. I'm trying to.
Oh yeah, but it's stupid. So
can I finish saying what I was saying?
It's gonna be dumb.
Can I finish saying what the fuck I was saying though? Okay. I literally was saying, I appreciate you. Listen, so the thing is, absentee fathers, like, that's a real thing. These brothers, they idolize NBA YoungBoy. If you go to the concerts, right, and you watch these, like how they're hypnotized by the idea of these rappers. No other people get hypnotized in the same way. No other.
It's like how y'all do.
Hold on. No other.
It's how y'all do with Trump.
What the fuck going on, man? The fuck going on, right?
I don't know.
No other group. You obsessed with Trump? Ain't nobody talk about no goddamn Trump, man.
So the thing is that the meeting.
You know
that y'all be talking about. Bitch, you're ugly. You're ugly. Why y'all be on my dick? I came here to talk. Look,
you obsessed with me first. I just wanted to finish saying what I was saying. You can't
I'm not. Yeah.
Let me say what I was saying. You can't fucking with me first.
Let the real man talk, so he's talking. Let him talk.
How can he be the real man? He know what it's like to have a dick in his mouth.
Why are you in my business, man?
No, I'm just saying.
Why you in my business?
Let me run. No, I ain't never had none of that shit.
So I was just trying to the meeting thing to me is
what I was saying.
It's just dumb. You really are slow. Like you have.
I don't know, but it's a such thing. It's a such thing as being hospitable. I was talking.
I would only spit on you. I'm not hospitable.
No, don't try that gay shit on me. Talking about you gonna spit on me. I ain't with that shit. No, don't be trying to plot on me.
The monkey.
No.
Stop it. Rogan, stop it.
Why can't I say what the fuck I was saying? Yeah, let me just finish saying what I was saying, and then y'all pass the mic, bro. You can't fucking with me. Everybody seen you come fucking with me.
Nobody.
I wasn't no cue. It was open mic.
You stepped over miss. So keep it short, please. Because you kind of jumped on there.
Wait, no, hold on. If it was a cue, then I'ma just withdraw. But that shit was bullshit. You cut me off.
Yeah, withdraw. Good.
Go ahead, Mom. You got it. Shit.
Please. My name is Oasis. I would like to submit my time.
Oasis. All right, Mom. Go ahead, Oasis.
Oh, shut the fuck up. Call me Mama. Well, you got it, sweetie.
You not a mama?
She ain't your mama.
So I was just trying to say.
Your mama on the stage. I don't know your mama.
Damn, you gonna hop off my dick or I gotta push you off? All right. So I think that every disenfranchised youth, and then you have the situation that we have with hip hop is in now. But I don't believe that there was a meeting or a concerted effort to push hip hop in a death and destruction. The reason why I don't is because I don't believe just because Busy Bone said something. So that's not proof for me. And unless you have some type of documentation, that's not going to work for a person who, can do research. So there's always been other positive rappers. There's been backpack rappers. There's been underground rappers. Just because of things, I think we should talk about gangster rap if you want to be specific. But saying hip hop or rap is like that. I just think it's misleading.
So, Judge, you came in later, right? So that was the period we were talking about. People didn't clarify what gangster rap. That's the period we're talking about. We're talking about the 90s when shit changed over from positive rap to the whole killing.
They still have positive rap. What's going on here?
What's that?
They still have positive rap. There's just different, like you got drill, you got.
You guys are missing what you guys. I don't think you guys understand or want to understand what we're saying, right? So me and Nirvana are not saying it's not that anymore. What we're saying it was larger back then, right? You had people walking around with the African medallions, Malcolm X hats, right? You actually had people that walk around proud to be black, Afrocentric.
Yeah, I agree. I feel you on that part. I definitely agree. Yeah, Arrested Development. But what I think is that I ain't gonna say that didn't go anywhere, but that's still around. You know what I'm saying? And
when it transitioned, when it went from that to what we seen with the gangster rap.
What I'm saying
isn't attributed to rap though. What you're talking about,
and so
social stuff.
But so what I'm saying is, gangster rap is just that. It's gangster rap. And gangster rap is based on New York gangster rap is based on mafioso like movies and stuff. So okay, got it. Thanks. So if you look at things like that, so I think it's unfair to put that on black people. Every genre or art form is going to have its bad boy side or its bad boy form of expression, and I think that was the part of rap music.
So hold on with that. We're not putting it on black people. Okay, and we were talking about drill rap today, right? The marketing of death. A genre. What percentage of drill rap is not even. Okay, Empire. You asked a question and then you're gonna keep talking.
You said yes. I asked you was drill rap promoted. You said yes, and I'm rebutting that. No, it's not. That's why none of the drill rappers are platinum. That's why none of them are popular. None of it. So who's the popular drill rapper? That's platinum. Why? Because you don't know.
Nobody is promoting drill
rap. He's not a drill rapper.
Mozzie
is promoted.
Okay. Ain't nobody promoting it. You don't want to hear liability on their
business. I don't actually want to hear that.
Y'all smoking crack right now.
Yeah, what I'm saying is drill rap is a genre of music.
So is Lil Durk drill?
Yeah, little Durk is drill. Okay. What? Can I finish fucking talking?
You know, I'm asking, are they drill?
See, when I get rude, then I'm a bad guy. I just want to come, and I'm gonna answer it.
Okay.
So, Little Durk and Chief Keef are two rappers from that category. They are almost 10 years apart, and that genre has been alive. In between that time in rap, we've had several, and I'm probably in the dozens of other multi-platinum rappers. So when I say it's not promoted, that's what I mean. It's mostly an underground form of music. We've had some people that have had stardom from that, but it's not a promoted genre. It's a section of a section.
You just argued there was no platinum star.
Bitch, stop talking to me. You don't even have the aptitude to say anything to me.
Hold on.
That's why I know y'all don't listen to no rap music. Durk don't even do drill music like that no more. Y'all just
he kind of crossed over.
What the fuck is going on here? Drill rappers do not get promoted.
So again, when we started the conversation, the period that me and Divine are talking about, we're not talking about the drill period. We're talking about the transition from positive hip hop to gangster rap.
But that's not even an art form anymore. So, Haitian, I think that the dilemma is the transition suggests that the shift meant one thing stopped happening, and that's not so.
Well,
there's always been so-called positive or conscious rap. It didn't go away. Yes. Gangster rap came.
Sorry, let me dialogue with you with that though.
No, that's what I'm saying.
So
it didn't go away when gangster rap came.
It didn't go away, but those records weren't getting played on the radio. They weren't getting contracts. They weren't getting deals. Right? That type of music was getting less. The push was a certain narrative.
So how would you explain Kanye, Haitian? How would you explain Kanye then? When Kanye came out, he was a backpack rapper. I'm really trying to have a conversation with Haitian. Me and him have had this conversation before, so can y'all just come on? All right, so I know he's changed.
Hold on one second.
Can I finish what I'm saying?
Yeah, but I'm trying to answer some of the things you said.
So when you have the era, we had DMX, we had Hov, we had all of these rappers that were a certain way, all the way down from Biggie. Then you see Kanye, you see Slum Village, you see all of that backpack, Mos Def, all them niggas came out and they had a little wave or whatever. And we still have those rappers. We may not be as adept to them because we're older, but what I'm saying is they still exist. They didn't like just, they have ebbed and flowed in popularity, but they still around.
Yeah, just So you're going ahead of the period, right? Kanye wasn't even on the fucking map. Again, we're talking about 80s to the 90s crossover, Public Enemy days. Okay, Brand Nubian, Poor Righteous Teachers, Leaders of New School, right? Those were the 80s to the 90s. And then the gangster rap started in when? The 90s.
We still had those people though. That's when we got the who.
No one got the who. What we're saying is
but who is a gangster rapper that's still around?
Oh my
what are we talking about?
Fuck it, y'all got it.
Someone said that drill is not being promoted.
Go ahead.
We have multi-platinum drill rappers that are promoted that are signed to major label deals.
Somebody asked earlier, Divine. Thank you.
I don't have the names. You can find the names.
All right, so then shut up. Then you don't know what you're talking about.
Shut up.
All right, well, I already did that.
They're also being marketed through social media. You got kids going platinum that you never heard of. Just because you never heard of them.
That's not me. You can't name them. If you can't name them, then you don't have a point.
Shut up for you. You don't want to shut up for nobody.
Because what I say makes sense.
No, what you're saying doesn't make sense. You don't know what you're talking about.
Bro, you sound old and out of touch, bro. You really do.
Whatever.
You just saying stuff.
I'll be old, you be my son.
I mean, you are old. It's okay. But you don't know what you're talking about.
That are signed to major labels that are marketed and promoted. Okay? It's a fact.
Can you name one?
I'm asking you said that we haven't heard of them or whatever. So how are they platinum? Like if they're not popular and popping like name recognition, how would they go platinum? Because that's about,
Okay, that's another question. The definition of platinum has changed. Artists go platinum now. Can I finish? Artists go platinum off of streams now. It's not just record sales.
That didn't change the platinum, the definition.
It did change.
That's not changing the definition. It still means 100 copies, not 1,000,000 copies. You saying stupid shit.
Streams toward platinum status. If you don't know that, you can go back to the drawing board.
But Divine, they count the streams, but it doesn't change. It doesn't change.
You don't have to sell 1,000,000 physical copies. You do not have to sell 1,000,000 physical copies to go platinum.
I understand that. If you would let me finish my sentence, I said, yes, they count the streams, but it doesn't change the volume required. So my thing is, even regardless of all of that, if you have people who are engaged in the business, they engaged in the culture, why don't we know about these people if they are being so heavily promoted? I think that's the question.
Because they're on TikTok. Hold on, she asked me a question. They're being heavily promoted to people that aren't on this stage, to the youth. We're talking 13 to 21. We're talking extremely young people. And platinum status has changed. Anyone coming on here saying that it hasn't doesn't know what they're talking about.
I'm sorry that you might be dumb.
That's what you're saying, Divine.
Can I please finish? Can I finish?
We don't sell things. But please,
we don't sell.
No, you cannot help him. He's talking. He needs to be helped. He doesn't need help. Y'all are just rude.
No, it's correct.
It's rude. If somebody is giving their point and their submission, it is not right for somebody to continuously keep.
If it's wrong, it's wrong.
It's wrong. First lady, respectfully. I don't know. It's not respectfully. Because respect means that you had to give it.
Oh, God.
Yeah, well, I wasn't interrupting anyone.
You're
not the person, then I'm not speaking. Yeah, but I was talking.
All right, the days when Eminem went platinum, when 50 Cent went platinum, when Jay-Z went platinum, those were physical CD sales. So how they come up with the platinum status now, it has changed.
What's required for platinum now?
It's a certain amount of downloads and stream.
No, it's not.
I actually work for a lady.
Royal, can you tell us, please, what's platinum? And then Rogue.
So approximately 150 streams, right? Something like that will equal up to like one purchase of a record for like one record, right? And then you got to count the numbers when it comes to an album, right? So now, like, let's say you're talking about one single, because it's easy to just talk about one song. If you get like 100, 200 streams, something like that, that's one purchase. So that means you got to do that 1 million times in order for that to go platinum. So it's the same unit base, meaning that you got to do that 100 times. You got to do that particular type of streams to equal one purchase, and each of those. And when you get 100 purchases, that's platinum, like it always has been. That hasn't changed. It's the same system.
Exactly, Royal. Thank you. God.
So hold on, Rez, because I did say.
Platinum was 1 million CDs sold back in the day.
No, that's incorrect. So platinum has you have to get a certain amount of streams to equivocate one unit.
Correct.
And this is so the measurement did. So I don't know. Thinking skills seem to be, I don't know, but the measurement did not change. It's still 1 million units to be platinum. So this is why I said you sound out of touch, because you don't know the units, you don't know the artists, and you don't know the music.
How many streams make you platinum?
Why does it matter? He just told you. Royal just told you. But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. What I'm telling you is there's a certain amount of streams that equivocate one whole unit.
What are those?
So can I just finish? Because you have proven that you don't know what you're talking about. So
you don't know what you're talking about.
Let him finish.
No, you don't. So also there are two artists that we can name that came from drill that are platinum. Those two artists don't even make drill music anymore. So what I'm saying, that's not what's promoted, to our youth. It's very violent. Most of the people end up in jail. So I just think that when we say this, we sound like old people who are not really looking into the problem. We just judging, and we're not doing anything to help, because we just comment and don't really know what we're talking about.
Yeah, so drill music is just a niche subgenre of hip hop or rap. I would rather say rap and at that music. And yes, a lot of different rappers and singers might do drill music. And there's most of the singers who do drill music, it's probably like 1 or 2 songs. The rest of it is like trap or R&B or hip hop based style. I think that people that they focus on the people who do majority drill music. Those people actually do not get promoted, to be honest with you. If their whole entire album is drill, now you will find like their music being utilized for certain synchronization, like let's say like a 50 Cent show. Like he uses a lot of drill music for those shows. But for the most part, you don't hear this music unless you deliberately go and look for it.
Let me hear from Miss.
Thank you. Hi. Works in the
dog's barking and messing up your signal.
Oh, let me put up. You don't know why. I'm sorry. But I don't even know where to begin. Honestly, the conversation plays.
And I guess I'll start with the popular drill rapper comment. There's more than 2. I know the popular ones are Lil TJ out of New York. New York actually has their own section of drill music as well. For one. Second of all, another just piece of information I wanted to add is that hip hop is not the only genre of music that would be considered destructive to their audience. You have punk rock and the whole satanic panic era. And all of that. So there was a whole time in American history where white parents thought Ozzy Osbourne was the fucking devil.
I said this earlier.
Just be so critical of where it is today, without y'all mentioning the social economic issues that also happened at the time of this quote unquote secret meeting. Because y'all described this meeting as some kind of masonry to which Black people are so enthralled, or for lack of better words, or so lost and destitute that they have to create such poor arts in order to feed themselves. And that's
Haitian, if this is to you, you had a really narrow point. Why does it keep getting broadened?
I did it, but it's okay. It's okay.
Go ahead. I believe he was here. Go ahead, Miss. I don't think he heard you.
He was in his car office. Go ahead, Miss. Finish.
Oh, but no. So the car office is crazy. But no. So and then I don't even know where to begin because like the conversation was just all over the place. And as somebody who has gotten records, plaques in the last year or two for R&B and rap. My brother engineered Mac Miller's last album, God rest his soul. The metrics have changed because technology has changed. You have more unit measures because you have other ways that people consume music, much like the information, for lack of better terms, my brain is all over the place right now, pardon me. The content of the music has also changed because the socio-economic, our communities were actual communities, and now that's no longer. So all of our music really comes into part with how our communities are developed.
We are talking about 80s, which was a crack era, right? The hip-hop, late 80s, we're talking about the positive rap during that time. Then it transitioned.
Definitely was.
Yeah, you were. Yeah, you were older than me. Yes, but I'm saying this. So I think the period of time like that era. What?
I created that era.
Yeah, me too. So again, we're not talking about rappers from today. You guys got caught up by drill. The conversation that we started when we talking about the change of rap was how rap changed from being positive to not. And if anyone's going to be on here and say that they don't think that the A&Rs and the record execs were pushing for certain types of music, then you're not being real.
Before NWA. There was no CD before NWA. And just because you weren't born during that time doesn't mean we don't know how to listen to music. Was you born in the 70s where you listened to your, I don't know what you
exactly.
You were born, right? Were you born in the 70s? I know you know that music. I have a father.
But you're not.
He plays music, and I listen to the music. Just because you ain't born during that time, don't mean you don't know music.
Yeah, and I'm not going to disrespect somebody that wasn't.
Hold on, Patty. I didn't say that you weren't born that time. You don't know music. That's not what I said.
No, you're trying to say that because y'all was born in a certain era, we may not understand.
That's not what I'm trying to say. What I'm saying, what Miss went, right? She started talking about drill rappers and what's going on today. That's not what my conversation was based on.
But that's not what she said. You weren't listening to her.
I'm listening to her.
I brought that up, though.
I just want to.
Y'all got it.
I'm not talking to you, bro.
Wait, so just real quick.
Can I rebuttal that?
Hold on. I just want to get in for a second. So, what I feel like Haitian is talking about is that there was a certain percentage of positive hip hop you'd hear on the radio during certain years, and then there was a time period in the 90s where that percentage went down. I feel like that's the only point he's making. I don't know if that's controversial. Why is that controversial?
That's what I'm trying to get at.
I honestly don't think the decline was in the 90s.
I would know because
I don't think so.
I worked with Karis One as well, so you can stop.
1 second. I really don't think the decline was in the 90s because even because even in the 90s, we had positive influences in our in hip hop and culture, and then you did have gangster rap, you had NWA, but keep in mind, there was remember with Ice Cube didn't sign his contract with the rest of UA because he understood they were about to rob them blind. He was one of the ones that actually read the contract instead of the others like Eazy-E who just didn't read. They just wanted to get on and be pretty much and trying to renegotiate them. And Ice Cube was one of the first hip hop artists to try to do that and succeeded at doing that.
Which is hold on for a second. Well, let me speak, please. There's a difference between artistic freedom and there's a difference between being pushed to create certain music. Okay, so if talking about drugs and rock and whatever, sex and all that shit, but that was artistic freedom. That's what they wanted to do. Now the difference now is it's not about artistic freedom. It's what they're being pushed to do. It's what's being marketed. I believe Kanye said this. He goes, I was told if I talked about Jesus, my record wouldn't get played. There's certain terms that he said I wasn't allowed to use as positive. There's this pharmaceutical company that paid record labels to push certain Oxy, Perks, but towards hip hop.
What's the name of it?
Is anybody telling me right now what
pharmaceutical label is this?
Hold on for a second. Hold on, wait a minute. Look at 1 second. Look at Sexy Red, okay? She comes up with a makeup line, okay? Look at the names of her lipsticks. So, but if I don't know, if what do you call her? Some other Britney Spears or one of those chicks come out with a.
You think you should be criticizing Sexy Red?
Godspeed degenerate. Do you know what her? Oh my God. Do you see makeup line? Do you see the?
Let me talk.
That she has for her brand for her lip glosses.
All right, so I'm gonna give you this time. I'm gonna give you this timeline. Let me get this timeline. So first of all, you had Ice-T, you had Schoolie D, right? They came out in the mid '80s, right? Around '86, right?
Before you can we let Nine get in?
Criminal Mind. I'm just giving you context. Hold on. Criminal Minded came out in '87. That's Boogie Down Productions. And NWA came out the same exact year. Those were all considered gangster music in the mid to late '80s. Just for a point of reference, before we talk about the transition, because those were the famous people. Just to let you know, those are the famous artists. But there were more.
Right. Yeah, I don't think. Go ahead. 10 minus. Wait a minute. 10 minus 1. Go ahead.
Nobody can educate me. Rap is what? Rhyming words on a beat. The niggas want to talk crazy about rap, talk about gangster rap, this, that, or talking about Sexy Red, this, that, and third. Yo, listen, what's her name? If you listen, I listen to music, you heard? I listen to all types of music. If you listen to Taylor Swift, for example, and then you compare that to Jhené Aiko, it's the same thing, nigga. But the only difference is that Taylor Swift is white and Jhené Aiko is half black. But everybody always has a problem when it comes to black people and black genres. When it stems from when music is self-expression, it's to express what the.
I think that what you said it maybe was not as well said as people like, but I think you had a point.
All right.
It had nothing to do with the murder, death, kill that's being promoted and marketed. The only genre of music that glorifies a genre of people, a race of people killing each other. We're not talking about artistic expression. We're talking about executives profiting from people talking about, I'm going to kill someone that looks like me.
So Devon is confused.
I'll just be saying stuff.
No.
Wait, hold on. Devon, what you're confusing is the music that you are listening to or you are privy to compared to the music that is out there. There's music that you're just not privy to that does the same thing, talk about the same stuff, right? That is not made by black people. But for some reason, you're focused on the music that only black people
genre.
And I find that genre of music. Wait, hold on. I'm not finished.
I can't.
And the same thing, here's the other crazy thing. When it comes to promotion, if you actually know what promotion is and what marketing is, you wouldn't even say any of this.
Back on you. Give me a genre of music.
You know what? You just don't want to be wrong. Hold on. You want to hate black people. You know what? That's what you want to do. That's fine. But you know what Metallica is? You can't lie and say that there's no other music that do this. There's literally a genre of music called Hold on. You asked the question about shooting. Yes, nigga. Let me finish. I know you. Also, you listen to death metal. So anyway,
You are nigga, you slow as shit, nigga. And I'm tired of niggas always trying to villainize.
Yo, you're so mad. Y'all be so mad.
First of all, this wasn't the conversation.
Y'all be so fucking mad.
The conversation started.
Y'all so fucking mad. Y'all be uninformed and mad. And then y'all want to move the conversation.
The conversation started.
You wasn't here for the conversation. You left when I came in.
The conversation started with the Haitian. And he said one day in a space, because I was the one who started this conversation, and I said to him, I remember this conversation when you called Child Protective Services on someone, and for the kid creating drill music. And he was like, yeah, I did. So then the conversation was talked about where it was more about promoting positivity and not about killing. It developed and kept on going. They're saying it came from the executive people producing. It had nothing to do with hating black people or anything, or trying to compare other people's music to whatever. It was all about just having the conversation. That was it.
Well, what was said was no other form of music does that. So that was actually what was literally said. I don't know if you weren't here for that, but that was said, and that was what was being discussed.
And that's mad Daru, nigga. That's mad Daru.
Not me, motherfucker. So somebody help me out with a little thing, kind of show you guys, since you want to talk about the president. You can't really make money from doing the positive rap, right? So Just, who your favorite rapper, Just and Patty?
Jay-Z.
You remember what he said? I want to rhyme like common sense.
But I
ain't gonna get money like that. You ain't gonna get paid like that.
But I did like 5 mil. I ain't been rapping like common sense.
Yeah.
But that's not an open and shut case, Haitian. That's a lyric. I mean, I didn't say it was no truth to what you said. I didn't say that. But y'all are making statements and Divine and
no. Talk about my statements.
Well, okay. So your statement that in the '90s, I definitely disagree with that. I believe that there was actually way more of a balance. I believe that there was an emergence of gangster rap in the '90s, especially in New York. So yeah, you saw a lot of that because that was a
that was more the early. I'm not like what I'm not cutting you up, bro. That was more the early '90s, right, to mid, right? Because towards I graduated in '99. That wasn't what was popping in '99 anymore.
We had the boom though. You forgot.
I know. Yes.
I mean, but you still have Arrested Development, Lauryn Hill, the Fugees.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Look at early 2000s. Look at 2004. Kanye West and shit. They
hold on. I want to hear what you got to say.
So again, yes, those type of rap was there, was still there, but that wasn't so much the culture anymore, right? It wasn't on that level to that degree. Okay, and then it late, right? It did change. Like you guys cannot say it did not change and transition from a certain period, even from the golden hip hop era to the gangster rap. That's not accurate, bro.
I'm not saying that it did.
It's not about knocking black people or talking shit about the music. We're simply saying what changed. That's it.
Nah, that's what.
Okay, so I'm not saying that it.
I was Black Moon, Black Mob, all those fucking groups then, right? And yeah, those groups talked about drugs and killing and shit like that. But again, that was later on mostly.
Not only.
But Haitian, you still had Nas. Nas wasn't even that type of rapper. I'm just saying there was still.
Even 50 Cent.
Hold on. Just, I'm cutting you off, right? Because if you were here when we started the conversation, I literally brought up Nas and used Illmatic as the fucking reference of how it's taught in Harvard for a fucking curriculum.
Yeah, but what I'm saying, Nas still exists and has existed. So this hence my point. All I'm saying is that there is a thread from the early 90s all the way through. And we can talk about how it's waxed and waned in popularity. That's a conversation. But okay, that was what you were saying. That's not what Divine was saying. Divine said we are the only group of people who have a genre of music that talk about killing each other, and I just totally disagree with that. And I think that doesn't do an entertainment form that revolves around them killing each other.
The cartels got music too.
But fuck all that. I'm talking about what we see.
Talk about killing people.
God damn!
What the fuck?
Yeah, what the fuck?
I think part of the reason why.
So what? All I'm saying is we're talking about what's happening in America. We're talking to showcase their entertainment, and we have it.
Let them finish.
Like, god damn, y'all hate the truth, and y'all hating it.
He spent some facts. I feel like niggas
hold on. I think niggas. Hold on. I think part of
why you move them like that?
I'll tell you why in a couple seconds.
Get the fuck out of here, Lonzo.
Wait, hold on. Can I say something? I feel like niggas only focus on.
Hey, time out. Wait.
This
hold
nigga,
on.
I ain't no time out.
It's me.
Y'all want to do this? Y'all want to do it?
Hold on.
No, hold on. I've been nice. You want to do it? What's up?
Wait, who muted me?
Obviously, Ahmad did.
Yeah. So look, so real
what? I'm in the middle of a conversation. Why is what you gotta say more important than what I gotta say?
I'm making space for everybody.
You're not making space.
All right. I didn't.
No.
I wish I did. All right, so real quick, bro.
I'm interrupt your ass. You gonna have to kick me out this month.
You do that shit.
I'm not gonna lie, bro. You moving like a sherm right now.
Anyway.
Y'all got it. I'm cool. I don't even have time tonight.
Now let this nigga speak. Let's see what this nigga got to say.
Like, what's the point?
All right, so part of what I was saying real quick was I think a lot of y'all getting moved, or not moved, but muted, is because some of y'all just super long-winded, right? And so like 12 people trying to
this is ridiculous.
Yo, shut the I'll be respectful. Yeah, some of y'all just long-winded.
Meta, Alonzo. I mean,
it is what it is, bro. It is what it is.
Literally talking, but he was talking.
Be careful, please. I think you.
Well, Brooklyn, what you got to say about all this? Bunch of nothing.
So boom. Let me say something real quick. Hey, niggas always got some shit to say when it comes to black culture. You heard? Cause niggas always want to say gangster rap. All these niggas, yeah, they be on their gangster shit. And they be on their positive shit. But we never acknowledge the positive shit. And I'm a music connoisseur, and I know that. I'm younger than all you niggas, and I know that. You feel me? Hey, hold on. Let me finish, nigga. Please don't interrupt me. Bro, you know what's crazy? I spoke to an old head, like, yesterday. He's talking about nigga is like a hate word. Yo,
next time, back to the topic.
My generation, respectfully. My generation, we use nigga as a term of endearment. Real shit.
Old school thing. Yeah, you got mixed company right now, man. Oh, y'all just created that.
I talk like that too.
Yeah, we always promoting this, that. Oh, we're talking about sexualizing.
Shut the fuck up. No one's
yo, bro. You know what, bro? This is why I don't like this.
Stay on the fucking back. We're gonna say something. No one said we said we're promoting it. We said the fucking industry we're promoting it. Okay?
Yeah, but you consuming it too, right?
Move 10 minus 1.
I didn't move.
Question.
You said it was time for some.
Go ahead, Bonnet.
I have a question. I hear y'all say, it's promoted all these things. Can you tell me how? Because most drill music or this quote unquote killer nigga music is not in like mainstream. It's not found. They don't get radio play. Yeah. They don't. They're not platformed on any. Go ahead,
right. I'm saying this. Hold on, but I'm gonna say this to Bonnet because again, the conversation never about us talking about the drill part of it.
I get it. I'm not saying it started there, but I'm saying that, the conversation ebbs and flows. And so that's where it ended up at some point. So I'm addressing that. I'm not saying that's...
But the Haitian, the Dom, whatever you want to call him, he specifically said he was going to call Child Protective Services on the parent because the little boy was making drill music.
Yeah, but
the drill music... Oh, okay.
Yeah, Haitian
he just
said a second ago that it is promoted. So I'm asking
because the context is incorrect. So what I'm saying to you is, you're thinking of something different. I wasn't talking about drill. What we were talking about, me and Divine started off, was that from hip-hop, the positive hip-hop, Brand Nubian, Poor Righteous Teachers, Leaders of Old School, that time period, when it changed over to gangster rap.
Hold on, give me 1 second. Patty, you don't want me in your room because somebody kicked me out, and I don't understand why. I wasn't interrupted. I wasn't even on tonight.
Check this out. I don't know.
I just want to know.
I don't know nothing. Okay.
Okay, so. Okay,
so if you ask me at the stage, you kick 2 out. I don't kick 2 out.
I'm asking you
when I kick people out, y'all know I make it wrong. I'm
asking you because it's your room. Do you?
Well, I don't know how people
because
move.
one of them kicked me out, and I don't know which one of them did it, but whoever did it, you might need to, ask them. But I just want to know if you okay with me being here or not. That's the question that I'm asking.
No, I ain't got no problem with y'all being here. I just don't. I will say this though. I don't like that. I got you. I ain't got no problem with y'all being here. But what I don't like is when people freaking attack Lady about shit. If you don't like her, don't come back here.
Who attacked Lady? Wasn't nobody?
I'm just saying, like little smart shit being said to her. That shit's unnecessary.
But that wasn't me.
I'm not saying you. I'm just saying overall, anybody. Anybody in this room, if you have a problem with her, don't come back. Please. Because me and her is going to be modded together. I don't care if it's only me and her on the stage.
Okay.
Y'all not going to keep disrespecting my homie. I'm not with that. Y'all think this shit is cool. It's not cool with me. And I done told y'all before, messy shit, I don't do it. Stay on my fucking back channels with the dumb shit.
Okay, so I guess I was just confused because from what I was hearing people were saying the quote-unquote kill the nigga music is being promoted to the youth. So that's what I was questioning. If you didn't say it, it's fine.
Get it back to the right context, right, of what we were talking about. So when Divine also mentioned the transition to the killing and gangster rap, he also brought up the privatize of prisons and how that was part of a plan to fill up prisons. So again,
we went from positive music being kind of pushed back. We didn't say it disappeared. It was hard to get a record deal as a positive rapper, as a Grand Verbalizer. Who was that? What was that crew? Right? You had X Clan. You had all of these crews. The labels wasn't checking for that.
Is it the labels?
No. You want to know what it is? I'll tell you what it is.
I wasn't done. I wasn't done. I was muted. I'll be quick. Again, we talked about positive music being pushed back because Black medallions, the whole Back to Africa movement, we know that the powers that be didn't want that. Their greatest fear is us making a connection to Africa. They're still trying to stop that. I mean, Gaddafi promised Farrakhan $4 billion. They cut that in a heartbeat. That's a whole nother conversation. Have been spread across this planet and disconnected from each other and told that we're not one people. When you have other people from other nations who identify as one people, I'm not saying they don't exist. I never said that. We've named them. We know who they are. But there was a push to put murder, death, kill, them calling themselves, I'm a bad bee. No, you a queen. Right? Yeah, we had Queen Latifah, we had MC Lyte, we had a bunch of positive images and the positive messages that were being forth by our artists.
Because it doesn't sell, nigga. It doesn't sell. That's why. It doesn't sell. It doesn't sell.
I'm almost done. You were told it doesn't sell, right? You were marketed. We were all marketed, right? And this problem. Try to get a record deal now talking about, positivity and upliftment and all those. That's all that we're saying right now. Drill is being pushed. Killing each other is being pushed. And I got to shout out the brother that I didn't know about metal, whatever metal he's talking about, because I don't listen to that.
So fast, y'all, like, how y'all feel about Carl?
Did he say redlining?
See, I said redlining.
Anything, child.
No. I said redlining. That's like I said redlining and shit.
Hold on, Nine.
You think she's a negative role model for black
women?
There's a negative role model.
Hello?
Think about
What's going on?
Yeah.
Speaking or no?
No, I didn't hear it.
Ain't nobody here speaking. No.
Not you getting me mixed up with Dr. A.G. What is happening? I didn't say a thing.
I don't know. I didn't hear nothing.
Dr. A.G. was...
Y'all play too fucking much. You play entirely too fucking much. Everybody said, let the person talk. I didn't interrupt anybody. I was talking, fucking Divine started talking for an hour. Then I waited patiently. I 100% disrespectful.
If I cut you off, I apologize.
Thank you.
Don't worry about it.
I asked if you were done.
Yeah, yo, Devon, check your back channel. Devon, this is Supreme. Check your back channel, please. Please, thank you.
Yeah. Where are y'all getting this information so I can look it up?
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I just want to know where this information is coming from, like the prison piece. Like they was like meant for, like it was that they were puppeteering the industry to push people to prisons. Like where can I find that? Like where can I find a source for that? Just for my own edification.
I agree with that.
That's just all over the internet. It's just like Carly B is a bad role model for black women.
I tell you, I can find it.
What's your point? It was Divine's point. What's going on?
I made an interview. You can look at it. If you don't believe Busy Bone, then you don't believe it.
Facts is facts.
I'm not trying to dispute that.
Busy Bone speaking about this meeting that took place. I believe him. Some people don't want to believe him. That's fine.
Yeah, I just want to add something.
Robert, sorry, hang on.
Is that what Lonzo put in the chat? Is that what Lonzo put in the chat?
I put in something that Leo Cohen said on Hot 97, like I want to say like a few months ago. Long story short, they would ask them about, why do they keep on hiring and pushing a lot of the artists that are talking about the craziest violence, drugs, murder, sex. And he said, look, I got to feed my family.
Check out this little short clip. And the odd thing is, I posted this earlier on my IG, and it's a simple illustration of the process of how we got here. Now, in addition to that, y'all need to understand that these private prisons that are built in America, like they are led by corporate. You got this group called the Geo Group, right? Core Civic. And these guys have 99 facilities. They have over half of the beds in some states, 8,000 beds here, 43,000, 65,000 beds here. They are set up and they make money from prisoners. It's a whole system. I did the research on this last weekend.
Okay, I know this part. I'm talking about what Devon said about. He said specifically that they were pushing the music because they needed to fill the prisons. That's what I'm talking about.
Check out the video. Yeah, check out the video I posted. It's a pipeline.
Google the Busy Bone video. I'll put the link in the
Freedom
chat.
is trying to speak.
I thought he was off mute by accident. Go ahead.
Put the link in the chat for you, yo mama. There's a Busy Bone video on YouTube. It's been out for years where he speaks about the meeting.
So, mental condition.
They just got too many people on stage, that's all.
So just real quick, although they are for profit for sure, the state is making a hell of it from prison labor. And I think that needs to be highlighted because I never even really think about private prisons serve particular purpose that's outside of like what state prisons normally do. A lot of times what ends up happening when it comes to
let me clarify that.
Wait
a minute,
Robert, please. He's not finished. Thank you.
So what can happen?
Continue, Black Freedom.
You can write down your point. You can like memorize it, whatever. I just want to keep going with that real quick. In terms of the music, I hear in some ways a distinction between, at this point, people I would hope that some people on the stage remember the song Shaving Dry by Lucille Bogan. That was in 1935. Blues track, pretty raunchy song, and would probably make, anybody from City Girls or maybe even Sexy Red blush if she heard the lyrics. So, these kinds of music, this kind of music has always existed with us. These things have also existed in our communities, just like in some ways they've existed in different permutations in other communities.
So that's
but I guess my concern is kind of making it seem as if like the kind of positivity that we find in music, like, positive rap and things of that sort, doesn't have any in it. Because, I've heard that don't exist within conscious rap, right? So what I'm trying to articulate is that while one music that folks wouldn't critique, and rightly so, especially when you're talking about, if most death is using derogatory terms towards folks in the LGBTQ community, Kwali referring to certain folks as bees and things of that sort. So these things always exist. And so I don't think that corporations, depending on what you think, corporations could play some kind of role in it. But it's not as if like these things aren't happening in our communities.
If y'all want to listen to Leor Cohen talking about shit like that, maybe I can play it.
Substack, there's a link right there for you.
All right, so boom, I got an example that we can use today in 2025. We got this nigga J. Cole. J. Cole, feel me? What did this nigga do? He fucked up his whole career by switching sides and shit. Right? Let's talk about that real quick. What sells? Gravitate to negativity shit. So it's up to us, nigga. Because J. Cole some good music. That he has some good music.
Yeah, he's one of these fucking ignorant. Fuck out of here, nigga. Dumbass.
That shit was weird. He was doing that shit on purpose.
Yeah, that's what he does all the
You
time.
calling him nigga while you kick him for being
I know.
I was sitting here trying to think about what exactly was that time period when Positive on the radio dropped a bit, and I think it was when No Limit got more popular. I feel like 97 and 99, that they essentially crowded out positive hip hop.
I would say 95 on. And if you all want to look at the thesis report I put in there, it's pretty interesting.
It's interesting. I think but there are like too many rappers and R&B singers that are saying that this is what the record labels are pushing. You know what I'm saying? And when you have Leor Cohen can't be the only one that's basically saying it like the way he's saying it. Like, I don't give a fuck. Hey, these people are influencing people. To have these type of outcomes, and he's saying basically that he doesn't give a fuck. He got his family to feed. That tells you everything you need to know. It's definitely not an.
You want to go? I'm sorry.
No, I think we was coming off at the same time. I said, go ahead, Dr. H.E.
Oh, okay. So I have a question. So let's say we all accept that the record labels are forcing these rappers to perform this music. We accept it. We know that's what's happening. Now what? Are you wanting people to not buy the music? Like, what's the next move?
I'm saying some way, somehow.
I'll say this real quick. Awareness, right? Because in that Substack that I put in the chat, one of the parent companies to Interscope Records, is an investor and a stockholder in private prisons. If people get to know these things.
Sorry, Divine. I'm gonna interrupt. I'm sorry. Because your music is destructive.
Not forcing.
It's demeaning, or whatever. The music is demeaning, coercing. That means force, but okay.
No, but it's elected.
What do you want us to do? What do you want us to do?
Okay, I was in you, and I heard your question.
Make it exclusive to Black.
Make this type of music, and they will get rich from it. They'll probably say, wow, we did not know this. Maybe we should not be consumers of this. Maybe we should not allow this to be promoted. Who remembers when politicians had 2 Live Crew under pressure, right? And then what came out of that? The explicit lyric sticker then went on the music. Right? It starts with awareness. People, when you tell them these things, I was attacked. No way. There wasn't no meeting. Nah, there's no connection between the record company and prisons. That could not have happened. Yeah, it probably did happen because I was in that industry. I watched the change. I watched it go from positivity to, nah, ain't nobody rapping about that no more. You want to get paid, you need to change your content. You need to rap about this. You need to call women bitches and hoes. You need to talk about what we doing on the block. You need to talk about guns and blah, 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 blah.
Can she ask the question first? The question may have multiple parts. Can she just ask the question? Wait for the rise in the tone, because that's a question mark.
Most of us women have been, pretty good at asking the question, muting up, and then allowing other people to speak. So my question was, if they are putting the artist that is making them all this money end by sending them to prison.
So yeah, it's not about.
I thought it was Divine who made the. Y'all believe it as well.
Okay, that's not what we're saying. No one is saying that the label wants the artist to go to jail. We're saying that the labels gave artists an incentive to help them fill their jails by changing the content of the music. That's what we're saying. And there was a push to put those type of artists on front page, back them with money, give them money, and to move away from the artists that wanted us to have Black consciousness, love of self, do for self, business for self, anything connecting us to the motherland, anything connecting us to the diaspora. They could not have that. They feared that. They did not want that. And
hold on. But you're going off on a tangent from my question.
I'm not going off on a tangent. I have one more sentence, and I'll be done. Let me just finish.
They want the listener to go to jail. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, because there's money in jails. What happens in jail? Prisoners make pennies a day. Right, we're talking about damn near slavery.
Long-winded, so that's why I'm kind of.
I'm being long-winded because I want you to understand what I'm saying.
Trust me, I heard you a million times. So, are you saying then that?
But Bonnie, you know he's long-winded, but you're gonna keep asking.
Exactly. But he could just answer. We could move on. So that's why I'm interrupting him. So I'm asking you then, right? Oh, God, Lonzo, you just made my train of thought. So then, are you saying that the prisons would not be filled?
I ain't gonna lie.
I didn't ask you what.
Oh my God!
I'm telling you some real shit. So there's a mod that keeps bringing him back up.
These niggas is not like that.
I'll be quick. Could somebody move him, please?
I'm asking.
There's a mod that's bringing him back up for sure.
They were building way more jails than they were building schools. All right, I'll say that.
Question. That wasn't that I asked.
Well, that's my answer.
Black freedom. Black freedom. And all of them.
Hold on, I was trying to get that to Devon. So, real quick though, Bonnet. So, you're what I'm hearing you saying is like, how can the music make people do that? How would they would think that, right?
No, so, I'm asking him his conclusions about this prison with the record executive. Yeah, so not an influence of music. I'm not asking about can music influence people. I obviously know that. Use the artists to push that to the people so that they can fill the prisons that way. That's what I was asking.
Well, okay, I hear that, but also AJ put in the chat, and I'm not sure if everyone's aware of this, right? If you're a private prison, you have a contract with the government, and let's use an easy number. Let's say 50, and you're supposed to have 50 beds filled, right? Let's say you don't have 50 beds filled. You're 25. You still have to get paid for those beds that aren't filled. So it's definitely an incentive to always meet those and reach those numbers.
I know that.
I have a question.
So they making records to fill the 50 beds?
Correct.
Yes, that's what I'm trying to understand.
Y'all smarter. Y'all got.
Black Freedom, I'm trying to ask you can I ask you a question? Because I know you know this literature, and maybe Dr. A, you do too.
I forgot, y'all.
But have you seen it? Huh?
No, go ahead.
Have you seen in any of the literature about mass incarceration, prison abolition, anything related to music and the criminal justice system in America?
No.
Self-fulfilling prophecy of saying, yeah, people who listen to this music are going to commit more crimes, but at the same time, you're biased against them, saying they're criminals. And that could be maybe a reason why people who just by listening to music tend to end up in jail or be accused of being a criminal. But there is a risk of
Black
that.
people are criminalized, period.
Right,
Yeah.
you don't need the music to do this. This is my
around.
This is my point.
This is propaganda.
That's a fact. That's a fact.
I understand that we don't like it, and we probably don't want to say that it's great music, etc. But we should understand that it's just an opinion, and be careful of trying to label it as like, oh, this is something criminal or something that criminals will do or something criminals will hear, because that's not good.
I think that there's also a concern for me about, and this is a related point, about the line we draw between artistic expression, no matter how it comes forth, and the kind of political pursuit that we are trying to engage in. So, for example, and then also the ambiguity that exists, I think, within some of this music, right? So someone like Jay-Z, who has rapped about all kinds of shit, if you think about some of Jay-Z's stuff where he's, quote, glorifying, end quote, some things, his argument is that he's actually not glorifying it. He's actually, trying to paint a picture and show people the ills of this kind of lifestyle, of whether it's selling drugs or engaging with multiple sex partners, whatever the case may be, right? But we would say, at least think about some of Ice Cube's music that could be considered gangster rap, but could also be easily considered conscious rap. The thing is that this stuff is very ambiguous, and I think if we're looking for explicitly political messages that are positive in music, I think we miss that nuance and that ambiguity that I think is understandably there when it comes to a lot of this music.
I want to drop a good little thing in the chat there if you want to read it.
And there's a bunch of private. Yeah, and there's a bunch of private prisons that are actually suing the, different states because of the lack of the amount of inmates that was promised to them by said state. So they're suing for loss of income, things like criminal reform, like the bond situation, right? The no bond situation that's actually having an adverse effect on their bottom line. So they're suing the certain states for to recoup some of the money.
Yes. The question that remains for me, I don't think that there's any dispute about how the private prison system works. The question is, what's the bridge that links the rap industry to this prison situation? Because the suggestion was that there is a pipeline from the music to the prison, right? The framing was that the music was being pushed because the prisons needed to be filled. And I think that gap, the questions are resting in that gap. How does the rap music fill the prison?
So that's why I said, so then because these quotas aren't being met, they're pushing the rappers to make the violent music in these states. Like what is the nexus?
Yeah, shout, and we could block more black people up. I don't think too many execs would be so dumb to actually put that in writing.
Of course, of course.
So I don't know if you're going to find that. I would just have to go with, what the artists are saying. If the artists are saying, hey,
correct.
It's we just have to go
take
with
it to
that.
The jail, though. That's the part.
That's where the people are going. They're going to the to jail, right? But they're going there at more alarming rates.
It's the mentality that you create for our youth. They're following the perspective that they're in the music, and their reaction to situations and scenarios is based off
cultural conditioning, right?
Exactly.
So if you flood young people with music that glorifies guns, drugs, pimp culture, it normalizes those images, okay?
Right.
So for some, especially in already stressed environments, okay, this can blur the line between story and identity. You hear me?
No.
But the music will nudge some towards seeing crime as a valid hassle or path to respect, or what people like me do, right? Now, that's what we're talking about. It's conditioning the young minds, okay? Right? Because black people come from economically deprived situations.
But not all of these people are economically deprived.
Okay, but the thing is, when you're listening, but when you're listening to this music,
but it doesn't.
Right? When you're listening to this music in neighborhoods with bad schools,
because you have people listening to this music
and heavily policing. Hold on, let me lie. You're not listening.
No, because you're running this narrative that associates
I'm
black
answering a
deficit.
question that you asked.
You're running
Antoine, she's not gonna allow you to answer.
I'm not worried about a young boy who was influenced by this shit.
And you started with the poor schools and all of that. That assumes that the people who are listening to this music and are making this music come from these communities, and we know that that's not always true. We have
that's not the point. That's not the point. I don't care where they come from.
Because the thing is, this also affects other cultures. Like, look at cultures like the French kids in France.
Oh my God!
I'm done. But the point is this: you're not listening to what I'm trying to tell you, right?
I am listening.
The music.
But what I'm saying is, it's salacious what you're saying.
Devon, thank you for running. I hear I was asking for, Devon. Thank you.
I'm gonna copy and paste that one.
Hey, your mama, look at what I put up top too, the link.
Yeah, I think this is the one that Devon put in the chat, right?
Oh, my bad.
Maybe one. Okay, yeah. Thank you. This is what I was asking for. I was looking for this kind of stuff because the YouTube links, yes, I think anecdotally, I think artists will have opinions about the industry. We hear that all the time. But what I was looking for is someone who actually studies like sort of these sort of systems and structures and can provide a little bit more data. And I think maybe this link might be helpful.
I put another one up in the chat earlier of someone's thesis that spoke about it, that wrote about it in their thesis.
Yeah, I think it's really important though, right? Like for us to listen to like all, points of views or perspectives, right? If artists that are having if artists are saying that this is happening and it's happening quite a lot from like a whole bunch of different age ranges, right? I mean, I think we should take heed to some of this stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like, and it'll be no different than like when we were younger, right? Like, and our parents used to say, hey, such and such, don't listen to this or that or the other. After a certain like age, like we start forgetting that, hey, this is what our parents used to say to us. We become the parents. And so we stop, or so many people stop listening to like the youth. And that's where, you kind of like, the person could be talking to you and telling you, hey, this is what I'm feeling, this is what I'm hearing, and you're just not listening, and, they fall prey to the streets. If they're telling you that, hey, this is like...
So, Lozo, that was my question earlier, right? When I said, okay, we accept that this music is being coerced, compelled, whatever. We accept that there is nefarious intention behind it. right? So now what? What do we do? Everybody's aware. We know the thing. What do we do? And what you just said is one thing we do, right? Like we connect with the kids. We try to figure out like how they're moving, expose them to things, listen to them, try to, as much as you can, nurture their creativity, curiosity, whatever, right? So that's like a thing that we can do to curb this trend. Is that not what you're saying?
Yeah, that's one of the many things that we can do to kind of help change this trend, right? Another thing, we can purchase and support artists that aren't doing these things, right? We have to make it a thing.
Drugs, prostituting, that's what they see, right? Because I can tell you from a personal experience, artist, who came up, and you'd be hard pressed to say had he not heard the quote unquote music, but saw the things that they saw, that they wouldn't still be inclined to kill each other.
You know what we do?
Right? A lot of them doing drugs, selling drugs, all of these things. So my point is, I think we just too much on what music is being produced and not where the people that is producing these music come from that influence
program the minds. And the conditions are another factor, but I think that we can improve once we start to
all the factors. Yeah, but I'm saying
it is a percentage. But I can't tell you a number.
Do you think? That's why I'm asking you, for your thoughts. I'm not.
So if you're talking about specifically for the youth, I think it's in a higher percentage for the youth. I mean, when you're over a certain age, you're not as influenced by this. 40 to 25, I would say they're influenced by it, and it's part of their conflict with the way they're moving, and maybe I would say 60%.
60%.
For that.
So them being exposed and influenced 60%. How did they become exposed to this? This is why I can't see music being any real topic of conversation about what's happening with youth because of all the other things that are so much more important.
I think the older we get, the more we forget how important it used to be.
It's about how you go ahead.
Their living situation, right? Their parentage, their communities around them, right? The schools that they go to, their education levels, prison or not, then whether they listen to some real music.
I think all of them matter. All of them matter.
It's overblown. That's my point.
No, I got it.
So hold up. So that's the conflict. Those are real conflicts that people face in their day to day. But what I'm trying to say, perspective about how you approach and deal with it is what I'm talking about. We need to reframe the mindset about how to approach and deal with the situation versus influencing people to continue the destruction. It has to be somebody.
I think too much of the focus is on the music, and I just feel like it's so minuscule in the grand scheme of things of what we have to deal with in order to.
Hold on. Hey, Dave, it's just gonna keep on going back and forth. There's nothing you're gonna say that's gonna have to listen to what you gotta say. So
I want to say something. I would like to say something.
Hang on, let's hear a new voice. Go ahead, Queen.
And I'd like to get in after her. This is Steph.
Got your stuff.
Because I would like all of these different things imitating the arts. Then what would you say about other ethnicities of people around the world and how they might be dealing with violence and how violent they may be in their little village, wherever they may be, in the same credence to kids in America?
Look, nobody's saying that it's all 100% of the only reason why. We're saying that it is a factor that we need to address. Like, we can address any other reason why. This is a specific reason that we're addressing. This is a problem. I mean, the music can be more influential to a child than some of their parents.
Well, what about the video? What about video games?
That too. That's a separate conversation. You can have that conversation, but I'm having this specific.
Yeah, you just don't have to jump in next game with talking about
to avoid this conversation. But
and television too. So anything
media in general.
Entertainment. Okay.
Yes.
But hold on, what did you guys see what happened with Meta?
Real quick.
Do you guys not see how quickly they came down and said, "Oh, you guys have algorithms that are negatively affecting you, to change it"? But they don't do that with other aspects of media, right? So there is an influence. What we absorb and what we see, there is influence to it. So I don't.
Everybody knows it, but I think as people get older, they stop remembering how impactful music.
It's about the youth. It's about the youth right now. Hello, anybody there?
Yeah, we.
So again, you guys were asking about quotes and statements before. Here's an interview from KRS-One back in 2009 at Cornell University.
We know what they think.
What is that in reference to, though?
Mute up and listen.
That's it.
Lonzo, don't fucking stop. I'm not with this shit.
It's right. Let's listen to the audio and play that.
Labels told us that positive music wouldn't sell. They said if it wasn't violent or negative, they couldn't market it. That's from KRS-One.
Okay.
Yes.
Hold on 1 second. Hold on. Give me 1 second.
That's where you go.
Got ADHD, bro.
No, y'all ain't talking.
Go ahead. So I'm gonna go real quick because I got something to say. I don't know what the fuck is going on, but I got something to say. Please hurry up.
I don't think anybody
so
cares.
I can get it out, and thank you.
Brooklyn. He's reading something. He's reading something.
Finish reading. What's going on?
Could you read it again? Because
you
like
were
doing too much, Lonzo. That was a disrespectful comment.
No, I'm saying he was reading something. He's reading.
You don't have to disrespect her.
Fuck out of here.
That's crazy.
Wait, which Bird Brain movie?
What is going on, Lonzo?
Am I still?
Why are you doing that?
I'm saying he was. Listen, we're grown. Listen. We're all over 18. Look, listen. At the end of the day, he was reading something. Come on, stop. Let's get a grip.
No, Bonnie.
I didn't hear him.
Let's finish that first part and was trying to move on to the next one.
Thank you, brother. Thank you.
Couldn't we have interface?
No, he was reading.
Patient. I know how to mute myself, and you know I know.
All right, so do it.
So don't agree with the
Show us.
Bitch, don't play with me. You're about to get me the disrespecting you. Do not play with me, Lonzo.
Okay, I got you.
For real.
She's on drugs.
Why are you doing that?
She called me out my name.
Why are you doing that?
She called me out my name.
Mad disrespect.
She called me out my name. Yeah.
I'm good, yo. Sorry, it's several rounds.
Whose man's is this?
Am I still in the queue or what?
Welcome aboard.
Go ahead, Steph. Conversation forward.
Welcome to the club.
But I thought he was reading.
I thought he said he was done, but just let me know, guys.
No, go ahead. I'm done. I'm not gonna fucking argue to read to.
Put me in the queue. If somebody want to go, there was a lady that want to go. I'll go after you.
Thank you.
No.
Peace and blessings.
Thank you for being so patient. Thank you.
Again, peace and blessings on this Good Friday. So, as someone who grew up in the 80s, witnessed how the crack epidemic affected our communities and our music, and who knows people who are considered, A-list, celebrities, I will say that, and I've been listening for hours, this notion of execs having meetings or having this meeting in LA with, said rappers, etc. Again, it's believable to me. And especially knowing people who were signed to Clive, knowing people who had record labels, record deals and things of that nature, and not just hip hop, but R&B too. Ooh-wee. That's why you have someone like Bieber filing a grievance against the Grammys last year because he wanted to be R&B Artist of the Year. But I digress. So with respect to the music, if you look at the influence of like an NBA Youngboy, but his artistry and his influence is something is a case study. And when you understand his story, then you might understand his disposition. If you understand his upbringing and how he even got in the position that he's in to talk about the things that he's talking about, we have to understand that your climate in the family, in your community, things that you're exposed to, all these things affect the youth, right? Nothing changes. There's nothing new today that affects people that was in my day or in my grandparents' day. These things affect you. But what it's gonna take, in my opinion, is for someone like a D1, DEE1 is a rapper, and if you listen to his story and listen to what he's fighting for right now and the change in music and how impactful he is, I think he's unbearable for them. And this is not just the young guys, because I think NBA is 23? He's on his 13th child. The last 3 has been with his wife, but nonetheless, okay? He, not just him, but we're talking about people also in their 30s, like a Future, that stay high, that talk about nothing but popping a perk or whatever the fuck else. You know what I mean? So all these things matter with our youth, all of them. But if you just happen to go on YouTube and watch any footage of a recent NBA Youngboy concert, you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. They're literally referring to him as the Michael Jackson of Gen Z. I'm done.
Hey, real quick.
Wait, who?
Hold on. Yeah. So
she ain't lying.
I'm so glad what you said, right, about popping pills, because we spoke about 40s drinking, this and that. We spoke about getting high, but this whole pushing and popping pills wasn't like that before, right? Getting fucked up and being almost like a crackhead wasn't accepted back then. Hold on. Check this out. Check this out for the people who don't even know fucking hip hop. Let me say that, because I'm not gonna be a dick. Okay, so when you're saying heroin, that wasn't like, okay, yeah, pockets of people did that, right? But this culture and this generation, you hear a lot of kids saying, give me the country real hip hop.
Yeah, we know, Haitian. We know. My point is that
it wasn't all over the country.
Music.
This is real hip hop. It started in New York. Hey, don't give me that. He came to New York to learn how to rap, bro. What are we talking about? This is the weird shit.
Getting crazy.
It wasn't in Colorado.
Drugs
hold on with that.
Hand in hand. It always has been. So for you,
we getting off topic.
Drugs goes hand in hand, not drug use. Us using the drugs.
What?
You weren't hearing the rapper back then saying, "I'm gonna get high on heroin. I'm gonna go inject some heroin."
I do know rappers who say
that wasn't the message of hip hop when it first came out.
Y'all got it.
Haitian, have you ever heard the song White Lines, brother?
One last thing. Trying to say calmly.
Folk was crazy.
Some of y'all clearly are not trying to fucking listen to what we are saying or have been saying.
I can't hear you.
Okay?
Clearly.
Can you guys stop talking over one another, please?
Now you come off the mic.
Haitian, go ahead and land. Stop. Mute your mic.
Nobody been landing all night.
No, but right now, can you mute your mic, though? Is that a problem?
It has been a problem, Lisa.
Okay, so can we not have it continue to be a problem, though?
I'm not having a conversation about this. I'm just asking.
I'll be brief, because someone
brief.
Okay. Images and be about with messages. Sometimes they need to hear it from someone. Hey, man, you don't have to go that route. You have choices in life. What is it that you want to do? You could be that person
trajectory of a child's life. If you could make a difference in one child's life, you did your job. How brief was that?
So here, let me say this. Hip hop has always been a voice. That's all it is. So the things that you guys are talking about existed prior to hip hop, and they're being personified within the hip hop. So instead of worrying about the hip hop, we should be worrying about those issues. Now there is an industry problem, which Haitian was trying to example I was going to use too. So and niggas was gangbanging before it was on songs. But what you also got to remember is that the young black men rich, it's opened up a lot of doors to people. So sitting here and just slamming hip hop is wild instead of addressing the real problems that are in our community.
Brian, you know I got love for you, bro.
I'm listening.
No, how long you been in the room?
Oh no, I just got here. I've been here about 50 minutes.
All these motherfuckers want to jump in and say this and that. All these motherfuckers want to jump in and say this and that. Don't know what the fuck they're talking about.
We've been here, Haitian, and the conversation.
No, I'm talking about the period before actual hip hop.
Okay, people have been talking about
keep getting silenced? My dear brother Haitian, there was an era of positive hip hop. Bonnet was speaking. Bonnet was done speaking.
Bonnet was done speaking. Haitian to say why y'all cut her off.
I ain't talking nobody, motherfucker.
Go ahead. I apologize to Bonnet.
Watch your fucking mouth, BT. Don't put my shit.
I guess she's not speaking. But my brother Haitian, KRS-One was not a positive rapper.
Okay.
In the very beginning.
No, you're wrong.
It was criminal, my brother. You gotta listen to
the lyrics.
It was my 9mm brother.
You know, it's like having a conversation.
And I ain't gonna talk about the sexual.
Hold on. To make that comment.
Fucked up shit that he rapped, brother. It was
you know, AJ, hold on. To make that comment shows you're fucking elementary with hip hop during that time frame.
Oh.
Right? Because KRS-One had that song, what was the majority of the songs he pushed?
He's backing you up, man. In the beginning, this shit was gangster.
No. Answer my question. MJ, answer my question. What was the majority of his music?
In the beginning of KRS-One's career, it was on some gangster shit.
Let's keep it real. MJ. I can literally tell you right now. Hold on, MJ. I can literally tell you right now where the fuck I was when Scott murdered as a fucking kid.
Period.
And I remember Scott LaRock and KRS-One in an interview on Video Music Box bragging about the guns that they had on them at the time, brother. The niggas wasn't positive young men.
You didn't see no Scott LaRock on Video Music Box bragging about guns.
He's before the BDP album when he was looking out the window with the map. I know, but them niggas wasn't positive niggas. Them cats was bragging. Them cats was on Video Music Box talking about we got the guns on us right now. This is the late
MJ. Great dude, but his songs metaphorically were all positive. He was geared towards positive. Even his street songs were positive. If you really listen to the lyrics and listen to what he talked about, he wasn't talking about fighting and like he was. Now, with the exception of because he also was a battle rapper, with the exception of the battle rapper songs. So he did have songs where he was saying disrespectful stuff from a battle rapping perspective, but in general, he was called balance.
Do you remember what he said about Roxanne Shante?
That was a battle rapper. Oh my God! I just said that.
But check it out.
Just gonna mute MJ.
But you can still like your people.
Okay, so Brian's off mic, mine's off mic, Haitian's off mic, Davies off mic.
I was trying to respond to MJ.
No, I'm just saying, you guys, I can't even understand the conversation because it's like three people layering, talking over each other.
MJ, so since you are a scholar of that period of hip hop, tell me some other positive rappers in that time since it wasn't KRS-One. So we know we're talking about
positive rappers. Positive rappers of the period. I like the Jungle Brothers. I'm not gonna mess with BDP and the Juice Crew. I like the whole name. Some gangster shit in there. Roxanne Shante was underage, brother. Come on. Let's not pretend the shit was great. Let's not put rosy eyeglasses on toxicity, my nigga.
It was.
Some of the shit was, it was uplifting.
It's
but
called
it
balance.
was toxic too.
We have to carry ourselves with respect as youth at the time, and we're proud to be black and held our head up, right? We knew our culture, okay? So it is fucking different than it is today. Yes, all that stuff has always been around.
In the culture, you attribute that to the music? Because I believe that there were other things that were happening that gave that time that cultural mores.
There's several
but are you attributing that to the music?
I'm contributing to music was also included. It was part of it. That was part of the culture, right? So when you see people rocking the Malcolm X hats and the African medallions, which probably some people don't even know what the fuck I'm talking about over here, that was included into the hip hop.
I think some people try to.
And the person in Google said Biz Markie. I actually knew Biz Markie. So also, a lot of the rappers that I was saying, I don't do the name drop like certain people in the room, but a lot of the fucking people that you're talking about, I do fucking know them in that era as a kid. So like when I said that, I remember where I was at when Scholar Rock was killed. There's a fucking reason why I remember that. And
I think some people try to.
This is nostalgia for you.
There's also.
I think people try to make things exclusive, but it's like this is only.
Dr. AG's talking. Hang on, Davey. Hang on.
So Asian, I get what you're saying about the music. I guess the thing I'm struggling with is this idea that popular culture, I don't know if drives is the right word, but heavily influences, I guess, our mores, our morals.
Yes,
that's what I'm saying, Doctor. The youth become a dose.
Stop it, Davey. Stop it. I re-ask you. Stop. I'm trying to talk to Hey.
So, I'll come back.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was asking you specifically, but...
No, so ask me again what you asked me.
Yeah, so I said the part of it that I'm struggling with is the idea that popular culture drives our mores, like our social mores.
So that's not let me make myself clear as far as what I'm saying, right? I'm not policing music, and I'm not saying if the youth should listen to this or not, right? I'm not a perfect kid. No, I don't think it necessarily influences to the extent of that. Maybe you feel what I'm saying, but it does play a part. It plays a role in it. Music plays a role in culture, no matter what music it is or society.
I don't deny that.
Vietnam, you look at Vietnam, the soundtrack during that time, right? During those days,
which is where your art represents comments or something on your reality.
Yes.
So this is the world that I'm seeing, and so I'm channeling that world in my art. So I get that part, but it's the other way. It's the way so are you saying then the art gets out in the world and then it creates that reality for people who don't have it?
No, that's not what I'm saying. And again, were you at the beginning of the conversation with Divine? Okay, so again, my thing from I do believe the industry was pushing a different type of rap. I do believe KRS One when he said they didn't want any positive rap, they wanted violence. I do believe other rappers during that time period when they were saying that. Right? So that's what I've been fucking saying for the last 3
Right. I got it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just that the pushing of the violence to stir more violence.
No. So look. I'm not gonna say I'm gonna listen to some shit now I can go crazy and ballistic, right?
Mm-hmm.
But at the same token, you cannot say that people that are in power or have
no, I don't deny that
influence they want to feel them. So he was saying that the end is part of it, and then he actually showed where some of these fucking execs invest in the private fucking prisons.
So, I can't make the leap to the prison, but I'm with you up until we get to that part, the camera.
Okay, read those all. I got you, Doctor. Read the article from that was from University of Maryland. I put in there, and then another one up there was linked with.
So I read it, and it doesn't say that. So that's what I've been doing.
I'm not saying it said that word for word, but it does speak of the shift, doesn't it?
It speaks. In fact, it doesn't speak to the shift. The article
Does it speak about positive hip hop conscience going to gangster rap?
No. He says it actually talks about the way in which hip hop was critiquing policing of Black people and the criminal justice system. And more specifically, the article is saying that in Michelle Alexander's book, The New Jim Crow, that she underplays the role that hip hop played in talking about what was happening to Black people as it relates to criminal justice. That's what this article says.
Good. And I would agree with that.
I'm not saying that you guys are wrong that there was a shift or anything. That's not what I was getting at. I was actually just trying to hey, yes, the private prisons are a problem, but in the grand scheme of prisons in America, they're a very small percentage. And what he was saying was, in fact, the criminalization in this country is a part of capitalism. We need to look at the states and the federal government and the money that they make, not necessarily just the private prison systems. In fact, private prisons for many years have been transitioning from being the management of prisons into halfway houses and other byproducts of the sort of criminal justice system in America. So, like, I don't understand the fixation on the private prisons. I think people hear private prisons and think just for profit, but the profit is also made at the state level. So when you think about the way, I mean, this is like a minor piece to this, but like when you think about your license plate and who's making it and how much that costs, right? But who is making money off that? The state, right? So that's what I think that's the point I'm making. Like, it's not just private prisons, like, and this whole the whole criminal justice system as a method of profit has existed long before private prisons. In fact, I would argue that chain gangs were just as profitable and had the same motive. And could you say that was private? Maybe, but there wasn't sort of like an investor class who was investing in that. And so I think there's a difference. And I think that was some of the pushback. I think also the pushback was whether or not there was resources for us to see how we, where this information exists. And I do understand Lonzo's point earlier about the artists and what they're saying. And I think there's some truth into how we should trust the artists, right? But I think there would probably need more information for people who actually study this stuff on for their livelihoods that we could also read as well.
Can I just say, I also
read it for yourself.
I read that already. I've read both of them. I read the Substack that you put, and I actually put the name of the author of the Substack.
And I don't also disagree that there was a shift from, the quote unquote positive type rap models to the more gangsta rap. I don't disagree because we can all understand why they did it, because it's consumer driven. So if the consumer wants to hear this thing and they're making the money off this thing, I'm going to push you to make this thing so that I can profit. So I don't think anybody in here is like pushing. No, that wasn't the argument as well. I don't know what's going on.
What I don't like the idea that we have to be quiet about violence, right? I don't think that's like realistic. I don't think people are going to walk around and have their art reflect the realities that they live in the pimp culture. Like these things are not going to go away if we wish them away. And if the art is supposed to be a reflection of the realities of the artist, and what is the problem with that? I don't like the idea that people like KRS-One didn't have like to hip-hop and beyond the beginnings of hip-hop. Like, we have to stop pretending that this shit is new. We have to deal with the problem.
The song, he literally says, don't do it. Don't do it. Grandmaster Flash repeats in the chorus at the end of that song, don't do it, baby. Don't do it. Don't do it. It's preaching a message.
doing it. Listen.
Haitian, that is what you said, which is why I came off the mic to say that these things existed prior to the pop and perks and pills generation right now.
So, Bonnie,
that's what.
Bonnie, so again, it's always.
That may not be what you meant.
No. Listen what I'm saying. It always existed. I acknowledge that from earlier. What I'm saying is, it wasn't a fucking.
How many other songs we're talking about?
During that time when White Lines was out on the radio, how many other hip hop songs?
We talking about 80. That's before I was born, so I wouldn't.
Okay.
But
we talking about NWO.
But I'll tell you this. Everybody had a name. Let me finish response. Every MC, almost every MC or every crew had a reference to cocaine or crack in their names. Will Smith's DJ was talking about rock and roll.
Drug Quest.
Okay.
Where's that? Where's the drug here?
It goes back. These people were before
Public Enemy, raising awareness around what's going on in the community. Grandmaster Flash talking about the message.
What are we talking about?
Doesn't mention a single drug in the message. Just talking about what was going on in the community. What was talking about in the community. He was talking about what's going on in the community in the message.
Name is Blow. So what the fuck?
So fucking what? His name could be Killer. That doesn't mean shit. What I'm saying,
yes, it does.
No, it does not. The majority.
That's what I'm saying.
If you ask anybody about KRS-One, their first thing will be he's a fucking conscious rapper. Period.
Yeah, because that's what you have.
So real quick.
Drawing the narrative to be. Go ahead.
Drawing the narrative. Do you even know these things?
Do we have confirmation that Curtis Blow's name was based on the drug?
Nah, he doesn't.
Or you just inferring that?
He's inferring it.
So, like, I mean, I'm just curious. Like, do we know that his name Blow was based on the drug?
Nope.
Of course, we know it was based on.
No one has ever.
Nah, I heard you get a lot of blowjobs, so let's go.
No one has ever, in my living life of 40 plus years, has ever associated Curtis Blow's name with drugs. Never, ever. That's one. Two.
Oh my God.
KRS-One has never.
Bricks of 9mm. I don't want to pretend these people anymore because I have a great memory, and you guys want to forget because you want to pretend that niggas were right there. So we're gonna read lyrics now because I need to beat back into your head the realities of what we were listening to. Okay? So let's not pretend. Let's go straight to the lyrics. How about that?
Straight to the lyrics. Crazy lady living in the back. People pissing on the street because they just don't care. Talking about the homeless, talking about the community, not promoting drugs or weapons or killing. That was Grandmaster Flash.
Well, artists of this time talking about those
hold on. This is 9mm. KRS-One. Since y'all want to play with me tonight, me knew a crack deal. He had his girl. I said, now what are you, stupid? He said, I'm sorry. He tried to play me out. KRS-One knew it. Just talking about.
Real quick, if you read more
lyrics, look at the chat, MJ. No. MJ. Breaking news. Look at Mike's chat contribution and your assumption that you wrongly made. Look at the chat and come back and admit you made a wrong assumption.
Let's do.
There's two things in the chat. Which one is correct?
His name had nothing to do with cocaine.
About his ability to rhyme at a clip and his rhythm. It had nothing to do with drugs.
Y'all talking about Curtis Blow?
We got a link to a documentary. Now, I can't remember every reference to everything.
MJ.
Haitian. This is crazy. Real quick, Haitian. Let's do this real quick. I don't know who's on what side, but I do know a lot about Curtis Blow. Studied him, right? Shouldn't do cocaine. Actually marketed himself as an anti-drug person from like the beginning of his career till the end. Did a big cover up when he got caught up. He got caught up in LA flying with like an ounce of weed, and then he did another anti-drug campaign after that. Right, like he's always been anti-coke, anything to do with drugs. So anybody saying that he's associated with drugs or promoting drugs on any level is 100% inaccurate and not aware of anything about him at all.
That's the problem. That's my problem. It may not be your problem. That's my problem.
But that's not all hip hop.
The promotion is problematic. To say that it's being promoted because people are talking about it in their lyrics and it's selling, that's very, I don't know if that's an accurate statement to make. Second of all, we have told you over and over again, it's just like the black on black crime myth, right? Yeah, black people are killing black people, just like white people are talking about killing white people. Like, it makes no sense, Devon, for you to keep on coming off mic and saying that.
To you.
Like, you're doing this thing where it's just endemic to black people. Only black people are doing this. And that's incorrect. It's actually pretty fucking offensive to hear you keep on
It's actually true.
Like, you want to...
It's true. The only genre of music right now, part of this genre of music is glorifying us killing each other. Country artists ain't talking about country are not talking about killing each other. R&B singers are not talking about killing each other.
Divine, do this poll instead.
All right.
Hold on, Divine. Divine, do this poll instead. If a certain group of people, right, made music that way, would the industry push it? And you already know the fucking group I'm talking about. The ones who are pushing it in the industry.
They would not push it. They just say white people.
This is
Make it specific.
No, I'm talking about Jewish people. Yeah.
Say that too.
Y'all are allowed.
Okay, so do you think if a bunch of Jewish kids were rapping like that, their same family who would A&R would be pushing their music to that community?
Nope.
Country is known for its murder ballads. So we should just go and look up murder ballads.
They don't listen
my
to
question
no
to ask? Can I ask y'all something real quick? Because I'm just trying to get clarity. I'm confused. Can y'all give me a little clarity? Because first I'm hearing Curtis Blow. Are y'all saying in general rap promotes death to people that consume hip hop? Or y'all saying old school rappers used to promote it? Like, what's the context?
Gemini, they said it was only music in the North. There was no music across the rest of the country.
Yeah, I just said that though, but that was way after. So Gemini, the conversation was based off of the transition of when hip hop was more conscious.
Hey, Shaw.
Okay? And then when it transitioned to more of the gangster rap. The fuck, man?
Sorry, that was me. My bad. I'm sorry.
You get a pass, yo. So yeah, Divine had spoken about how, you know, the industry had incentives, right, to push that type of music.
Push the gangster rap.
Yeah, the conversation been all over the place.
So what had happened was...
Can I finish? Go ahead, First Lady.
No, Haitian, you finish.
So again, what Divine was basically saying, the connection with prisons, right? How privatized prisons won't be filled. Okay, what I've been fucking saying is that the music did have a shift. I'm not saying whether it's over. And I'm also talking about a lot of musicians. I'm also speaking about rappers that some people on the fucking stage have no fucking clue who they are, but they want to keep it ejected.
Haitian, we agree with you, Haitian. We agree with you.
Why we keep telling you, you keep on coming off the mic to make arguments that we hear and we are where the conversation went. The argument is with what Divine is saying. Okay? So you can move on over past where the conversation started. All that is fine. We got it. Do you hear what Divine is saying right now? That's what we're
Tell me what Divine's saying.
So what Divine is saying,
he said that the music executives forced the artists.
I didn't say force.
No one said force. No one said force.
What? I thought you said coerce.
He said push.
Okay. Okay. So I'll say push. So push artists descriptions. Suggested, convinced.
Keep going.
Let me see what else. I don't know. Okay. Anyway, to use violent language and violence, and misogynist. I think he was saying earlier misogynist. He didn't use the word misogynist, but it was essentially like the bitches and hoes and all that stuff. language in order to push Black people into prisons. That is the contention. We don't disagree,
And
or at least I don't.
Hold on. The other one is that we are the only people who do this type of thing.
I disagree on.
I said this is the only genre of music that is promoted where we are killing each other. To white kids too. White kids are the number one consumer of us calling each other the N-word and booming each other.
What it is it's just a spotlight put on rap. But this shit is like I'm sitting here looking like opera. The central driver of the plot. Violence is the central driver of the plot. Even opera and classical. And I already know about blues and country because my pops used to listen to that. And somebody I know, Pops is the number one blues artist. So I know that shit is like murderous as fuck. And then we didn't get to rock music. Oh my gosh. So it's just that everything that Black people do is always put in the spotlight for a reason. You have to go and look at some old books that outline what their plan is. It's a lot of books on the Negro problem, what the Negro thinks and this and that. It's so many studies on us because they're trying to put us out there in the forefront as a problem that needs to be exterminated. Even though they know that they just as equally fucked up, but they're trying, since they control the narrative, they're trying to push this shit as we are the problem in the world, and we need to be exterminated. That's why they show that O-Block shit. That's why they're using AI videos. The fucking DOD using AI videos that don't even say the narrative, changing this shit around to make us look like they were threatening agents and all of this other shit. You have to understand this is military psyops, and yes, I have been in the military 2 times, right? No, I wasn't in psyops, but I know very much about psyops, all right? This is a military operation, a U.S. Army psyops training video outright says take over all forms of entertainment in the country. It outright says the shit. Outright says the shit, all right? So we ain't got to guess. This is a deliberate attempt to make us demonize Black people. That's why they put all of the rap shit on the forefront. I mean, what the fuck are we talking about? And then for us to buy into it too and start saying and parroting the shit, it's like we being little psyops agents.
I don't know about this military.
Girl, I need a room after that.
But if you really want no psyops, hit me in the back.
Okay, so
we're pushing back.
I'm clear, and I don't like the psyops aspect of it. I'm gonna be real with you guys, right? I want you to think about this. I have some friends that promote. Yes, that's anecdotal, so I'm not going to try to make them the benchmark. But I just want y'all to think about this. They have problems securing venues because of the shootings and the gangs associated with hip hop. That's a fact. You could throw a country festival there. You could throw a rock and roll festival there. You could do a ballad there. But when it comes to hip hop, you know how many police they had to have on standby and how much more money they had to pay for that venue. They had to have ambulances. They had to have police. They have to have all these items on standby just to secure that venue if the venue chooses to deal with them because of the violence that's associated with hip hop. So it's not a psyops thing. There is true deaths, shootings. If you were to go to stats and look at which venues had shootings associated with them, how many you think is going to be rock and roll? How many you think is going to be hip hop?
The Rays? Hello?
Serious, bro.
I'm dead serious. I'm going by stats and facts. So I have no emotion.
Bro, they don't put all the stats on there, bro. They're not gonna put that. There we go. That's exactly the point I was making, man. I've done security at raves, and I've done security at reggae and all that. I'm gonna tell you, the ones that were the worst, that we had the worst problems, were when all them white people come over on 63rd and Cottage Grove at the Grand Ballroom, right in the hood. Okay, so I know I know the real. It's an anecdotal, but we can go and you can go talk to the police. They'll tell you what's the most calls that they. Oh man, them white motherfuckers. But they know it's like a quiet secret, like a hidden secret that they supposed to push the Black people out there as being the bad guys. You see what I'm saying? So I mean, and I went to a PWI, so I know what unruly white people look like.
Pro Family, are you familiar with the YN movement right now? At all?
YN movement? What's that?
Oh, okay, the YNs. Okay, when we say YNs, it means young niggas, if you want to be specific. And I don't know about outside of Cali, but out here, they knocking shit the fuck down.
It's a movement?
Yes, it is a movement. When you see a youngster with a motherfucking shiesty on and all black out here, I'm not gonna speak for out there, but out here, if you know anything about it, like what I have on my PTR, you already know what type of time. Right. I'm an OG YN. But if you understand, what the fuck that stands for, they are knocking shit down out here. This is not a joke. This is real.
Down everywhere.
Yeah, I believe that. But when you start seeing what they listen to and what they're attached to, and what type of music is being put out by our culture right now, most of it is Papa Pill or Papa Nigga. That's real shit. If you listen to the young boys, if you listen to any of that shit, it's not no let's get together and hang out. It's knock some shit down. I'm sliding on this nigga. He in a sticky situation, so I gotta do what I gotta do. It's that time I'm on too. If we don't want to acknowledge that because that's anti-black or that's a psyop, then we're not being realistic. This shit is happening in real time.
We're not saying that each other. Right? This don't happen in other cultures. This don't happen in other music genres. That's not true.
Right, it don't really happen.
That is the pushback.
No, I hear what you're saying, Bonnie, but that wasn't okay. I got it. Yeah, that's not what I'm pushing at all, and I don't think we're necessarily pushing that.
We know you're not pushing it.
But we are talking about our community, so we're not going to necessarily talk about what goes on in this.
Exactly. So don't get on here saying what other people don't do and what we do. Okay? If we want to talk about what's happening in our communities, let's talk about what's happening in our community.
The original conversation was about the Haitian calling child protective services. But I'm serious though, because that's really how the conversation derived here. The Haitian, the Dom, he was in, I think it was Lou's Space, and Lou was bringing up drill music. And, he was playing the different music from these different young boys, right? And I think they was from Chicago, I'm not sure, but I think. And I was just, kikiing about that particular time. It crossed my mind. And then that's how the conversation went on. I think there's something to be said.
And it grew legs.
It grew legs. But the thing is, I wanted to know, do you think that he was right or wrong for saying, hey, listen, you know what? This parent should not be allowing their child to create drill music at the age of 12, 13 years old.
Okay, so he calls Child Protective Services.
Child Protective Services, they couldn't do anything because he didn't have to put his name.
I just want to say,
So Bonnie, first of all, I told him he was an asshole.
Make it even worse.
I told him he's an asshole, and first of all, it's not even, that's not, whether you want to say he's bad parent or not.
You just gave him his rags to riches story by doing that.
Yeah, whatever. But yeah, so it's not, whether you agree with it or not as far as a parent, it's not 15 years old.
But this is us trying to talk about fighting against the system, and then you want to put a child in the system? Like, that don't even make sense. You ain't got
control on the fucking.
Yeah, he done said some but he done said some weird shit that's beyond trolling, like how he wants his young. That's what I'm saying. When you advocating for your daughter to be taught sexual activity by older men, she underage when he's saying this. That's weird.
Shit, my daughter's gonna be none.
I ain't trying to say no shit like that.
The craziest part about it is if you ask them that, we're not talking about this Haitian, they giving the X to you Haitian. Don't put that on Haitian. Don't put that on Haitian. There's two different guys. Let me clarify, it's not my guy that's modded with me right now. We talking about somebody completely different. But if I were to ask him, the craziest part is he'll tell you. Like, he won't say I'm lying, he'll tell you that I said that he said that, So this is not a secret, y'all can tell him I said it, because he gonna be like, yeah, I did say that.
So, Gemini, you agree with this? You agree with Divine? Is that what you came down with? I left for a minute. Did you agree?
From what I heard, the limited bit that I did hear, he didn't say nothing that I deemed inaccurate.
Okay.
You think what he said was inaccurate? What portion is inaccurate? I mean, I'm always looking for.
The part is inaccurate is about him saying that it's mainly the.
You talking to your mama? Y'all don't like women to
They don't care. I didn't say say anything.
This is a women-dominated space. This is Patty and First Ladies dominated space. They run this shit.
I never said anything was inaccurate, but what I was wanting to understand better, and I still haven't found that, which is the rappers to rap a certain way in order to fill prisons. That is the part.
It's not school to prison, Gemini.
Okay.
It's rap to prison.
Yeah, rap to prison.
I'll follow y'all. I do think that that's an unfortunate side issue that it's being spawned and it's happening because of music on a certain level, but a lot of it is more environment than music. It's more about parenting than music, right? Because if you're parenting right, the music should make your kids do something. But outside of that, I don't think that we incentivize them to make positive music, because there's some bomb-ass Christian rappers out there right now. I'm talking.
Come on, man.
That's what. Okay, well, you proved my point. Let me finish. My point. Because of that, if I'm one of the people in control and they just happen to be Jewish, right, and I'm looking at what people respond to, like, I'm going to spend my marketing money over there because I'm going to get a return on my money. It's not because I want to put y'all in prison. It's because this is what the fuck y'all fucking with.
Like, you can do
you're hitting a point that I made earlier.
What does that have to do with Jews? Why do you always do that?
Because somebody brought it up earlier that
they just brought it up. Gemini, I agree with your point. And this is something I said in the chat earlier. Black people, all the things, make love to all the things. We get to choose. We also have agency to choose not to do the things, even if that means finding a different way. We have the agency. It's not, I'm not saying that like everybody's going to do this. This should be a movement thing. I'm not going to say that at all. What I am saying is that we can't just say there is a they somewhere out there that is forcing Black people to act the way that they want us to act. We have to say that there is some agency within ourselves, that we get to choose the order in our lives, that we get to choose the things that we listen to. We can't just blame on the they.
Wait, just real quick.
I fuck with that, yo mama. I fuck with that 100%. Go ahead, see.
Yeah, just real quick, I don't think the music community having the same problem, even though they're digesting the same fucking music. So I don't think it's the music that's the issue, considering the fact that we have them that consume it more of what these people are rapping about, because you're talking about, all they rap about is shooting, guns, and drugs. Well, unfortunately, that was their lived experience. Everybody wants to talk about respecting everyone's fucking lived experience, respect everybody's life story, et cetera, et cetera. And then when they put that life story on a fucking music track, then all of a sudden, just because it happens to sound cool, now we're mad that they told the truth, right? So unfortunately for me, I don't think it has anything to deal with what the music is doing. It's the same thing whenever school shooting happens, people are just like, video games cause violence. No. Because 1 million people play GTA and you don't see 1 million people shooting up every fucking where. There's something else that's as the cause that's not necessarily just,
Actually,
it's no one reason. So what the problem with that is, somebody listening to it who live in San Gabriel Valley or whatever, they can listen to it, and you may have a few outliers that are actually try to mimic that environment that is also going on. So what's happening is no one way, there's no one prong attack. There's multiple ways that the mind is attacked. And this whole thing about thinking that it's just about raising your children, you need to learn there are companies that have created apps that your children can access above your head. Apple even has it where and the reason why I know is because I raised children. So I know that my child at 14 can break away from the Apple family plan. What the fuck? Or at 13, they can use this app. 13, or when they go to school, they'll use a friend's phone and make phony accounts and make this. So where you think that you can control that situation, I keep telling my child, don't fucking play that Osama sign and Ken Carson shit, okay? But she still gets a hold to it in other ways. And for people to think that you can control that, absolutely, it's fucking insane. They're making sure that your child can access shit over your head. You even go to the doctor. I took my child to the doctor, and they're allowed to go to the fucking doctor and get fucking condom and lubes at 14 and what you knowing. So you need to learn this shit.
So hold on.
Hold up. I've been waiting to respond. So
go look it up. It's it.
Pro family, look, bro.
Man, I'm serious, man.
Pro family, you look. I think both XG and Pro family has some interesting points, but we gotta have context, right? At the end of the day, music, outside sources, television, video game, friends at school, there's always going to be outside components or we can't control as a parent. But our job is to create that bond and to create that discipline and support system that lets them know that you get your value from me and everything else is an add. So I definitely think that we're ultimately responsible for what happens with our children, 100%. Now, I do believe that hip-hop does contribute to some degeneracy on a certain level, right? Can you blame your kid doing something on hip-hop? Fuck no. Well, it's because of hip-hop. No, you should have been on point. But there is a lot of messages that are reinforced in hip-hop music that, kill somebody, slide on something, rob somebody, pimp. Like, a lot of that shit is in the music. And it does resonate with people that might be in those elements. Like, if I'm in the suburbs listening to it as a white person, as opposed to a young, impressionable black kid that's going to walk out and actually see those same gangbangers and the same gangs that they talking about when they talk about gang shit, and they walk outside and they see gang, they might be a little bit more inclined to be involved with gang. But still, ultimately, you have to control that. You can't just blame that on the music and say, well, it's outside of my control and they're putting apps and everything else. Well, take the fucking phone. What are we talking about? Like, you're supposed to control the kids.
It's not just I just wanted to say, I just real quick, and I'm not here to say that. I do want to put research out there. I was trained that actually the beats per minute in songs very much does affect the energy you have as a person. So, for instance, when you go to the gym, you don't listen to classical music. More often than not, you're going to listen to an upbeat song because it's going to put you in the mood to do some upbeat, active things. And I'm only tying that into when you match the lyrics with some of the beats, it does produce a frequency and a vibration within yourself, and subconsciously you start doing things.
This vibrational stuff into this next train. No, BPM doesn't mean that. BPM means beats per minute. There's plenty of classical music that has even way faster BPMs than most hip hop does. Hip hop usually stays around the 130 to 140 to 150 range. It usually never goes above that, unless you're like Busta Rhymes or Twista. And then at the same time, when you listen to classical, which has a lot of repertoire that's in 180 plus for the most part, again, it's not the BPMs that are doing anything. You're not understanding the vibration. No. It's not any type of force shock or shit that's happening. It's just a faster one.
So let's
all the BPM.
Okay, so that was not my point, sir, right? That was not my point.
Correct, but I wanted to finish responding to what Gemini was saying.
Okay, I'm going, since you didn't understand my point, because that's based on your response, that was not my point. Beats per minute do have an effect on the body. I didn't limit
like the violence.
MJ, he was just giving his conversation.
He was actually responding to me, but go ahead.
Gemini.
XG, please go ahead and continue your response. Thanks for clearing that, Ayana.
On top of that, I think that the characterization of what the popular hip hop is also very skewed too. Not all hip hop is just young boy and shooting shit, et cetera, et cetera. There's a rapper by the name of Dave that has just as many monthly listeners on Spotify as Youngboy does. And let's read out what some of his lyrics from his last album that just dropped, that's getting some of the most streams he's ever had, has right now. Quote, "My mom used to creep in my room and put oil and a cross on my head, anoint me and probably read a Bible verse like Psalm 23. The Lord is my shepherd and maybe Matthew 4. The words that die get a second chance at life. Christ, I don't know what to say to you. I pray to you. Forgive me for the days I had a reason to, and I ain't had faith in you. You did it for the sake of me and how I've forsaken you. I prayed for new shoes and I used them to walk away from you. I made it out with drugs, swapped the pen for the needles, and I just found a different way to poison my people. You can say it's testimony that I'm telling them my story, but how we selling them the devil still getting giving God the glory can I pray. Like, unfortunately, when we look at the lyrical content of some of these people, it's not just all shooting shit. It's not just all, drugs, sex, money, et cetera, et cetera. There are people that speak introspectively, including, for example, somebody that you guys might always quote as being a drug, sex, money rapper, Future himself. If you listen to some of his albums all the way through and not just the hits that go on Billboard, you can realize, hey, us and other people want to consume that content because positive, happy-go music usually isn't there, but that's across all races, not just ours.
Hey, that ass music on the fucking planet. Kitover is the most Haitian. Ain't nobody busting their guns like the Haitians. Let's stop the bullshit, bro. Violence is violence. Sometimes it's gonna be reflected in the artist, but it's not the fucking art that's making the violent environment. Let's stop playing. That's not true.
Shout out to MJ.
Who it is?
Let me mute my mic.
Oh, Lord. Who left the gate open? Travis. Have a good night, and Nicole.
Not the DJ. Save our life.
He was trying to sage the stage, and y'all just kicked him out.
Oh, I didn't kick him out. I just sent him to the ghoul.
You might want to bring him back, because look who replaced him.
Who replaced him?
Just look around.
Well.
Maybe okay, you've been quiet for
Screaming and stuff, but he, like, regardless whether he ever get a Grammy or whatever, you know what I'm saying? That boy is platinum.
Everybody. Wouldn't he be all over the radios, all over the Grammys?
Now, see, I don't know about pushed.
But he is all over everything. The reason that he doesn't have a Grammy nomination, which is like historic this year that we have this many rap albums or rap songs inside of certain Grammy categories, but rap music in general usually doesn't get nominated at the Grammys.
So there's that.
But they have a category. What are we talking about?
Right, this is the funny thing, right? He's talking about Dave and everyone else, but I'm talking about which I haven't heard anybody that I know of in LA that say turn on that fucking Dave. I've never heard nobody say that shit. Right. So let me finish, XG. I did not cut you off. Let me finish what I'm saying. Let me finish, please, y'all. Give me one mic. I waited and responded when it was quiet. I've never heard nobody say turn on that fucking Dave at a club. I've never heard a YN say Dave is on my playlist. Hand me the fucking ox. Nobody does that, right? So when you start talking about isolated things that maybe suburbia is into, we're talking about like the heartbeat of the culture has always been the ghetto, the streets. I hate to say it that way, but that's just the facts. And they kind of followed that, and that has dictated the pace for a long fucking time. And the way that they're going after it right now, I'm going to hear way more of them talk about NBA young boy. Way more of them talk about maybe, let's say, a Kendrick, if you want to go towards more commercial side of everything. At the end of the day, I'm real popular. You listen to the messages that's being consumed and promoted out of that. And to what Ayana was saying, or Penny, I guess y'all call her earlier, there is a fact about the way that the bass resonates and the way that the BPM goes. Does it make somebody do something? No. But does it tribal? Does it resonate more? That's why you can hear when somebody they put systems in their whips just for that reason. You can know a song by the bass line when it's coming around the corner. Like, that's the thing. Right?
So
but does that make somebody... Go ahead.
So that on that point about the heart of the culture, the residents of Strivers Row might want a word. I don't know. I don't know about that's
right. If you look at the rappers that we consider the legends right now, and you talk about a Tupac, you talk about a Biggie, you talk about a Jay-Z, you talk about a Jadakiss, the highly esteemed elite. You talk about a Nas, and you look at what's consistent in all of those street themes, 100%. They might have a commercialized, let me finish. They might have a commercialized song or two, but there's a reason for that consistency across markets, across different types of hip hop, if you want to be real about it. Until this day, the most popular rappers, for the most part, have a street element. And Drake was smart enough to realize that, and he incorporated that into his music. Even though that's not who he is as a person. He came from the grassy, accepted into the streets. You hear it in the hood first, and then they blow up. Oh, did you hear about that?
I think
that's a fact.
Yes, I can deny that for one reason. Wait, one second.
It's not historically accurate. It's not correct.
It's 100% historically accurate.
It's not correct.
You mean in music?
All music.
I'm talking about in hip hop, not in music.
So then that's what you missed the first part I said you need to limit it to rap and don't say the heart of the culture, which is what you said at first, and then you said the heart of our music. So you need to limit it because that's not historically accurate. That's all.
No, it's not just a drill rap. And then on top of that, you ask why in a degenerate scene like a nightclub, degenerate music would be being played. Like, okay.
Just because it's a nightclub is degenerate now?
Yes. What are we talking about? Nightclubs have been degenerate. What are we on?
There's clubs that are degenerate.
Like back in the day, nightclubs was like
hearing about Jesus like going to church.
Men and women put on their Sunday best to go to nightclubs historically.
This is crazy.
What? What's going on? Y'all don't know. That's going to go to the club.
You don't know about the juke joint in the hood? What's happening? What's happening? Y'all in there gyrating like that? What's happening?
This is crazy.
It's a nightclub. Degeneracy.
I can't believe I'm hearing some of the shit I'm hearing. You know what? It's weird to hear racist overtones without people realize that they have racial overtones. Right? They don't even realize it's when you start trying when you start trying to dictate what makes music. As far as hip hop's culture goes, most people get hot in the streets first. Now it's hot on the internet, right? But it used to be they would get hot in the streets. They would have a street following, and then that would make them commercially viable. Okay, we think we can scale this, right? That's what the Dr. Dre's did. Yeah, that's
what the gate open. Who left the gate open?
Yeah, that's a diarrhea.
You deny that it's literally doing commercialization.
That was Super Dre. 50 is a good example. Mixtape scene.
I was about to say 50 is a perfect example. He got shot 9 times. It gave him street credibility as his music blossomed. But I know the streets have nothing to do with it. Never mind.
That is one of my artists. Thank you.
Big X is that dude too.
Big X is tearing the game up right now.
That's somebody I have done work with.
I like his country collabos too. He's doing country music collabos.
100%, bro.
He pretty much crossed over.
Country collabs too. What's going on?
Honestly, that shit made me start hating Big X. All them fucking that's the hype shit.
I fuck with the country shit a little bit, but like he ain't even doing country though. It's like that pop country.
Ballads, like ballads.
That's what country is.
Any country that I do fuck with is more aligned to like blues.
So one thing
I think Penny trying to get in there real quick.
I just want to, because I love the Truth of Possible conversations. This is no shade to any, but are we not, you had us and you had it, and your son had the option to be a pharmacist, like a real one, or a rapper. Which one would you want your son to be? Like, let's be honest.
Because the prep schools.
What? $1 billion lawsuits.
Delusion. And so when we look at, like, I'm only speaking on the masses. Like, let's speak up to majority, right? You don't want your son, and the reason why I'm saying this is because when we're looking like the influence of it and like the lifestyle in and of itself, and I again, y'all can go back then. But like, let's be for real. You would want something together.
Because you already said it.
That's not.
Let her finish though. Come on, y'all gotta let her land her point though. Come on, y'all.
I passed it right back. One mic on y'all that want y'all sons to be.
No. Well, say this. Since y'all ain't gonna let my homie Penny finish, I will stop.
I know, but
51% of rappers that die. I definitely want to hear. I hate that she got to go.
Come on, Penny.
please.
You gonna come back, Penny, or no?
No, I just like when I hear this and I look at the state of Black people in it, like in general, I just don't feel like y'all being like.
Nah, but you were on.
They not. They not.
You're on point.
They not.
I think that's the type of shit that needs to be added to the conversation.
Genuine. She said she doesn't feel like they're being genuine. That's what she said, and they're not.
What does that mean? They're not.
That means that 51.
They're not.
51.
I'm not asking you, Gemini.
I know you're not.
It's her words.
But I was about to say something though, real quick, and then you can ask her. 51% of the rappers that.
This is insane.
It is insane because 51% of the 51% of the rappers that died have died by homicide. That doesn't happen in any other genre.
That's a fact.
Well, the profundity of that could not be.
Okay. Well, it wouldn't be genre, brother. It would be demographic, but I know what you mean.
Thank you, BC.
No, he meant genre. He meant musical.
Here, right? It's yes. Studies show that rappers, particularly hip hop artists, have a higher mortality rate from interpersonal violence, such as homicide, compared to other music genres. Let alone,
I wasn't fully listening. No, I conceded.
Y'all trying to correct somebody so fast.
I'm trying to correct somebody. Don't even know what's going on. But go ahead.
Y'all correct her. One mic on Penny.
Yeah, I'm just saying my main point of saying that is like, even though that's what the stat is based on the genre, if you look at occupation, out of all the occupations you could choose, there's a higher percentage of you dying if you try to be a rapper. And so when we look at like the influence of music, again, I'm not here to sway one side more than the other. I just like to stick to the facts. So then when we have this conversation, I'm like, I want to see how genuine these people are really going to be. If you had a child, and your child had the option to choose to be a rapper or something more that's going to be a more contributing member to society, what would you honestly want them to be? A doctor, a lawyer, a judge, a teacher, a police officer, right? Or a rapper? But I know that we're in the delusion segment of the conversation.
Who is pushing people? That's not.
Hold on.
That was a fact. Why did y'all cut her off every time she talking? Like, what's going on?
That wasn't the point of the conversation.
She can only be cut off by the men.
Nobody's
cut her off. A woman did that. No.
I understand that.
Wait a minute. No, none of us made this point though. Where is this coming from? This is not the argument.
It's stemming from, right, when we look at the, so I thought, and I could be wrong.
Yeah, I think you're wrong.
So, well, okay.
We're not making the point about violence and right.
We're not taking women off. What's going on?
That's not the conversation.
It's women cutting the margins. It's not us.
I see that.
Come on, let's have some decorum, y'all.
Penny, I do know you. We've had conversations many a time now.
No, you don't know me because you would know that my mouth is real bad.
I know your mouth is bad. It's fine. It's on Clubhouse.
And so I want to invite you to shut the fuck up when I'm talking. That's what I'm going to invite you to do. Because your name is Bob. You know exactly what you said.
If you would make it's a round. You can't make a point, so here we are.
Yeah, well, I can't finish your point because your dad didn't teach you to stop talking when grown people are talking.
Why you gotta tell me?
No need to bring family. Never mention. No need to bring family.
You should mute up and listen first.
Don't kill him, Penny. Don't kill him, Penny. Please don't kill him.
We missed.
All right, it's getting crazy.
I just made this whole talking point. I thought the conversation was deriving from the influence that we see rap or hip hop.
No, that's not the question. That was not the conversation.
Talking about that. Let him answer you.
What about me talking? Yeah, like what
just like this. I didn't need to help you. You made the point of your own. That's not what we were talking about.
Y'all, come on, y'all said I'll cut her off. Let her land. Please let her land.
All right, please try it one more time. One mic on Penny. Let her land. We'll keep the convo going. Thank you.
It's okay. Well, they got it. I can see. They got it.
Thank you.
Hey, man, send their goofy asses to the goo.
How does one make the association that the
genre that we were discussing, and I don't know how you're missing that connection, but it's okay. Y'all are hypersensitive.
Because we've been here for 3 hours.
what we were talking about. What we were talking about was not the influence. We were talking about hip hop to prison pipeline. That's what we were talking about.
Right, and on top of that, it's not just what's it called, the violence. That's what's happening is because they're rappers. Did we forget that half of these rappers are also gang members, gang affiliated, have done things streets-wise that they're doing outside of their rap career? Them getting shot and murdered while being the occupation of rapper is not because they rap too hard about somebody.
Okay, so first of all,
did some street shit and got shot.
So first of all, that's not true. A lot of them niggas is from the suburbs. Okay, a lot.
Some of them are living that life. Let them land. Let them land.
Let them finish. We got to hear the opposing point too. Hear them out thoroughly. Go ahead. Finish your submission, XG.
Yeah. So what I was saying is, sure, you can say the ones that are still living right now are from the suburbs. We can go through all the ones that have died in at least the last 20 years. Go through them each and be like, did you have some type of gang affiliation with? Did you do something to somebody before you got shot? Because 90% of the time, that's what happened. The reason they get shot is because they have a gang affiliation, or because they have a street affiliation, or they've done something violent towards somebody else, and they finally decided to get their get back on them, or they were associated with the wrong people at the wrong time. Those are the main reasons, not because you have the occupation rap.
The last part.
So you're what you're pointing out is the incestuous relationship between rap, drill music, and violence. Okay, you can't separate the two. And all you're pointing out is the reality that the one complements the other. It's a yin and a yang. All right, and I don't understand why it's so hard for you to grasp exactly what Penny is saying. The profession, the genre of rap music is not conducive for adaptive behaviors. It's actually maladaptive.
Nobody was
counter. Excuse me, ma'am.
Let him finish, please. We let XG finish. Let him finish.
Okay, the conversation must be over. Y'all have a great.
It's not
No
my
need to
fault.
be condescending, TC. Just make your point.
I'm sorry, who are you?
No, we can't kind of.
Wait, can't keep up. Why you have to?
It wasn't. I'm sorry. Was I talking to you?
I'm asking a question.
No personal attacks. Just
was I talking?
No personal attacks. Just stick to your point, brother. Stick to your point.
There was no personal attacks. I'm simply pointing out the reality.
Just make your point.
Right, so I'm trying
This could be a good conversation, even if real quick, if we disagree with each other, that's fine. And I'm not gonna cut nobody else off because I get passionate too. I don't want to abuse the mod.
Why was I sent to the Google? I was the one.
I don't know. I didn't do it, but let's do this. Let's try to have the conversation without personal attacks. Let's. I didn't do it either, but let's hear each other out so we can hear. Even if we don't agree, this is a good conversation where we can hear an opposing thought. Maybe get some takeaway from it. But we can if we overtalk and personally attack each other.
Gemini is smarter than AI.
Nobody's eating this late.
I'm not Gemini. Glad you're here. Please help us out.
Who's modding Drew? What's going on?
Oh, I don't mind nobody.
Because yesterday somebody started modding a bunch of people, and then the whole space got boomed. What's going on?
Everybody looked like they got a mod badge on the TV.
No, they don't. That's not a fact. But yeah, guys, let's see if the conversation go.
Maybe I need to.
Did y'all do it by mistake?
My mom always said compliment intelligent people. Gemini, you're intelligent.
Y'all do need to mod.
I'm on my computer, so I can't see.
Can TC get a mod at least, and MJ, so it can be a fair panel?
Well, just to recap what First Lady said, we did have a problem yesterday. I'm sorry, Dr. AJ, go ahead. Were you going to say
First
something?
Lady, this person isn't supposed to have a mod.
I don't. Drew don't mind.
I don't know who that is.
Drop him down. Are y'all slow? It's not rocket science.
We don't know.
Drop his ass.
They may have been. They may be legit.
I think she was making sure it was a legitimate mod before.
Yeah, problem solved. Drew is back. Nothing personal, Drew. It's all good. Carry on.
I know, BT, to be fair, I really am in the middle of the road because I'm saying all this and I have a very eclectic, library. So I'm not here rooting for country music or classical music. I'm just saying, let's keep it.
Music are more responsible than the music Or do you feel like it's the influence of the music, no matter what the family does? Which one are y'all signaling?
It's the families, because as I said again, the main consumers of said music are white people, and we don't see them going out and doing that same shit that we're complaining about that happens in our community.
What's that about? It's the rap making them shoot at the schools.
Right, exactly. It's the rap making them shoot at the schools. It's making them do horse tranquilizers at fucking UK house parties. No.
Everybody knows it's the environment that makes freaking violence, that makes the music. Well, what are we talking about?
So what it is music, again, I mentioned this a minute ago, music is what contributes to the violent culture. If you have music that continues to perpetuate the vice of violence and drug use and criminality and incarceration, and you're perpetuating that message to younger and younger people, and they see some shine, that becomes a part of their value system, that's what starts to create a culture. And so to your question, Gemini, right, you're asking, is it the music or is the family? It's a part. I don't see them as separate. I see it as a part of the culture. It's contributing to the overall value system and what people value and what they look up to. It's a big part of it. It's no different than like what part does incarceration play into it. It's a part of the culture. It's a relationship. They're all intertwined.
I'm sorry, but if listening to a Young Boy song gets your kid to completely switch his values, you might need to be a better fucking parent.
It's all about the parenting.
This is insanity, bro. I'm sorry.
I think valid points
There are
being
generations.
So let me ask you this. Since it's so innocent, I had to switch mics since y'all got disrespectful and I was just being regular. Yeah. So since the music is so innocent, do you think that an infant or a toddler or a young child should come out listening to gangster rap or maybe a young boy? So right. Okay. So boom. Let's go with that. Right. Thank you for being honest. The answer is no. I appreciate. I can't hear you, sir. I'm stop talking. And so I appreciate you guys being honest, because you're saying no, right? And more often than not, you're saying no based off it being inappropriate for a kid. So what we're like, the fact that y'all want to act like certain music doesn't have influence over you with the repetition of the lyrics, right? Paired with multiple things with music in general, frequencies, vibrations, the beat, all of the things, right? Why would you say, hey, I know that this is something that should be shielded from a young child, and that only a child that ideally is old enough to recognize right from wrong should be or could listen to this. You see how that goes? So I think you guys get the point just fine. Thank you.
I have a question. When people were listening to the Stylistics and the Delphonics, was there no sex trafficking, drug abuse, and gun violence? I just want to know.
I wasn't alive then, sir. Tell me more. What was it like when you went to school with Moses? Tell me more.
MJ, can I answer your question with the question real quick?
Sure.
Were there the same amount of shootings and violence at those concerts, at the Stylistics?
That part. I don't know.
He was probably stabbing back.
Didn't y'all have Woodstock? Did we forget Woodstock happened?
Hold on.
Thank you, Betsy.
Wait, just
let me introduce this, because now you're reaching. There's a lot of nuance involved in this with how we have changed as a people collectively. And don't forget, liquor sales was illegal on Sundays and at a certain time back then. So it was a lot of like speakeasies and little shacks they used to be partying in the woods, doing that versus what you were referring to, Gemini, an actual club with a performance. It was called a bootleg. Only open on Sundays, they ain't selling no liquor in the South like that. So it was different dynamics, but they were absolutely stabbing and shooting in those places too. Which is why in life you saw Eddie Murphy and Martin go to jail for life because of a stabbing and shooting.
So we're going off of Life, the movie.
And it's based off a true story.
And just real quick to add on to that last point, when you go to what Penny was saying, one, nobody ever said the music was innocent. We said that the music doesn't lead people to commit violent acts. Number two, when I start talking about the music not being innocent and it not leading people to commit violent acts, and I say that it's a parenting problem, is because in the same way that when I was little and I first started playing GTA, you got it, understood, do you have the maturity to handle that? Cool, go ahead. In the same way that we can watch Tarantino movies and be like, hey, all this shit that's going on inside these movies, don't do it in real life. And we can bring kids to movies and show them all the violent shit that happens in movies, show them all the death, all the gore of shit of Hunger Games, Divergent, and all the younger stuff, right? But the moment the music has it, now they're all too fucking mentally deficient to understand, hey, the thing that's being said here, we probably shouldn't do outside. And if that was the case, I'm going to ask you the question back for rap music from your generation. Does that mean that people that were kids were being incentivized to get groomed by adults because everything you guys could talk about in the 90s and 80s rap was somehow fucking on minors, especially when you had Ice Cube with the line, I know she's a minor and it is illegal, and y'all were still bumping that? But I don't hear any complaints about you guys saying that pedophilia and sex trafficking spiked during that era, did you?
I don't believe I was alive during that.
And the fabulous dramatic with a pistol in their sock and an 8-ball in their pocket.
Yeah.
What's it so silly, bro? But you could.
You know what? I could tell you how you respond. I think there's a difference when we have the lived experience of some of the elements of the music than when people are consuming the music and just looking at it like we're standing outside the window looking at it. So some of it is not going to resonate. Does that make it right or wrong? I don't know. But is it real? Yes, it's real. It does impact. Now, the family should have more of an impact. And there is a lack of parenting, right, which is one of the criticism we have faced as a Black culture, single-parent families, so on and so forth, disproportionately attributing to the prison system, even though we know a lot of that has been because they hyper-focus on us anyway based on skin color. So there's a lot of nuances to it. But you can't simply say that music doesn't contribute to it. It does. It does.
I mean, the scary part is that, you know, these kids are connected in ways that we weren't when we were growing up. And the music, when we were growing up, you know, like the things that was talked about in music, you had to go outside to experience that. These kids can do it from Instagram or YouTube or whatever the case was, all this other stuff that they're talking about. But I've been in here listening, and I'm kind of a loss because Sister Penny brought up would your kid to be a pharmacist, a legal one, or a rapper? And, you know, I'm thinking about, you know, I mean, it's no question I want my kid to be a pharmacist. But I feel like the way that I'm raising my kids wouldn't have the credibility. It's not really the influence. And what's missing is parents, is fathers parenting their kids and teaching them. Fathers, I think, something like that, I might be wrong, are incarcerated right now. You know, men aren't Black men aren't raising our kids, and the streets are doing it. And then it turns out somebody said that there was a rapper out there, 23 years old with 13 kids. That's a kid with a bunch of kids. That's crazy. 13 kids? I mean, how are you going to father 13 kids at 23? We, as Black, be 15-year-old and a 13-year-old, and I homeschool my kids. I stopped sending them in public schools. I'm not outsourcing their education, and I homeschool my kids. We got a tutor that comes to the house because what we're dealing with is, and you know, my kids will be like, oh, you know, Dad, so-and-so got this going on. And I'm like, well, when the hell did you see him? No, I talked to him on TikTok, or I talked to him on Instagram. But it's been weeks since my son talked to so-and-so, you know what I mean? And that's their interaction. It's electronic. It's not personal. And that's part of the bigger problem. There's so many ways for all this nonsense. We can't control everything that's happening in our kids' lives. But to go back to the point, I believe it was Penny and Gemini. Look, hip hop is a culture, right, wrong, and indifferent. And that culture is based on street shit. I mean, the dudes that we listen to that got credit in the hip hop culture are street dudes.
Look, I gotta hold up, give me 1 second. I'm not gonna be long, but it's very, 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 very dangerous. Their media outlets on a regular basis to the point where we have accepted it, right? Now, there's been some research done on that really dispels what's being said about that, right? The research says that non-residential Black fathers are more likely than non-residential fathers of other races to engage in caregiving, read to their kids, provide emotional support. What that means is we might not be in the home with the mother. Element of that is true. But when we are not, as a father from a distance or from another household, we are at our best interest at heart. This is not me just throwing out random shit. I can literally put the link in the chat and you can look up the numbers for yourself before you start regurgitating shit that ain't true and putting down Black fathers. I yield.
Well, Gemini, I don't know where you're coming from at that point. That's where we diverge because I don't think absentee fatherism is the same.
That the rappers are all gangsters.
And they're
See,
not.
I put some in the chat.
I never said that. Don't lie.
I never lie. Creator, J. Cole, etc., etc. Childish Gambino, the most suburban, rich, two-parent household rapper we have. Kids like listening to regular people, non-gangsters. Just so there is a shift going on. And if y'all see, there's actually this thing going on with the youngins now called the quarter zip thing. And it's where all of these young boys are wearing, like, dressing nice like they have corporate jobs, and they're speaking better. And it's a huge thing. You just look up the hashtag on any app and you'll see it. So
That's not as marketable. That's not as marketable because it doesn't incorporate that street element. A good example of that is that hip hop. Right, is that hip hop wasn't even in the top 40 billboards for the last round. Hip hop didn't make it into the top 40, right? So
that's because they changed the rules. That's because they changed the rules.
Possibly, but it goes to the point.
It is. That's what they did.
Ma'am, mute your mic. Thank you. I'm talking. I mean, less and less marketable, right? That type of positive reinforcement from hip hop music is not what the industry leaders and the industry bosses want. They want something more, more violent, right? And I think there's a lot of validity to what Gemini said. Yes, absenteeism and fatherhood in Black America could be created, like it could be sensationalized and mythological. You know what I'm trying to say, guys. But Gemini, the point is that that's not the same thing as like non-residential fathers, right? They don't live in the same home.
It's not.
That their kids are raised there.
I agree with you.
And I think rates, right? There's a higher degree of crime rates with kids that are not living in the same home as their fathers. Not that their fathers are absent in their lives, but that they don't live in the same home because those positive. I would have to see those numbers.
That's a possibility. Do you have anything to show that?
I do, but as is the case when I join these rooms, I'm driving, so I can't information right now. But I'm happy to get it to you.
I will agree that, and one thing I do like, the only thing I like, not trying to downplay, like I was blessed enough to have my father in the household. My father and mother are still together right now, today. Wherever they at right now, they together. I promise you. Right? And that's what I came up under. And I understand, I'm blessed to have that and to see that and to watch their interaction from then to now, to see how they handle each other. And I think that's vital because there's a lot to be learned from hands-on and having a father in the household. And that's why I've been a hands-on father myself. I got custody of my daughter when she was 2 years old. You know what I mean? And I've had it ever since. And now she's at UCLA.
Now, watch
I know what it is to be. Give me 1 second. So I know what it is to be a hands-on father. I understand the importance of it. I'm not trying to downplay that. I just don't like to hear the stereotype being perpetuated that Black fathers don't exist. Black fathers are not a part of Black households. Black fathers abandon their kids. Black fathers go out for milk and never come back. I really hate hearing that when I know even if they're not in the household, a lot of them will still try to be a part of that child's life.
Now, Gemini, would you allow your young children to listen to drill rap? And gangster rap? No. Absolutely not. No. And if you ask that, why?
That's not true.
Because they know I'm sorry?
That's not true.
Oh, that's not true? Okay, educate me on how the average Black father wants it. That's exactly the point I was making.
Yeah, I was. So if you said they want them to listen to gangster rap, right? They grew up listening to gangster rap, right? Those people grew up listening to that music. It didn't become popular for no reason, right? I think you act as if this music is not listened to.
Never made one comment about whether it was popular.
You're not responding to what he said, Toy. You're not responding to what he said.
I don't even know what you're doing, dude. You did this.
He said that. Hold up. He said, Toy.
You didn't know what you were talking about.
Toy, what he said was that most black parents or most black fathers would not want them to listen to gangster music.
And I said that's not true, because they do. They listen to it themselves. They play it around their children.
A lot of them don't. I don't. I grew up listening to all kind of crazy shit, but I didn't play that shit in front of my kids.
I'm saying, but like, okay, so I think we're acting as if like we didn't grow up listening to the music our parents listened to, right? You let's not say
that's not the point that I'm making, though. If you're gonna say I'm wrong, at least address the point that I'm making.
Yeah, you're taking us on a tangent. That's not even where the conversation was going.
You said drill music, right? And I'm saying that these parents still listen to drill music. Adults listen to drill music.
I never made a point about whether or not adults. I said, do they want their children listening to it? Are you saying that black parents want their children listening to drill music?
If I don't want my kids to do something, I'm not going to let them think it's okay to do it. So I wouldn't participate in it. You don't want your kids doing crack, so you don't smoke crack, correct?
Dude, that has nothing to. The reason why I don't smoke crack has nothing to do with whether or not I want my kids to smoke crack. It's bad for my health, so I don't smoke crack.
So if I smoke weed, does that mean I want my kids to smoke weed, Tori?
Your job is to set examples for your children, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so if you're going to go around your children and do things, right, that you say you don't want them doing, but when you do them around your children, you're telling your children that the things that I'm doing are okay. They're respectable. So if your child takes up after you, are you upset that your child is doing the things that you're doing?
No, but see, that's where this is where the disconnect happens right here, Toy. I don't do the things I don't want my children to do around my children.
Yes, no.
Let's say I have a personal habit or two that I am not the most proud of, that I don't want them to know about, because the goal is not just to lead by example, it is also to make them do better than you. They're supposed to supersede whatever you did. Whatever you did, the next following generation should overcome that, and the generation afterwards go even further, right? So there's a incline where you can see that their trajectory or their career path is actually a little bit better each generation. So what I might do is have my own shortcomings that I shield them from, not do around them, and guide them away from it, because I realize this is one of my shortcomings. All right, I need to overcompensate on that level for them, right? And then they might have their own shortcomings that they will overcompensate for it and shield their children from. Just because you do something doesn't mean, let's say I'm an alcoholic, which I'm not, I don't even drink at all, but for the alcoholics, or because that's what I do, I'm going to advocate that they do the same? Well, am I going to recognize that this is a shortcoming of mine that I don't want to pass on? I don't want to create generational trauma.
But Jim, that's two different things, right? If a child, like being an alcoholic is not equate to you drinking alcohol, right? If you drink,
that's why your example. I don't even know much about alcohol, so just scratch that example.
Okay, but I'm saying, right, like, okay, let's use alcohol. Alcohol is a great example, right? Consuming too much alcohol, right, is not good for anybody, and you can become a drunk. All the negative that come with drinking too much alcohol. But if you take drinks, shots, you go to family functions, right, and your family is drinking, your child will think it's okay to drink alcohol, right? That it's not necessarily bad. Overconsumption may be bad for you, but drinking alcohol isn't a bad thing. The personal choice of your child then overusing alcohol to, be too much, taking too many drinks, too many shots, that's a personal issue. But we're talking about drinking alcohol. So if I grow up listening to drill music, right, I play it around my children, they hear it in the house, I can't be upset if they grow up listening to drill music, because I raise my children around drill music. And let's remove drill music real quick, right? Let's talk about because people all the time say, oh, like, music today is vile, Cardi B, yada, yada, yada. We listen to some vile-ass music as children. When I was a kid, we listened to songs that were talking about having sex at the age of 11, 10. We used to play these songs at middle school dances, like all this stuff. And then nowadays, Cardi B and Meg Thee Stallion are issues. Like, we did that same thing. We played Lil Wayne when we were kids. We played all these artists who were talking about having sex, disrespecting women, all that kind of stuff. We played it. Our parents played it around us, and then by turn, we played it as well too. Do you see how that same principle follows?
The problem I'm having with your submission, sir, is that the argument that
after TC goes, we're going to reset the stage. Go ahead, TC.
Yeah, it's just I think you're trying to make a distinction where it need not be made. I'm not suggesting that it is beneficial for children to listen to their parents listening to drill music. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, in a two-parent household, one in which both the father and the mother live residentially in the same house as the kids that are being raised in that house, right? It is highly unlikely that those parents prefer that their kid. A good example of this is hot sauce, okay? I put hot sauce on everything. Will there be an age at which my kids can put hot sauce on their food? Yes. Do I put hot sauce on my food around my kids? Yes. Do I want my young son who's 6 years old putting hot sauce on his French fries and chicken nuggets? No. I hope that settles the problem.
Okay, stop. Right, I'm about to reset the stage. Hey, welcome to Politically. I gotta reset it. Welcome to Politically Correct. This house is curated by Patty and First Lady. I am happy to have you guys here. The conversation was initially about the prison to the hip hop, or hip hop to prison pipeline. Excuse me. A lot of people were saying, or some of the people on the stage were saying, that they felt like hip hop music was contributing to the demise of the current youth right now, and putting them in harm's way and cultivating mindsets that would land them in prison because they want to be gangsters, they want to be YNs, they want to run down and slide on shit, knock shit down. And then the pushback was no. On the other side of the fence is the parents. The parents are the cause. It's a lack of family structure. It's a lack of guidance. It's a lack of positive influence. And then the conversation started going down the path of absentee Black fathers and things of that nature. So to reset the conversation, we're going to go back to the hip hop, the prison pipeline. Is that a real thing? Is that bullshit? If you're here for the first time, scroll up, hit the house, stay around.
I think we should go back to hot sauce.
Hot sauce was the most horrible analogy I've ever heard on this stage. That was an awful analogy.
It's a pretty good analogy.
I hope you didn't. It sounds like you think that I'm about absentee fathers, and that's not what I was talking about.
It wasn't specifically about you. I was just in the conversation.
Hot sauce. Some of them don't just.
Exactly. That's why I was like.
Just FYI.
Please, let's get away from the hot sauce. Let's get away from the hot sauce, please.
So, can I ask a question real quick? Just make sure we're arguing the same thing.
Patty, wait 1 second. I seen Patty come up the mic. Was you about to say something, Patty? Guess not. Go ahead.
No.
They make it over in New Liberia, Louisiana.
When you say absentee fathers, how are we defining that? Like with a husband and wife being married, or just like, how do we want to define? How are we?
For me, an absentee father would be a father that's just not present at all, whether he lives.
They're actually present, even though they're not married to the mother of the child.
I couldn't answer that, but I feel like we're getting off topic. The purpose of the reset was to bring it back. Exactly. The purpose of the reset was to bring it back to the hip hop to prison pipeline. Is it real or not? So I would not like to go down this path.
I'd like to contribute to the discussion in the matter of, I was a prison chaplain for 50 years, and I see a lot of things with our families, and the reset button on that is us coming to our Black family value system on not clinging to that which belongs to us and allowing others to superimpose their family value system, and therefore prolonged exposure to that environment has caused to disconnect as opposed to hip hop. Because, simply because hip hop does contribute to many healthy elements. And most of all, I did security for rappers at part-time while I was a chaplain. And rappers such as, if you know anything about 8 Ball, those guys out of Tennessee, and Juvenile, the guy with Big Fine Woman, when you back the thing up, and Lil Boosie Badass with how many y'all niggas been betrayed, but all of them are boss though. Even NBA Youngboy, I've got tapes on here for Youngboy. He's a boss. He has an accountant. But the behavior comes off on a clip from does not mean he have a totally reckless lifestyle. So I think that's a misnomer, a mistranslation of Black culture, because you see something on the screen, even to the extreme of finding P. Diddy in the hallway is not an example of how P. Diddy takes care of his children. So we just have
P. Diddy.
P. Diddy. He's a rapper with a few superstars in the Super Bowl and a guy that has his own some liquor.
We listen to your goofy submission,
as soon as I make my point, and my point is, again, the disjointed Black family is more important. And then when you say it starts at the home, when you say from the pipeline to penitentiary, it starts at home, and the parents at home. Many of the children that you put the penitentiary jacket on, they don't have a home. They come out somebody's foster home. I worked foster care for 3 of those years, and thank you for drugs. You want to try before he leaves a group home every day, whenever he gets ready, and eat him an oatmeal cookie for breakfast, and goes in and some Skittles, oatmeal cookie, and some Kool-Aid type drink or something. But because he had no idea what a balanced diet was. But anyway, I'll leave that.
Say your mama. Don't go without saying it. Say your mama.
I will not leave without saying my mama. But okay, we're given just so many distorted, delusional idealism of the Black mama.
That's right.
We've seen a lot of people that just came in. We appreciate that submission, but just so people might not understand what the conversation is about. Is there a true hip hop to prison pipeline? Somebody needs to answer that. Is there a true version of hip hop that's creating YNs on a path to jail and putting them in prison because they're listening to this music? Is that real? Is that bullshit?
Yeah, I want to. I mean, from what Sheik was saying, I mean, there's some truth to it. I mean, in terms of like we talk about the kids that don't, have a home to go back to. The kids that don't have any type of influence. But I think that I'd rather also just kind of champion what you had said earlier, Gemini. It kind of comes down to what we as a culture, choose to support. I mean, I've been pretty disappointed in the state of hip hop, where we see a lot of these artists that really just lack them we give them the time of day, and I think that overall, that's more of a disservice to the rest of us. But overall, I mean, I think that and that's just speaking on the kids that don't have a family to go or a home to go back to. Their influence is what they're picking up off of everything. I mean, the music is a part of it, but it's also their friends. It's also just what they do, what they're surrounded by in their neighborhoods. So from my point, or from where I sit, I wouldn't say that it's necessarily the case across the board.
I disagree. I disagree for 2 reasons. One, some of the biggest people who consume our music, even black music, whether it's whatever ghetto rap or whether it's whatever that was it called again, child music, I forgot the name of it, but are white people, and they don't turn out to be high clips and YNs. I think it's more of we don't have the resources in our communities in order for our kids not to partake in lifestyles that are not subpar to what we want to be as credible people. That's simple. It's resources. It's the environment that they are around. I think yes, if you create a better environment, you may have less of this kind of music in a sense, but I don't think that really takes away from the fact of the resources in the community are stripped. That's why kids turn this stuff to violence. Not music is what makes them go out and start killing people.
Yeah, no, I guess that was better put. That's kind of where I was at with it, is where I think that it does play a little bit of a factor, but I don't think that overall, from my personal experience, I grew up with, my parents were smoking crack. My first album that I ever picked up was
that I actually owned was that Marshall Mathers shit, and I just found it one day. I mean, I fucked with it. You know, everybody was fucking with it at that time, but that shit didn't really, overall, it didn't have any type of influence on who I became as I grew up. You know, even, and although, like, I guess I was fortunate to be able to escape my environment. You know, I think that certain kids are, you know, pressured into, you know, a lifestyle based off of what resources they have available. I mean, the gang culture in general is typically, you know, the kids that don't have any type of support. They don't have any type of foundation to build off of, and they don't have any type of direction to go, you know, so all they're looking for is a sense of belonging, and then ultimately, you know, they do what is required to be able to boost themselves up within that lifestyle.
I will say this to you, that people that would allow a guy like Donald Trump to say to you that your children are born criminal, and to say he'll come out for the 14-year-old being tried as an adult, and then allow him off to it. I think that all black people should have been at his door to building a place, but our children are criminals. So they're handing you a reverse psychology, back to back or black to black, and they call their children criminals, to let him know you're out of here, buddy. Enough silence would have been there before the guy got the message. If he said that out of his mouth about a Zionist, then he had been done. And that's what we have to repair, our reputation as a family and what we represent. What pisses us off to the utmost stage of festivity that we say on collective solidarity, and it has nothing to do with hip-hop at all whatsoever. And when we bring collective solidarity, see, there's no issue. This is what we are not reminded of enough from Dr. King to this hour. Anything that we did find collective solidarity on, we got it done. So we should try those shoes on as opposed to blaming our children who are not responsible enough to know the difference, or not have to say, my.
I'm lost on if he believes there is a hip-hop pipeline or not. Like, which one?
Well, here's the thing, right? I would be inclined to agree with Sheik that our collective solidarity could be our greatest strength. But when it's being exploited the way that it is, it becomes our greatest vulnerability. And so I don't see collective solidarity in the black community as a good thing anymore, because it just seems like it's something to be bid on to the highest bidder, and whoever gets the highest bid in the intellectual space gets the benefit from the black people's collective solidarity. And I mean our vote, and I mean our collective moral support for the degeneracy of the feminist, liberalist,
I knew you were going to say liberal.
What are we doing right now?
Well, Sheik brought up collective solidarity, and there's only one area of collective solidarity in the black community, and that's our vote. And unfortunately, we keep voting to our own degradation. And I'll just end with saying, my.
One thing I will faithfully submit to you that Stevie Wonder is, they say now, is blind. I know him personally, and we at the same health food store in LA off Crenshaw area. But bottom line, Stevie Wonder blind is a bad. He could see it. He said love is in need of love today. And love, when we preach it on Sunday, we preach it Sunday to Sunday. But we start living love on ourselves. People tell, how do you treat yourself, as opposed to you saying, I love you. It means nothing. It's a cliche unless you can carry it to an action word. And I think we got to put some love on our children that's in the penitentiary. We got to put some love on family that's disjointed. And love is a salve. It's the Band-Aid. It's the tourniquet. It's the only thing on the heal our black ass. There's some love up in here. And I wouldn't lie to you. Black love. That's the goddamn answer.
And let's say this. I don't like to do the colorism in this room, right? Yeah, I think that the founders of this room agree with that. Matter of fact, I know that because I've heard them say it before. So with that being said, I don't think because you're black, you're black. I think there's some white ass black people in this motherfucker. I think April blacker than them, if you ask me.
That's not colorism.
No, that's my version.
That's
Wait, is it? Clubhouse be fucking me up. Is that colorism? I don't. You know what?
If you want me to exchange, I'll say racism. How's that?
It was beautiful nonetheless.
Sending in right away. Don't delay. Another day just might be too late.
The room. We're not. Your version of colorism is that when they wanted to pimp me out so that we could have a free trip to Abu Dhabi, and I'm gonna go back.
You gonna start telling that story, girl? No, but you gotta tell that story right. Not tonight.
No, not tonight. Not tonight.
So is the hip hop the prison pipeline and it's contributing, or is it like? I'll just leave it there. What's this consensus on that?
I think when you take, like that gentleman said, when you take resources from the community. I mean, I grew up in the country, so hip hop music, yeah, you listen to that, you went to Dallas, cause whatever. So I mean, at the end of the day, it didn't matter what kind of hip hop music, they just didn't like it. So if I wanted to listen to that kind of music or hang out with other people, I just went to Dallas, larger places, cause small towns, they weren't trying to hear that. But I will say that resources, I think that has been a problem regardless of, you can take music out of it, right? When resources are gone, then, people, regardless of the color of their skin, will turn to crime or whatever, fill in the blank, to satisfy a need, whether that is feeding their family, themselves, whatever, or for other reasons. I'm not going to solely blame music on the violence, you know what I'm saying, in society. I blame a lot of stuff, industrialism, military type stuff, guns. You can go on, and music, I would say, is maybe sandwiched in between a lot of things, and you then try to peel from that sandwich. And I would say that even looking at slavery and stuff like that, how, bringing up from that, you continue to see how some of that affects us today. And so I'm not gonna say just music, rap music is the reason that Black people or whatever have problems. I also think that there's not together. Then I'm not saying that all of that is the reason of violence either, but I'm saying some of that. There was a survey that families who eat together, meaning sit down at the dinner table, right? We stay together, right? And so I think we need to start sitting down with our loved ones, whether that be, and start talking to them about various issues, whether that is music, if you have children, or whatever it is that you feel affects someone's life, especially African Americans who still deal with various things that affect them outside of music, including redlining and other things that heavily and woefully affect our community, you know what I mean? And do those things bring propensity for violence? No, but it does say that resources in the community, such as banking and other things, people don't see hope. What do you expect them to do? That was something, a 30-year study done at our church. We're one of the poorest zip codes. And the guy there said, you have to make folks see hope, but you also have to give them the tools to be able to grasp a hold of it. So I think if we start giving our people the tools, then I think they can start to make it, right? And instead of just pulling yourself up by your bootstraps, try to help people come up, you know what I mean, rung by rung. I believe that in life. I don't think it's just music, y'all. I really don't. I think there's a complex, just combination of issues that they have to be ironed out, seriously. And some of that, people could even say, is at the federal level. A lot of people say, well, drugs, I believe, is one of the largest contributors of violence and stuff in said communities. You know what I mean? And that's not just a Black thing. So I just think anybody, regardless of their race, will have the propensity to do violence if certain things are taken from them, meaning a means to an end, a means to make a living, things like that. So these are the things that I see every day. And I see it in Southern Dallas when SOC spent some $32 million to help those kids at their school. they got all the tools they needed. So let's make sure we give kids and folks and adults even the tools that they need and drop some $30 million to help, maybe uplift people. I think that's something we should start doing and giving folks resources instead of shutting them out. I think that's a good start.
So I don't think that economics it's not all about the kids growing up in the hood, because I'm from San Diego and it's kids in the suburbs that they listen to rap music and they want to be gangsters and they get caught up with the same stuff that's with the kids in the hood. Nowadays, it's kids from the straight suburbs. These kids are not poor these days. Their parents have money. These kids they're not like back in the day, they mama owned crack and all that. They mama and daddy got money. So I don't know if it's economics. I do think it's the music, because it just like in the neighborhood, it's called Eastlake. There's just a shooting in Halloween in Eastlake and some kids were killed. Like Eastlake, y'all, $1 million homes, like the hell, So they're just, I don't think it's all about economics like it was back in the day.
That is also, we've all seen it, where, we had a friend whose parents were well off, but at the end of the day, like, your homie didn't fuck with his dad, he didn't fuck with his parents. There's a major disconnect. So I think that also plays a factor in it. But overall, like, I think resources do your name. Like, you're gonna be drawn to whatever it is that's gonna help you to, kind of catch up in status. But at the same time, like, it's the influence that we get back at home, because just like from my own anecdotal experience, like, I've seen a lot of kids, because like, really, like, I see all these kids listening to this type of music, but at the end of the day, like, majority of these kids have some sort of support system behind them, and they have some sort of connection with their parents, because their parents are pushing them to do something that they actually Sheik, you're off mic, to make that connection with our kids and being able to meet them on their own level. And, and then at the same time, to what Ashton was saying, like, it is important for us to sit down and have those conversations, and we talk to our kids about our experiences and being able to relate things that they're dealing with, at that level, and being able to guide them through it, or at least just share our experiences as how we walk through life at that point in time. So
I think using the word I was gonna say, telling children it's okay to cry. There was a boy and some kids was picking on him, because he was crying. And I said, that's another thing, men, have to feel like that it is okay to either cry or go talk to somebody. And a lot of times men are told to be tough. I play football with men, and they told me we're told we have to live this way. And all of my life, I always figured that's not right. That seems like a lot of heavy burdens men have to take on. Even little boys are told, well, you have to be the man of the house or whatever it is. They're out here. Prominent football player, Dallas Cowboys, take his life. And so, I talk to men all the time, and women, but generally men, because I feel like there's a lot of things I can relate to, homelessness and things like this. Survey says that a lot of men are generally on the street. More men are generally on the street than women for various reasons. So those are other factors that we must talk about and try to keep men safe and make sure that they have places that they can, talk to one another without feeling, teach men and women how to have value in their lives and help them be somebody, become somebody, and they'll start to make something of themselves. And hopefully through our program and other programs out here, that they no longer have to turn to violence or whatever. Y'all, I grew up in the country. I don't know nothing about gang violence or stuff like that until I came to Dallas-Fort Worth. Hello used to be called Murder Worth. There was a sign at the end of the road that said, "Do not turn." There was some bad stuff that happened down that road. So we didn't turn. Look, hey, we didn't turn there, right? So in this life, sometimes you make the right turns and you get kids out of harm's way, and that's what I try to do every day. Try to work with kids and other people and get them out of harm's way, so they don't have to turn to this ever. So each kid.
It's dangerous, right? We have to make sure we understand how we say things. Causation does not always equal correlation. right? And like no one is like that's the same thing for kids that live in impoverished areas as well too. So like there are kids who grow up, right? Like, are we gonna atone that to rap music, to country music, to what kind of music, right? Like people, doesn't matter the circumstances, there's a direct correlation between rap music or gangster music and negative outcomes of children, right? That's what white people want us to believe, and that's just not the truth. So like, so I can expound.
Toy, can I ask you real quick?
No, go ahead. But I'm just saying, because I got a bad mic and I be trying to.
I don't mind conceding, bro. Go ahead.
I'm sorry if I cut you off. My bad, Orlando.
No, go ahead. I just put me in queue when y'all two get through. That's all.
Orlando,
I got you.
Nah, just let them go, because you know how these conversations go and people jump in to talk. That's why I always be trying to push Orlando to just, you know.
Yeah, that's where I conceded. I don't care. He can go ahead and do it. Come on, Orlando.
You know, there's a prominent scripture that says faith come by hearing and hearing the word of God. And I believe that whatever you listen to and whatever you allow your ear gates to take in has a great deal to do with having an effect on who you become. And for us not to think that it does would be ludicrous. Now, what type of filtering system do they have in place to filter the madness that they're listening to? Do they have a good parenting system in place? Do they have intellectual ability to rationalize what is right and what is wrong? Those things are very important, because if they don't have a good filtering system to filter out what is right, what is wrong, what is moral, what is not, then what they're listening to will definitely, they start saying, well, it's rapping about being a gangster. Well, I'm a little gangster. I'm a little G. Because they have not come into the awareness of who they should be. So they take on the mindset of these songs because their filtering system is not properly in place. And with that, I yield my mic.
I disagree. My bad.
I'm going to build on what you said down here in the right team, Toy.
All right, well, I think you had a question for me, so I'll also, after I finish this quick little sentiment, go ahead with that question as well, too.
Yes, sir.
I highly disagree with this notion, right? And I'm, me personally, I'm a Christian, right? I believe in Christ. I'm a follower of Christ, right? White people co-opted and used the book of the Bible to murder people across the globe and justified it with that book of the Bible. White people in America grew up listening to through multiple means of oppression. They weren't listening to rap music, right? Like, people are going to have negative outcomes regardless of what they consume when it comes to their media, which I don't know if we're doing that, I hope we're not, but to try to make it as if there's a huge correlation between the music that Black children are listening to and the violent outcomes that happen to Black children, I think is very distasteful, considering white people in this country, right, are the highest number of child sex predators. They rape children at the highest levels through young ages, through adulthood. What music are we atoning that to, right? They commit the most fraud in this country and across the globe. They steal the most money from people, right? White collar crimes, majority are committed by white people. Huge dollars. What music are they listening to that's causing them to do this on a consistent scale? And once again, I'm a Christian. Christianity is one of these co-opted religions in this country where people have taken that book and used it as their preface to commit atrocities throughout history. I'm not going to atone that to Jesus Christ. I can't blame.
You're the only one that's bringing color into it.
We're talking about a certain kind of music that was already established before you. Right?
No, because we're saying the question to the room was, is rap music correlate to prison?
No, but we're talking about YNs and stuff though. Are YNs not a race? They have a race to them.
No. There's a lot of if you ever seen them when that shiesty come off, it's all kind of colors under that bitch.
No, Gemini. The YNs are specifically black people. I don't know how old you are.
No. Out here, there's a lot of Hispanic YNs. They go across the board, bro.
They call them the YC. There's the YN.
No matter
what does the N stand for though?
They call each other niggas.
They think they niggas too.
Yeah,
what you talking about?
I live right across the street from a high school, and I'm serious.
We can't be just that.
Toy, this is really happening.
I'm serious. I live right across the street from a high school, and I go walking in the morning, and it's really not that many black kids that I hear them on the trail because that's how they get to school, and they call each other niggas. They be Mexican, they be white. This lady I'm in, that's in my church, she's in the school system. They call all of them call themselves niggas now.
That's a fact.
Race to that.
That's a fact. But Toy, I want to say this right because we cannot. I'm not saying that hip hop is the overall influence that's causing YNs to do all kinds of egregious things and be hyper aggressive and all that. But I do want to say I do think that music can have an impact. I think most black males will listen to music without having an impact, but it reinforces a lot of negative traits. And when they talk about things, most of it is not positive. Like when they talk about who's balling, it's usually a drug dealer, it's usually somebody robbing somebody, it's usually somebody sliding on somebody. I got an op. Everybody talking about sliding on their enemies, and that's why the shiesties is on in the first place, so they don't get recognized because we know about all the cameras around in this fast money, illegal hustles, wealth, aggression. Like it's a whole host of negative things. And if you think that you can just keep it, like the mind is a sponge. If you keep putting the same, like you have a mental diet, just like you have a physical diet. And if your mental diet consists of consistent negative things that you memorize to the point where you can repeat the lyrics and say the same negative energy, then don't think it doesn't have some, even on the adults, forget the YNs, anybody that's listening to something repeatedly, it's going to have some form of an impact on you. Now, whether that impact will be great enough for you to go outside and
about an Asian YN co-opting the terminology, because we know that black hip hop, black culture, everybody want to be black until the police comes. The Kardashians, what's her name, wearing kinkalong hair to do like a ponytail is not what we think about when we think about yaki hair. Like, come on, guys. Like, exactly. They co-op bonnets and sell them for $500, and they try to say that Kim Kardashian came up with wearing braids. Like, what are we talking about? We know what a YN and it's a young nigga. Is an N. Anthony Edwards is a YN. Now, income doesn't matter, but we are not being the universal rainbow system when we talk about a damn YN. And we know that those kids are going to be treated different, right? So, yeah.
I'm going to be real clear.
Toye is annoying, but you got to let the young people identify themselves. They've always been co-opting black culture. That is not the same thing. They're calling themselves that. Ain't no damn body else calling them that.
All right. First of all, when they first made up YNs, it wasn't even young niggas. It was initially youngins, right? No, then the shiesties came in. It was. Yes, it was. How much you want to bet?
That's incorrect.
How much you want to bet? Then they started saying young niggas. And then right now, let me finish. I did not interrupt you, right? I know this is going to be painful, but suffer through it. When you see the shiesties come off in California, 60%
Why do you keep saying the shiesties? What are you talking about? You're talking about
that's how I know you don't know what YNs are.
No, you're talking about
that's a YN. Yeah, that's a YN. What I have on in my PCR. Let me finish what I'm saying, please, y'all. That is literally the YN. Let me explain something. This is literally the Y. What I have on in my PTR is literally part of the YN uniform. And the reason is, when you do dirt, you don't want to be caught on camera because of the way shit is. Everybody got ring and everything else nowadays. That's the whole point of the fucking shiesty, right? And that's why most YNs will wear a shiesty. And when you see them out and about, out here, I'm going to say out here, because I don't know what they're doing.
But aren't you in California?
Yeah, I'm in LA.
Okay,
let me finish, please. So out here, when you see a group of dudes in a shiesties, and them shiesties, half of them are not black. I don't know. Y'all think like everybody that heard this? I'm telling you right now, out here, when you see a group of YNs, that does not mean black to nobody.
Being dishonest in so many different levels.
I'm being real. It don't mean black out here.
Listen.
I wish I could be. If we was on the hunter side, I used to say the same thing. I would bet on that.
Gemini, you're talking about a place where YNs didn't even start. The culture didn't even start in California. It didn't start.
Hip hop didn't start in California, but what the fuck does that matter now?
That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about you're talking about a certain kind of music, right? The certain kind of music we're talking about, right? Where it originated. The culture with the YN, where it originated from, right? The shiesty, where it originated from. The same way West Coast has the same thing that originated, right? If I see people wearing the patterns and the bandanas in LA, like I know what that means because that's where the culture originated from, right? YNs are not white people or Hispanics or anybody else who's co-opted Chicago culture in order to be in rename it for themselves. No, right? It's specifically for the Chicago rap drill music type of people. That's where they started it from. It's literally there's a song literally where the word YN was
first Canadian songs. So what does that mean? But you gotta understand something. When something starts from does not mean
different.
But you're not understanding it's being readopted. It's been readopted by a lot broader spectrum than it originated from. Just like nigga, like that. A lot of people have stolen our culture. It happens, bro. A lot of our culture is very popular. It's been stolen all over the world.
What the origination is, though, it doesn't take it just because a white woman wears a bantu knots and calls it what knot braids now does not mean it's called knot braids now. It's still bantu knots.
Yes.
It isn't even a huge thing in California culture. It's a gang.
It's big out here. What the fuck are you talking? You're not out here, clearly.
It's big.
I'm not even gonna have this conversation, bro. If you're gonna tell me it's not out here, then you don't do this. We can't even have that discussion on.
They're acting
not in Cali.
Right?
You got it.
That's what I'm saying. YNs is not. They don't have to necessarily be doing something bad. Like it was started on TikTok by young black kids to describe like somebody that just doesn't give a fuck. They don't have to be doing anything bad or trying to hide their faces. Like I said, Anthony Edwards is probably the best example of a YN, and he does not hide his face. He just don't give a fuck. Like he just doesn't. Do you listen to how he even talks? Like he just doesn't give a shit. He's a YN.
If you call somebody a loke, right? That means something in California. If you call somebody cud, as cud, that means something in California.
That's gang culture. YN is not. Man, this is crazy.
YN is part of
I'm gonna concede. You got it.
YN is literally part of gang culture with the GDs. It literally is part of gang culture with the GDs. It literally came from them. Like, what are we talking about?
So I know that, bro. Y'all are making some very strong points. These are very excellent points. Now, I come out of a household, right, that my mother and my father basically, they forbidden, say, Earth, Wind, and Fire or Funkadelic to be bought in the house. They forbid it. I mean, they wouldn't steal your album or burn it or melt it, but they'd be strongly against, they'd be pissed at you seeing you bring some Earth, Wind, and Fire or some Funkadelics into the house. Their day was like some Sam Cooke, Otis Redding type stuff or something on that order. See, now you notice I didn't say Marvin Gaye.
Earth, Wind, and Fire. Damn.
Earth, Wind, and Fire. Because they were gospel tunes. They wanted some Dixie Hummingbirds, some Mahalia Jackson, and some, what's my Cleveland minister name? Yeah. Our basic, they wanted to hear from the Staples or somebody, and didn't want to hear no Earth, Wind, and Fire in the house. Yeah, and didn't want to hear no Funkadelic. Are you kidding me? Some Funkadelic, some Commodores was not because they were almost strictly gospel. My father and mother almost borderline forbidden. They would beat you up over it. The Funkadelic, they started at the Parliament.
Did they know the Funkadelic lyrics were about doing drugs? Did they know that? The parents.
I know a lot of them. My best partner I grew up with Lollipop, the bald-headed sucker. He was a guy on stage, you know what I mean? Just doing this thing. Lollipop, the bald-headed.